24 teams, 60 matches of Predecessor, and a whole lot of ass whooping led us to day 2 of PCC8 Swiss stage. Now 8 teams have fallen out of the tournament, and today the other 16 teams fight for their spot in the top 8 main event. But how do we get here? It all started at round 1 with the first match of the day showing VP Salesman and Bronze Army.
And the fact that they are up 0-12 currently. This is going to be tough. Stark with the flash into Maguli. He recognizes how important this kill is.
Oh, but steps back for the 3.
The Salesman landed the deal and moved on 1-0. Round 2, Rogue and Hive battled it out in a really back and forth match.
Dante is ready for it. He knows that he just needs to keep them at bay. There's the Colosseum on top to keep them at bay, and the Primal Fangtooth goes the way of Rogue.
Now ultimately, Rogue was able to sneak out of that with a win. Now round 3, we saw Rogue once again, but this time up against Radis Maximus, who gave him a pretty dang close game.
Back on the Colosseum, it just does right at the last second before it falls down. Ponce getting a stack on the Colosseum.
Next up, Flow State and Bad Timing locked in, but F8 proved their mastery in round 4.
Now Zars is in trouble, gonna try and run away from this fight, but low HP, the big steel slam in the Coliseum hits on top, but is it gonna be enough? The reversal of fortune hits back, and that's gonna be a double kill going towards F8.
And finally, round 5 gave us a 50-minute banger from Professors and reigning champs Dirty Lake and the boys.
Stunballs, he gets it, but can anybody get up there close enough to be able to do it? The ventilator does come out, but he's immediately gonna get hooked.
All right to him. Skewer comes through and Survivor puts him down. Happy down from the skies rains death and destruction, but Survivor will walk through it all. 1 HP. No members of Dirty Lake and the boys are alive.
Now, thank you so much to all the teams that participated, and for the ones that are still here, get ready for another day of exciting Predecessor competition only here on the Prime Championship Circuit.
Stunballs.
Here are the rules for PCC8 Swiss weekend. On day 1, 24 teams will compete for a total of 5 rounds. During each round, teams will play against other teams with similar records. After the 5th round, the top 16 teams will continue onto day 2. On day 2, these 16 teams will play 5 more rounds, until we have our top 8 teams. These 8 teams will compete in the main event.
Greetings, gamers. Welcome to Prime Championship Circuit 8, Day 2 of the Swiss stages. I am saying hi to you from the location of NA West, strong and proud. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm so honored to be your host in today's event. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us here at the PCC to witness the greatest and the best of the best in Predecessor gaming. Many have come to conquer the crown, and only one team will rise above all to claim the title of PCC champion. 24 teams have come to compete and only 16 remain. But after today, we'll only have 8 to move on to the main stage, which will be held July 27th and July 28th. There are only 3 days left here at the PCC, including today. The meta continues to evolve and change with each patch, and the players you'll see today continue to push the boundaries of what's possible in the realm of Pred. But only one team can be crowned PCC champion. Cheer on for your favorite players or teams, because these teams have scrimmed countless imaginable amounts of hours. We wouldn't be here without them. We see those teams looking for scrims on the daily. But esports isn't always just about the games. It's also about the community we build and the shared love we have for competition. Take a seat to witness the objective steals, first bloods, and of course, the solo bolos. Brace yourselves for the Prime Championship Circuit, where Predecessor champions are born. Welcome to PCC 8. Let's start off by introducing previous PCC and Fang Booth champion, caster, and now desk analyst, Tang. How are you?
Yo, what's up? Happy to be here. Usually you only look at the background of those games, now I get a bit of an analytics role with Joe and R-Dog. I'm really happy to share the desk with you two.
Of course, we have Joe, yours truly, who you've seen from yesterday as well. Your favorite YouTube content creator, offlaner extraordinaire, and cooker of all the builds. How are you, Joey?
I'm doing great. Yesterday was a lot of fun, and we're now going to be seeing the top 16 team try to secure the spot in the actual tournament. So I'm pretty excited to see the really matches ahead of us right here.
Yeah, but before we get into the games, we'll actually be playing a little bit of a game ourselves. It's called Do You Know Your Players? Let's hear it from Choice on how it's gonna work.
All right, what's up, everybody? This is Choice, your producer guy. So we have a mini game for the desk. I'm going to throw up a little pop-up here. It's going to have 4 players' names and 4 of their life achievements or something they've done in their lives. And the desk is going to have to figure out which corresponding player to which achievement, I guess you could say. So let's throw it up right now. And go ahead, R-Dog. Take it away.
First question. Do you know our players? Oh, I guess this is like you're matching these 4 player names with 4 of their achievements. I'll start off with you, Tang.
Okay, so is a transient soccer player between NA and EU? I think that one is pretty clear. I don't have a sock to actually show who it is, but I think we can just push that over to the D spots. Then seems to be pretty obvious for the first one.
That's correct.
So I'm gonna skip over involved because I know my boys Pinsel and Wingo both very, very well. Can I just do 2 at once, or is that now okay?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm gonna do 2 at once. Okay, so Pinzo is always talking about bowling, so obviously he's gonna be going to the 2 right there. And then Wingo, he also talked about soccer a whole lot. He's actually really pumped about the current tournament right now, so he's definitely a 1 right there.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
So we've got Wango, we've got, I think Tang, you already said Wango. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, we've got Wango and Pinzo. So we still have Lauber and Involve left for you, Tang.
Yeah, I mean that Lauber actually was an upcoming hot talent. I don't think that is a secret either. So that's the halftime show interview in 2022 Heroes of the Storm Community Clash that goes over to Lauber, and Involve did play for Team Oxygen, I believe, or Team Reborn in that first PAX in 2017 in Paragon. Rest in peace. So yeah, I think those 2 should go respectively like that.
Yay! You did it.
Do we get brownie points for?
Yes, I will make you a plate of brownies as soon as possible.
Yes. Now that we've played a little fun game, did you guys like that, chat? There's a little bit of like a little game that we played, because I know we see these names maybe in our games, and then now you're seeing it on your screen. So this is another way for you guys to get to know the players. But now it's time to talk about the first game we'll be watching today. So all of these teams are starting off 0-0, but for our first game, we will be watching the Doctors and Burger Flip. We know Burger Flip is a team that was kind of put together last second, but the Doctors used to be the chefs, but with a slight roster change.
Yeah, they used to have a Colt, now they got the Q, changed the ADC around, now we have Q in the ADC role. Colt was subbed out for this one. They are on a pretty good record. They did win all of their games apart from one that was against Mind the Gap, so they are 4-1 in terms of the games played yesterday. So we're definitely expecting great things from them, especially from the mid lane. I think Seismic in the mid lane has been proven to show really good results as long as you don't pick counters for him.
Yeah, so for Burger Flip, they kind of have a rocky performance yesterday, only gained 2 wins and 3 losses. But I still think that's still pretty impressive, considering that there's a very last minute kind of get together team, because when the gamer had to do it last minute, like team swap. He still wanted to play, so he's like, okay, he hit up all on his homies and then just kind of got the team right at the last very second. But the one thing that kind of notes about the strategy, especially with Venti Gamer, is that Venti Gamer kind of likes the jungle pick, especially like Rampage, which we really haven't seen that all from yesterday. I think Rampage is a decent pick, but you have to play for a specific reason, and I think Venti Gamer is the kind of guy that wants to enable his team to kind of carry the games. But also means that, like, from what I saw yesterday, if Dual Lane is doing bad, then Venti Gamer is doing bad, and then the whole team just kind of falls apart from that. And there's a lot of strong duos in this tournament, so I think if Burger Flip doesn't secure an early lead on the Dual Lane, they're gonna really struggle in this upcoming match right here.
That's going to be a little bit of a struggle for them as we head into this draft between the Doctors and Burger Flip, because they're going to go against Zihi and Cure instead of Cold this time around. So this is a little bit of a roster change. I know before the chefs, which was what they were called in the past, they focused on their duo lane, and now that they've got Seismic over in the mid lane, they can also play around him this time around. So curious to see what kind of strategies they'll pull up their sleeves. But going into the draft here, Tang, what are you expecting to see in terms of heroes?
Yeah, so I think it is actually Doctors also playing pretty well around the dual lane. I think Cure is one of those hyper carries that can go pretty demon in those games. Like, he can always run it down a tiny bit, so they need to be careful there as well. But I think they definitely have the leg up. I think they want to play something aggressive. Usually teams favor something like the Decker, and then you combine that maybe with a Kira. Maybe if you don't feel confident enough, you go for a Drongo instead, have a bit more peel back, and then just sort of decent mid matchup, right? Usually you want to counter pick the off lane instead, make sure that mid lane is stable, at least get a few rotations in. That's what Seismic is known for traditionally anyways. But I think in terms of draft, as we hop straight into it, I think you want to reduce sort of volatility. We see the Ceres being banned away by Burger Flip. I think for Doctors though, I think they want to ban something like the Iggy, something that is not like mechanically super skillful. I think they are the favorites. I think they want to abuse that, right? Get rid of sort of heroes that kind of play themselves.
Yeah, the Ceres ban is a little bit interesting too, coming from Burger Flip, because I think the offlane jungle really don't place on Ceres. I touched on earlier how Winter Game is more like a tank play. He like play Rampage and Richter, and he sometimes play like a Crunch. He's not really like a brutally kind of character. So I think for him at least, Ceres is not really a comfort pick, and Ceres right now is like the most popular in the jungle role. So it's kind of like, I don't want to play a pick that's not comfortable for me. Let's just go ban it out. But there's also a limitation on what other picks to be trying to ban out as well. And Doctor is actually going for the Quan ban. We haven't really seen a Quan first ban in this kind of half. I think that's sort of target towards like Burger Flip a little bit more specifically, but also leaves room for a well being up the tail. But Burger Flip is actually just going to pick up Decker first in this draft.
Yeah, Decker first, making her a priority. You highlighted this earlier, Tang. We know how Decker can be played offensively and defensively, and we showed her on broadcast because a lot of teams played her, so we know what she's capable of.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's no like easy pick into Decker. It's hard to actually counter pick her, and she did get her damage scalings reduced a tiny bit in the latest patch, but I think it might not have been enough, especially looking at those pick rates we've seen so far. And I think that can generally like disables a lot of heroes from being played. Like something like a Steel as a support is really hard to play into a Decker. But I think for Doctors, they should probably look towards the jungle offlane pool instead. We see Aurora being picked up together with the Gideon. A lot of offlane heroes have already been banned out. Kwang and Ceres off the board. Aurora pick makes a lot of sense in that regard. The Gideon pickup, always one of those heroes that Seismic just shines at.
Yeah, the Wawa is definitely not to no one's surprise. Like she was like have a really good performance yesterday, both in offlane and jungle. So it's kind of like, yeah, sure you got the deck good, but we're gonna pick up the other best option, and that is a Wawa. And then the game mid is just gonna really empower Doctor to have a very strong presence in mid lane, because for the most part on Burger Flip's side, the mid laner is Pesto is like decent, right? He can kind of hold his own for the most part, but against the Gideon, right, it's gonna be a really hard million to actually kind of like bully out and try to secure kills on, especially as a jungler for Burger Flip, right? They want to try to like get a little bit lead on the mid lane, also focusing on duo, but you have a Gideon mid right there. Well, good luck trying to gank a Gideon for the first like 15-20 minutes, right? So it's gonna leave up a lot of safety net for Doctors on the mid lane, and it can give more priority to like the duo lane, especially because they definitely want to try to Burger Flip dual lane from being able to play the game.
And we know how Seismic is a demon on Gideon. But what I'm also noticing with the heroes that are on the board right now, we see that there's a lot of mobility. You know that Gideon's able to portal himself in and out of team fights. He can easily escape from a gank. But the same thing can be said about Decker as well as Aurora, who can do the same thing. They can initiate and engage. We can see that there could be initiations and engagements from all of these heroes on the board.
Definitely can be so far. I think Gideon's biggest strength, especially in the hands of Seismic, is that he can just easily rotate over to the side lanes. Usually they like to play that style where they have a fast pushing mid and then transition that lead over to a side lane. For the side of Burger Flip, we see the Steel being picked up together with the Drongo. Steel can deflex jungle offlane. I think both are pretty viable, especially considering how that offlane pool has been shortened quite a bit. I do think that yesterday we did see on broadcast one game with a Steel against an Aurora in that offlane where the Aurora kind of ran away with it. So needs to be careful of that if it's actually an offlane. Otherwise, there was no mid lane pick. So with the next sort of bans coming in, I think this is still an opportunity for Doctors to shrink that pool. Maybe get rid of some of the counter picks that Gideon has. Thinking of the Howitzer in that regard, or potentially even the Gadget.
Yeah, and Burger Flip again just playing really hard for the duo, securing like the duo lane right there. Decker with her really high damage, high mobility, and Drongo's like very high performance, high burst damage from yesterday. So if they can land the combos, the Drongo Decker can put in some serious work. And I'm hoping that is a Steel jungle and not offlane, because I did touch on the fact that Went to game is more like a tank jungler. If that's like a Steel offlane and then Went to game decides I want to still do Went pace jungle, you're gonna be really tanky, but you're gonna really have no damage, which is gonna be like kind of cripple the like damage output and how they're gonna be able to secure kills throughout all stages of the game. But the Mario pick from the Doctor is actually a pretty dang good pickup, especially when paired with Aurora. Like I think Aurora can get some really nasty like engagements, because if they can coordinate with the Mario and Gideon TP, Aurora can take the Gideon TP, use their own mobility to get and Mario on top of that, and there's all the CC chain that can go in. They have some really nutty combos already from the Doctors. And yep, the mid laners haven't been picked from the Burger Flip, so Doctor's gonna ban out the Gadget. Gadget's kind of like a surprise pick for most of us, for the fact that like she's haven't really been like a really popular pick in past tournaments, but in this tournament alone, she's actually shown to be a very strong pick in the mid lane.
And some people actually prioritized her by picking her first. And we saw that from yesterday, how much of what her advantages are when she's a part of someone's team comp. But we see the ban coming in from the Twin Blast, and you're seeing the Kira being picked up by the Doctors.
Kira pickup is one of those aggressive duo lanes that we were highlighting before. With the Muriel backing her up, she's gonna do just fine, especially against sort of the damage coming out of the Drongo Decker lane. So I think that is going to be an interesting lane to watch, especially after level 6. And we did see Doctors with Sihi split push a lot on that Muriel as well. Allows a lot of global presence, allows to the Muriel in those later stages of the game to also push the side lanes, give them one more avenue to actually play those fights. Now it's Burger Flip's time to pick. They still haven't picked their mid laner. They also still have either the off laner or their jungle open. I think the crunch can also go in both directions. Howitzer is sort of a traditional traditionally a decent pick into Gideon, though with the big hitbox it's pretty easy to hit those kill shots as the Gideon. So I personally don't love it. I think I would have preferred the Iggy still. Also, like, increases the amount of volatility that Iggy pretty much plays for himself in most of these fights. As long as you can position safely, you're always gonna have the damage. But with those pickups, I think they had a decent draft. I personally think that Howitzer has to do a lot of heavy lifting though. Very sort of AD focused, that entire draft. But I think it mainly depends what Doctors is actually gonna pick here for the offlane or jungle role.
Yeah, I also agree that I do think the Iggy skill should be a more ideal pick of the Howitzer, because Buggerflip almost have a really decent all-around team comp, but with the Howitzer last pick, he's more like a single target burst mage. It doesn't really offer high sustained damage, and right now that's sort of what Buggerflip is lacking. They have all the CC from the deck and steel, but they'll lack the sustained damage. You can't rely on the French to do your sustained damage because he's easily gonna be like focused pretty early on in those like team fights, and sometimes he can just get blown up before he can even lift a single finger, right? But Doctor is gonna be picking up Sevog as the last pick right there. It's kind of interesting because I think that's gonna be a steel offlane matchup to a potential Aurora offlane. I think that would have been like a very good matchup for the Doctors, but it looks like they might actually put Sevog there instead potentially. I haven't really seen Sevog jungle a whole lot except that one game where he struggled immensely. So I do think that the Sevog has to be offlane, because if you do jungle, you're gonna lose a lot of early game tempo, and that can cost you games, as we saw from yesterday.
And he opens himself up for a lot of invasions in his own jungle if that is where he's going. But game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, get your points in, because we are watching Burgerflip versus the Doctors. Now it's time to share the spotlight with Ego and F6.
Gamers, welcome to game 1 of day 2. It's me, your boy Ego, rocking with you, but I'm never rocking alone. It's the E-Squared combo, because I got the man, the myth, the legend, F6 in the booth with me. How you feeling, man?
Dude, I'm feeling good, Ego. I cannot wait to get into the first game of day number 2. This is where the competition starts to heat up, working to get themselves into the main event. And we know the Doctors are definitely trying to get themselves back where they were before.
Oh, 100%, but the competition does look like it could potentially be very stiff after that draft. You can see both of these teams definitely looking into a couple synergies that can win them some of these fights around Fangtooth, around Prime, and the only thing that's guaranteed in the game is the early game. So I'm super excited to see how they start off this performance.
Yeah, we saw that Mariel Akira combo inside of that dual lane. We already know that dual lane is a competition in itself. Picking up with the Cure is going to be amazing with Z. He's going to be able to help out. That damage is going to be unreal, especially when Kira starts to get online.
And as we begin to make our way onto the battlefield for game 1, I'm going to get into your mental right off the back, F6. Which one of these team compositions, in your opinion, do you favor?
I mean, to be honest, it's going to have to be the Doctors. I cannot get over the Gideon. Gideon is one of my favorite by far. He's able to increase the fight tenfold just by simply just being able to increase the verticality of the fight. You're going to have to fight in 2 different places, either up or down, and that already causes enough commotion to stir up any team fight.
I couldn't agree with you more, man. Having to take on a fight on the verticality as someone that's also directly in front of you looking to burn you down can be something intimidating, and if you're not mechanically sound enough, can just set you up for failure ultimately. And that's where we're going to be making our way into the early phases of the game. Junglers looking to get their camps, and laners all looking to see who establishes pressure first. Do you think there's going to be any key players in particular that we should keep our eye on?
I mean, for me, it's going to be Sneaks. Prior to this, he switched in PCC7 off into the off lane. He was a prior mid player, and I mean, he's one of those players that kind of just make plays happen, and he is on that Sevrog. If he's able to scale into that mid to late game, you're going to see his rotations be impactful to everything that the Doctors do.
Yeah, and he is such a skilled and experienced player who knows how to win. And on this Sevarog pick with the combination of that Colossal Blow and Subjugate, he's going to be able to help set the tempo of some of these engages if he's able to throw out maybe somebody like this Drongar and Decker out of their positioning. But you have to be able to scale to that point, so maybe we see a little bit of pressure get put on that solo lane.
We're going to have to find out for sure, but it is going to be with the Crunch. I know he's going to be able to do a lot of damage, though, but he's going to have to get to level 6 first to really be impactful against that Sevarog. And Sevarog has a little bit of mobility to his kit, and with that Subjugate, might be able to lock down the Crunch from really potentially getting towards him.
Yeah, and Crunch is another character. I mean, what is to be said about the Wally with an attitude adjustment? He can just CC lock you down to the ground, and when he does hit that level 6, the damage translation that's going to come along with it is going to be absolutely ferocious. As we do see a little bit of a conflict now going down as Aurora is going to find Crunch. The damage translation seems to be solid, but it is not going to be a full committal as Ranting Gamer is going to have to run away from Seismic, but the teleport is going to come up good, but the blink is possibly going to be better as he's going to be looking to create space. Howitzer going to be able to get some damage off on him, but Seismic is not going to give up as he locks down first blood.
And Ranting thought he had the advantage over Aurora there, but was not enough. He did use the blink, but didn't really go too far with that blink, and it's just going to cause the death with that mobility coming out of the torn space to keep at him and be able to pick that up.
Man, Doctor's 100% down with the sickness, able to expend a few resources to get that first blood, but also it's going to leave Crunch a little bit more vulnerable if he does get caught out like that again. They instantly saw the opportunity, and they were in chase down mode the entire time, F6.
And not only that, this puts him a little bit behind to where he wants to be. We talked about how he needs to hit level 6, and with that first blood towards him, this is going to give him a little bit more advantage to Mav picking up that assist, and Gideon also being able to pick up that kill. Gold Bounty is going to be impactful into that mid lane. Let's see the second kill coming out of Sneaks as a player that we're saying to watch out for.
Oh man, it's a solo bolo, and Sneaks and Seismic already making a double S-tier statement within the earlier phases of the game, talking about the latter name, Seismic. All of these players have a very strong foundation, but things get a little bit shaky when Seismic is added into the mix, especially considering he does get that first blood.
I mean, Seismic's one of those players. Let's not even talk about the Gideon itself. He's a classic Pred enthusiast. He's been here since the dawn of time, retired many times, but still always playing in PCC. And his experience just kind of brings such a different level towards whatever team he's on. He's able to pilot anything throughout the mid lane, and he knows exactly what he needs to do.
We've seen him hit some flex picks that I personally did not anticipate and still be absolutely devastating on them. It is definitely a large part of prowess as we're going to see over to the solo lane. Sneaks is going to be able to get another kill as we see a setup of the ambush coming out of Crunch, looking to possibly get it back in blood onto Mav, but not looking a full commit. It's just going to be a disengaged call from both sides.
Not quite too sure what happened over there, but I do know that Sneaks picked up another kill, and that's on the late game Sevarog. But hold on a second. Margaret Robbie goes down inside the dual lane, and Drizzy has to be forced out on that blink.
The violence has been turned all the way up to 10 here as both of these teams are going to be looking for the smoke. And right now, it's looking like Burger Flip may have asthma. They're struggling under all this pressure that we can see evidently as Seismic is going to be making the rotation over onto the back end, though. It is going to be Howitzer, but not a full commit out of either one of these teams, as we're going to be using a Blast Flower to get out of dodge.
I mean, great play coming out of Seismic. They're able to utilize pushing into wave into the Howitzer there, allowing him to contest that 2 camp to stop the Crunch from farming equivalently to where he needs to be. We already talked about he's a little bit behind, and just a little bit of antagonizing to keep him down for a little bit longer to try and get Mav to just skyrocket.
Oh my god, the instantaneous wall in combination with the black hole is going to force the blink out of the Howitzer in the middle, who's already been trying to help its team respond to some of the pressure, and now himself without the blink, he is going to be the victim of it. It looks like the Docs are trying to drown their opponents as Sneaks is going to be looking for the violence. The Subjugate is going to land, but playing so close to the tower on steel, I don't think the kill potential is going to be really here.
Not quite yet, but you can see what Sneaks is trying to do. He's trying to let Zay know that he's here to play. He's going to have to fight for his right to win, but look at this dual lane.
Oh my god, dude. Cure just absolutely laying down the damage. We can see that bonus proc coming out of the Kira kit, but it's not going to be quite enough to lock down the kill. And throughout every single lane, you can see that mysterious 6th teammate making their presence known, and that's going to be momentum because the Doctors have all of it right now.
They sure do, and that's why you see the 7-minute Fang looking at Mav going after his objective. He needs to be careful though. Muriel just took it back, and Cure is not healthy or anything, and that's why you're going to see him retreat here as the rotation comes on in.
Instantly understanding, hey man, this is not a good idea. Let's get a reset and maybe look for a pick before we make a rotation onto that also very valuable Fangtooth with Howitzer now dropping the ult. They're going to be looking to put themselves on the board, which they will, as the Ranting Gamer is going to be able to get a run through and a kill onto Aurora, playing the space onto the back end. It's going to be Seismic forced to retreat, but with the Muriel present, he should be safe close to the tower line.
Yeah, just getting caught out in the jungle there. We already talked about just a little bit of highlight on why that play was bad, going after the Fangtooth with your dual lane backing. Yes, they had the wave pushed in to create a little bit more pressure on that lane, but hold on a second. Here comes Cure to try and possibly pick up Geek, but the damage and the CC is not there.
We're looking at the doctors on an expedition. I'm talking about Indiana Jones because these guys are searching, hunting for kills throughout the entirety of this game. And so far, they've been able to find them. Having that 4-kill lead short up to 3 is definitely not what they want to see, but they're still in such a dominant position.
And Ranting looking for something here. Huge uppercut.
It does look like he's going to find it. The support is going to be able to help their carry play the space, but it's going to be an exchange of mobility for mobility as Ranting Gamer finds the kill onto the Cure. Now, Muriel is going to be left all alone as we're going to see a little bit of robot-on-robot violence, and Seismic makes his apparatus, his appearance into the dual lane and gets the kill onto the Ranting Gamer.
Man, what a rotation coming out of Seismic there, being able to pick up, knowing he had enough space there to rotate over, has the mobility to help pick that up. Over there, though, Ranting Gamer was able to pick up the kill on Cure, but stayed a little bit too long, got a little bit too greedy to cause his death there.
Oh man, absolutely getting recycled by Seismic, who's going to have a pretty poignant lead now at this point, having had been threatened, but every time being able to escape while capitalizing on the kills and possible overextensions. Right now, we may be looking at Seismic getting his groove, F6.
I mean, that's the last thing you want. Seismic on the Gideon, getting into a flow and just getting into his mentee and psyche to be in this game, because we know the mid lane is really where the play starts to happen. And there it is, a single dingle coming in at 9 minutes.
Dude, we're supposed to be playing Pred, but Gideon's working the IHOP line because he is stacking the opposition, and the value is coming up pretty sweet as Zihi is going to get eyes on Ranting Gamers on the backside, discourage him from making that rotation, not really wanting to take the potential 2v2 or 3v3 as we're seeing now multiple members converge on the Fangtooth.
Yeah, there, look at Drizzy though, looking for something to cage, and Mav is low.
He's so very low, but also pretty far now from anyone able to do substantial damage to him. It does look like we are going to see a 1-0 trade here in favor of Burger Flip, who has once again been able to kill down that threshold, that differential between the teams to only 3, and now have taken priority on the Fangtooth.
I mean, Seismic is still here. The black hole is still available at any moment now.
Yeah, it's going to come up big here as we are going to see Seismic looking to get a little poke on the damage, teleporting over to the side. They're going to actually just give up the Fangtooth and maybe look for something afterwards, but it doesn't look like they're going to find it as Margot Robbie is going to be able to get the kill onto Zihi. I don't really understand that play. They didn't look for the engage, but they did look to create space so they couldn't get engaged upon, and ultimately, they're just going to lose a life and that Fangtooth while picking up this mid tower.
Yeah, I don't get it. Seismic chose to just kind of go around the Fangtooth to chase after Drizzy and not able to pick up that kill. And Margaret Robbie's going to be able to pick one up. They do get the tier 1 in mid as a consolation prize. We know it's only the one Fangtooth, but there was prime opportunity to at least get a little bit more kills out of that and still get that tier 1.
A very odd play coming out of the docks here as, like the symptoms of the cold, they decided they just wanted to linger, and ultimately it ended up being them who needed the cure in that instance. But it's just one play out of the many, but ultimately an objective leap that still does go in the pockets of the Burger Flip boys.
I mean, there's still going to be a play, and Seismic here's up, and there's that black hole. Margaret Robbie. Ooh.
So very low, and it does look like he's going to fall here inevitably as Cure does get the kill onto him. BBL Drizzy not able to do much with that plasma hold expended. There's not going to be any CC peel that would have been able to save his life, nor likely this tower as it's going to fall.
Yeah, I mean, another great rotation coming out of Seismic, utilizing that mobility to get the impact throughout the map. They were unable to get the Fang Tooth, and he says, you know what, we're going to come back over towards this side of the map, and we're going to take this tier 1.
Yeah, they take it now. Having 2 tier 1s down, they are going to feel a little bit more comfortable making a rotation onto an objective themselves, securing the positioning around the Prime Pit. We're going to see Mav and Zihi start the mini Prime and possibly take it, but we do see a little bit of blue from the Burger Flip boys as they may be looking to contest. It's going to be Renting Gamer in with the first initial dash, and however, it is not going to be stolen. Instead, his life is going to be taken instantaneously. It's a cooking commercial because that boy got melted like butter.
Yeah, he definitely got flipped once or twice as well because he just got instantly deleted trying to steal that objective. Great pickup. Smite coming out of map to be able to secure that. And now they have the mini orb prime. And look at this. The tower, the wave is pushing on this offlane.
Dude, it's one tier 1 after another. We took mid, we took duo, and now we're going to meander our way into the solo because our Sephiroth is stacked up and Geek is now going to be able to rotate to help alleviate some of this pressure like he has done previously within this game. However, the kill potential is there as Seismic is actually going to get caught out. This could be a solid shutdown, but not before Seismic gets his on Tony Stark in the first 2. The reversal of fortune is going to come down in order to buy him a little bit of time. Seismic may live as on the back end, Muriel is going to be forced to expend her blink, but with Cure here, this could be a reversal of fortune truly as the aggression is going to fall into the palms of the Doctor, forcing the blink out of the crunch onto the back end. The subjugate just barely offline, but they're going to be inside the tower as Margot Robbie is going to be the ending of her acting career falling down. We're looking at a 2-0 trade in favor of the Doctors.
What a trade of events there. You saw that Seismic was able to pick up the kill even though he was in a bad position in reversal of fortune. Zihi, what a play coming out to be able to sustain the little bit of health left on Seismic to help him escape. But the rotation from Cure, stopping that damage coming out of crunch and forcing him back and forcing that blink.
Dude, I mean, the name of the reversal of fortune has never been so true. Gideon looking isolated all alone and actually saving his teleport until the reversal of fortune was coming through to make sure that Muriel would not be in a terrible position, gives them the time, the health, the damage they need with Muriel, Kira, and Gideon all uniting, forcing them back, and then utilizing the subjugate and pressure and tankiness from the Sephiroth to be able to lock down multiple kills.
I mean, what a team. They're playing together right now, and it's unbelievable. There for a second, Burger Flip was looking like they were going to be able to mount a comeback. I mean, they still have that Fang Tooth. The objective lead is still 1-1, but we know the Fang Tooth, you're playing the long game with that. And if they can sustain just a little bit more towards the objective, I feel like they're going to be able to keep themselves alive.
I do feel like Burger Flip has at least taken the first steps in mitigating some of the bleeding that's been occurring after this operation the Doctor has put on them. And that's being able to lock down some of the objectives. We have seen teams absolutely fall apart when they get 1-2 Fang Tooths down in combination with the mini Prime. All the pressure and more importantly, all of their map presence is eradicated in the face of that. So seeing Burger Flip being able to at least get that first Fang Tooth does sing merrily for this team's potential as they look to scale into the mid and late game.
I mean, they don't necessarily have too much when it comes towards this scaling opposed to the Doctors, because we know that 7, that Kira is going to be insane as we see Sneaks looking for this.
It's going to be a full committer there on Tazay's Guyun as we do see still having to utilize that bull rush to create space for himself. And that's something that you definitely don't want to see for Burger Flip. Your cruncher still having to use their mobility and engage tools to just get away from some of the poke pressure as now. We're going to see Sneaks leading the Stampede onto this Fang Tooth as they're going to be looking to even it up 1-1.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, denying the third Fang Tooth possibility from Burger Flip, and that is what the Doctors needed to do to help them going into the later parts of this game. They already have the T1s. They already going to be able to pick up 2 objectives to 1 towards the Burger Flip, and they're now slowly taking control of this game.
Dude, they're taking all of your towers. They're going to be taking some of these objectives, and more importantly, they're taking down your economy because you can farm when you're the gray zone in the base, when you are looking at the death screen, something that this team is so apt at being able to do. They've been able to control the pace, and I think as they keep on getting value incrementally throughout this match, we're going to see the momentum of the aggression skyrocket from what we've already seen.
Yeah, because we're just going to start to get into these team fight phases, right? We're 17 minutes in about 3 minutes, we're going to have the big objective come on up, the big Orb Prime, and then one more Fangtooth, the Primordial, is going to be there as well. And we're going to see these teams really try to battle for these big objectives, because we know these big objectives, if you're able to win one, you're able to turn this game around in your favor. If you're behind or if you're docs, just keep pushing on and keep that pressure applied.
In order to win potentially one of these big objective plays, though, for Burger Flip, I'm going to get in your mindset and F6 ask you, what do you think they need to do? Is it going to be the aggression they put onto Cure her, as we're actually going to see in response, Kira is going to be bursting down BBL, looking possibly for the 2v1, as one of them may fall and a second one is on the chopping block. He's just better.
I mean, the 2-to-1 is crazy work over in the duo lane, just not scared of anything, able to pick it on up. And if any second later he was able to get close and that wave was not there, he was definitely going to get that double.
Dude, Kira subtracting HP from, as we are going to see Severon looking to do the same. Octasays, the subjugate is going to be big, and we are seeing these players subtract team members and ultimately make the difference on both sides of the map.
The impact, we talked about Sneaks, look out for him, but what on the second, Ranting Gamer trying to get aggressive, and I don't think this is what you want to do, but Sneaks playing out of his absolute mind in this offlane.
Yes, he is, as we are going to see now BBOJC in combination with Margot Robbie are going to be looking to just suppress some of the violence, some of the anger, some of the kill potential that this team and the Doctors seems to just have on a whim. Let's send two, not nearly enough. Let's send our tank into the other one. Maybe he can stifle some of the rage. Wait, why is he getting bursted down by the Severog? I know that the Docs used to be the professors at this moment because they are forcing the enemy team to look to a solution for the problems they're presenting.
I mean, what can you ask for? We talked about how experienced this team is. We talked about how they're just trying to get themselves back into this main event, and it starts with every single game, and it's going to start with game number 1. But let's look at it. 19 minutes in, they're looking at the second mini prime to be able to get that on the Severog. Going to allow him to keep his sustain and pressure inside that lane, pushing towards possibly that tier 2.
Yeah, man, and at this point, it more becomes how well can you react, because every instance of you trying to be proactive for Burger Flip seems to have not gone the best. And if you can maybe capitalize on an overextension, maybe bring 3 instead of the 2 to get a gank onto this Kira, you can get yourself a bounty or at least a little gold or alleviate some of the pressure that the Doctors have been putting on throughout this game. F6, it's going to be a tough situation, though, either way, as Burger Flip definitely has an uphill mountain to climb.
Oh, 100%, but look at this. Ranting Gamer in a bad spot.
Oh, man, and he is going to catch some of the Aurora Taz onto the back end. He's going to be forced to utilize his blink to avoid the black hole. This could be a really good turn of fortune if they do get a lockdown kill onto Seismic here, who is stuck between a rock and a hard place. But with Muriel making impact, the knockup is going to be enough to sterilize some of the damage that the Doctors have been putting down onto them. And you won't believe it. It looks like we haven't even seen a kill trade yet.
Not just quite yet. The reversal of fortune came just in time. They tried to push in through that small corridor and everybody got popped up, and that's going to stop anything from coming through. And Seismic barely be able to escape there. Zay does not have the damage to really burst him down.
Oh, so very close to being able to get that kill onto Seismic, but it almost feels like he just gets more armor. He just gets even more mechanically sound the closer you get that HP bar to being emptied out. Barely making his way out of that is largely attributed, though, to the Muriel play there. These reversal of fortunes have been on time, as we now see they're going to be on the prime and maybe looking to burst it down without any contention.
I mean, we see that Ranting Gamer's over on the Fangtooth trying to get a consolation prize. We know the big Orb Prime is going to be used to siege against BFI. But at the same time, Docs really just have too much control. So Burger Flip is going to have to just take that Fangtooth, and hopefully they can get to the later part of the game where they can group up and really change the tides.
Yeah, and I want to kind of get in your head, say F6, for getting into that later phase of the game. Who are they going to be able to play through? Because as you said, Sevarog, I mean, at this point of the game is a menace, an absolute terror. And with that prime buff on top of him, he's not going to be unstoppable. He's going to be the next closest thing. Who do you think has to be the one to be able to lock him down? Because he has just been such a sound engager along with Gideon following him up.
I mean, they're just gonna have to use that containment defense from the Decker, able to lock him down in a small place for a little bit of while, try and have that howitzer burst him down, even though he's on a 28-second cooldown right now. They're to pick up that kill in mid lane. They're gonna have to find something here.
Oh my god, and there's going to be the Colossal Blow in combination with the Subjugate as BBO Drizz is going to find himself in a rock in a hard place, and the rock is coming from getting able to lock down the kill, chasing them into the core. There's going to be 2 members already dead and looking for a third, in which they will find. It is going to be the doctors who give the enemy team in Burger Flip a prescription in L and take down the core after they're done taking the members. This is going to be a W going in favor of the docs.
The doctors wrote their prescription down. You can't read it, but it's definitely an L headed towards Burger Flip here. What a game coming out of them. They're here confident. Day number 2, ready to get themselves into this main event.
They are locked and loaded. You can see they went to medical school because they were sick throughout the entirety of that game. And like a virus, it spread between the lanes within the early game. We're going to put some pressure on you in solo. We're going to give you a little bit of a rotation in the duo. And even when it feels like you're close to crawling black, well, this is a different degree of focus that they were bringing in, F6.
Yeah, we talked about Sneak's early game to watch out for, and he was definitely a factor. Not having to worry about one of your lanes is just absolutely great for your jungler. Mal was just like, hey, Sneaks, you got this, keep that pressure up. And then throughout that, he was able to rotate throughout the rest of the map. Rain team couldn't keep up, and Cure, the man, taking on anybody he wanted to in the entire game, just allowed for the doctors to keep pushing on.
Yes, sir, man. Congratulations to both of these teams. They played absolutely phenomenally, and I'm very excited to see what the doctors have in store for us as they are going to be taking one step closer to progressing to a potential PCC8 championship. However, there's only one thing I'm more excited to see than what they do next, and that's what the desk has to say.
Welcome back to the desk. Thank you so much, Ego and F6. My name is Ardog with the Triple Gs. I'm joined by Joey and Tang. That was game 1 between Burger Flip and Doctors, with Doctors coming out on top. So currently they're 1-0. Joey highlighted this in the desk earlier when we were talking about the draft. You know, we're looking at this team comp. There just doesn't seem to be enough damage coming from the Burger Flippers, and that was evident from what we saw from game 1.
Yeah, I think it definitely was, especially with those early picks sort of towards that Sevarog that was just unkillable towards the later stages. But I think it's also just the fast tempo that Doctors plays with. It's really hard to respond as sort of a newer team on the block to respond to all the plays happening across the map. I think that's why Doctors games are always fun to watch, because they are not going to stay idle, right? They're going to go offlane, they're going to go dual lane. All the tier 1s were already down at 12 minutes in the game, because we see Seismic rotating over everywhere. We see Sneaks make the mid rotations as well. And honestly, the Cure play right there, getting the 1 versus 2 outplay, I think that is just a nail in the coffin. Just honestly, Doctors really well played, a really fun game to watch, even though it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive game by the Doctors, but that's just because from the 5-minute mark, every lane from Burger Flip just kind of losing, right? Because we know the dual lane is kind of like the win condition. They will definitely struggle against the dual lane from the Doctors, but even that mid lane that's always have a consistent performance was also struggling too. And then that steel matchup to the Sevarog was also losing pretty hard too. So at 5 minutes, you should see the mid laner and jungle just invading the 2 campsite on the west side. And they just constantly invade because Burger Flip just can't punch that. They're not strong in anywhere on the map. They don't have the strength to really just do anything about that. So it was just complete control by the Doctors from start to finish.
The Doctors are a seasoned team, and they know how to keep pressure in all the lanes, which is what you stated, Joey. All the side lanes, whether that be the duo, the off lane, but the mid lane was also having a fun time. Cure might be a new ADC over in the Doctors, but their jungler Mav had an easier time invading Ranting Gamer. I think that we'll have to see more of the Doctors, and I think they might be able to. They have potential to come out of the Swiss stages.
They definitely do, right? Like Mav invading as an Aurora against the Crunch, I think that's not something you want to see, because if you get pushed out of your own jungle as the Crunch, it's already kind of doomed. Crunch, famously known as one of those duelist heroes that wants to get a bit of an elite early, because in those later stages of the game, he always has to play secondary engage, can't really frontline as well as other heroes, can't really be the primary engage either. So as the Crunch, you want to build your elites early, you want to transition that into the mid lane, transition that into one of your lanes. If you're the one getting pushed out of your jungle in like pre 10 minutes, as Joey was saying, right, it's just kind of doomed at that point already. And I think Ranting Gamer, looking at his gameplay, right, like he honestly did nothing wrong. Like looking at his play, it's like, yeah, your mid lane dies, yeah, your offlane dies, yeah, you can't farm anymore, it is what it is. One of those games happens. I'm actually not that worried about them looking at how they played though, because I think if they can show up on a few of those weaknesses, I think they're gonna have a great time against some of the other teams.
Yeah, Winter Gamer is like, again, more traditionally tank play, but he actually did some decent work on the coins. It's just kind of unfortunate that all his other like teammates had a really hard time against the Doctors, right? And so I think the team right here still has potential to move forward, but like they'll still have a really rocky performance so far. They really need to like get the game together and try to get these W's in, because any more losses could spell the end of their time here in the PCC tournament.
You're right, because they're currently 0-1. I mean, we have a total of 5 rounds here in our second round of Swiss stages. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be right back with game number 2 here at the PCC. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's. It's day 2 of PCC8 Swiss stages, and I am joined by Joey and Tang. Exclamation point bracket to follow along the games and see the rosters as well as the current standings. Game number 2 for you guys that we're going to be showcasing are the Space Cadets versus Nightshade. Both of these teams are new and are currently 0-1 in the standings.
0-1, at least today. They did make it through yesterday. Nightshade did put up a pretty decent performance against Professors before, but the Professors can't be beat quite yet. Still unbeatable so far. But I think Space Cadets and Nightshade is going to be a pretty interesting matchup to see, right? Because both of those teams probably not in the contention of actually winning the tournament, at least from what we've seen so far. But both of those teams are going to try to make their way into the top 8, into the main event that we are going to have later this month.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see this match because the last match was like the Doctors and like Burger Flip. It's like a old veteran strong team versus like a newer team, and that was sort of like one-sided. But this time it's gonna be 2 newer teams on the scene. They're both hungry to make it into the top 8 seeding for the actual tournament. So it's gonna be interesting to see some maybe unconventional stuff being put out from both these teams, because I think we got familiar with like the meta draft and like what the higher ranking teams like to do the draft. But this time we're gonna see some 2 newer teams doing the draft. They might prove some stuff that it's going to be quite different than we're used to, but whatever works in their favor is going to help them get into that top 8 seats.
And part of that, there's a lot at stake here for both of these teams, but one of the heroes that we kind of want to highlight is the Zarus. Looking at the numbers here, he's been played a lot.
Definitely has, and I think there is a reason for that looking at the win rate, right? 63%, Zarus provides a lot of lockdown, a lot of damage, a lot of, honestly, catch potential as well. Synergizes really well with some other heroes in the meta right now. Thinking of the Iggy and the Gadget, especially. Locking somebody up in sort of your area of denial is one of the ways to instantly win a team fight. That's why we see a lot of priority on that hero so far.
Yeah, and from Space Cadets at least, Just Roll TV is the jungler, and he loves the Zarus pick right here. So that's going to be a highly contested pick to be on the lookout from Space Cadets, and maybe even Nightshade will probably ban that out to take away the comfort pick from Just Roll TV. But it is still quite insane to see a 56% pick rate, 40% ban rate, and a 63% win rate. That is really, really high up there. I've seen some heroes that have a high pick rate but a very mediocre 50% win rate. But there's a reason why Zarus is a really highly contested pick, and the stats alone will tell that. But that also kind of shows why some other picks like the Iggy, Scourge, and Aurora are actually very good, because both of those heroes are actually very good to Zarus. Like Aurora is a very good engage and disengage hero in the sense that it's Zarus cage your team. All Aurora needs to do is just go in off the entire enemy team, and they can't follow up on that Zarus cage. And the Iggy Scourge having so much AoE damage coming from afar is going to be really hard to deal with, and be really hard to follow up on that Zarus cage right there.
He's just such a versatile, flexible hero. We mentioned this earlier during the draft. He could be flexed over in the offlane. He could be in the jungle, but we gotta see the draft. It's time to see where this hero will be. Is he going to be a first ban by Nightshade, or will Space Cadets secure him on their side instead? That's one of the heroes that we have to talk about, and we saw the stats. The numbers speak for themselves. A lot of teams have been winning with this guy on their side.
Definitely is, right? But a thing that Joey did bring up off stream was that Zarus does get countered by something like the Aurora as well at times, because actually no, the other way around, right? Some meta heroes like the Aurora get countered a tiny bit because there is actually an iframe where you are invincible if you pop your ultimate. So the Zarus pick is actually pretty decent into those heroes, but instead we see the Aurora being banned away. Nightshade does not want to deal with that whatsoever, so that leaves a few other meta picks up for Space Cadets. We did see in the late last series that the Quang was banned away. Instead we see the Gadget, so a bit of a focus on those big team fight ultimates. Maybe rely more on sort of the split push, maybe rely more on sort of the traditional sort of macro gameplay instead of just a wombo combo combos in those team fights.
Yeah, looking at the first two bans of the Rowan and Gadget, you almost like forcing Nightshade to pick up the Series first, because a Series that has to deal with the Rowan or Gadget on the other side, it's going to be a really tough time for that hero. And we know that Space Cadets love the Series pick in the jungle especially. So it's almost like if Nightshade doesn't pick up Series right here, they miss that huge opportunity of picking a hero that's going to be a little bit hard to counter, but also take away the comfort pick away from Space Cadets. And yep, there we go. We see the Series being first pick right there. That's probably what Nightshade wanted to do in the first place anyways. They want to like secure Zeros, but they don't want to deal with the Rover that's disengaging from the Zeros case, so that's why they ban her out first. And I'd say that's a very smart strategy from Nightshade to pick up Zeros right there.
Looking forward to seeing what they can do with the Xerath. We mentioned he can be a flex pick on the offlane or the jungle, but on the other side, Space Cadets are going to be securing the mage, the Space Wizard Gideon over on their side, who has and offers a lot of mobility. He also deals a lot of AoE damage.
So Gideon being picked up, so they could transition into something like a Deca, make sure that Nightshade does not have one of those sort of easy cancels for that ultimate up available for themselves. So that would be a decent pick. I think the Gideon pickup with the Gadget band is one of the sort of classic counters, right? Like the Gadget into the Gideon, make sure that even if that Gideon gets his ultimate off, Gadget ults on top of it and you are still fine. As we see the Deca pick actually go through, we look like wizards this time, Joey. And the Richter being picked up on the other side together with that Sarah. So that Richter is most likely gonna go in the support role, could be transitioned over to the jungle or the offlane role as well, because on the support role it's not bad, but it's gonna have a bit of a rough time into a Deca.
I want to say one thing, and I actually really like the Gideon pick from Space Cadets, because the big thing that Zeus wants to do with this cage is goes in, he cases someone, and his team kind of like dogpile on that person. But if Gideon plays more reactionary this game in terms of like he waits for the Zeus cage to go drop down, and then Gideon ults on top of that cage, well guess what? You think you're stuck in here with me? No, you're stuck in here with my Black Hole Gideon ultimate right there. So I actually really like that counter pick on that mage right there. It's just going to be a very good answer to what they're going to try to do with the sales right there. But a Wraith being picked up on Nightshade is actually very, very interesting. We haven't really seen Wraith at all in this whole tournament. There was a time where he was like really strong, and then the meta decided like we will commit like every patch because they're really trying to nail down a perfect balance between a hero that can be accessible to more players, but a hero that doesn't completely stomp people and higher elos. And so far, Wraith just not like the kind of top pick, I would say right now. It's very hard to execute, but he is doing a little bit better on this patch. I think Nightshade is just kind of taking that a little bit risk with that pick, but I think if they're picking up Wraith right here, they show a lot of confidence on that kind of ADC pick right there.
And you mentioned this earlier, Joey. We are going to be something unconventional, or maybe something new or different from both of these teams, because there's a lot at stake here. Both of them want to get out of the Swiss and get into the main event. So we see that Wraith that can be picked over on the mid lane or over on ADC, but as a response, we're seeing that Drongo and Decker.
Drongo Decker really strong. Honestly, Drongo a really good pickup against the Wraith and the Richter. Can use that ultimate to disengage from that rewind as well, due to the unstoppable on that ultimate. So all in all, Space Cadets dual lane looks pretty dangerous, as Joey said, right? The Wraith is pretty strong, but honestly, like I have a flowchart on when to pick Wraith, and it's, is your name Neft? Yes, you can pick Wraith. Is your name Neft? No? Then just don't pick it, right? That is at least my opinion so far. I think Nightshade might prove me otherwise in this game, and I'm honestly open to that option as well, of course, right? As we go into the bans. So we do have the mid pool still open for Nightshade, so I'm sort of expecting Space Cadets to potentially look for that, especially considering that they haven't picked up any bruisers for themselves yet. So Nightshade does the smart thing, bans away the Grux, removes the sort of bruiserish options for the side of Space Cadets. If I was drafting for Space Cadets, I wouldn't ban any bruisers. Instead, I would look to maybe ban something like the Iggy. Instead, we're gonna skip the ban and go straight for a Chimera pick, apparently.
Yeah, I almost want to see Nightshade, like, I think picking the Wraith early is like kind of a mistake, because no one expects someone to pick Wraith or ban Wraith, right? And I kind of feel like Nightshade should prioritize mid a little bit more because there's a potential that mid roster is gonna get squeezed even more by like the Space Cadets, right? Because right now, like on Nightshade's side, they really like the high sustained damage, right? And Naked Scourge is a perfect complement to their lack of sustained damage. So if they really want to do the Wraith strategy, saving for the last 2 picks, because basically it's not going to put on the bingo card that Nightshade is going to pick Wraith, right? But I think that was just a kind of missed opportunity. But instead, we're going to see Revenant pick up right here. So this is almost like, this is actually indicating that this is actually a Wraith mid, which I was sort of like thinking, is there a chance it's going to be a Wraith mid against a Gideon? Maybe, but is Nightshade going to do that? Probably not. But I guess they're all just going to do that unless it's a Revenant mid, but that's not going to happen. That's going to be Revenant ADC. So I would consider both Wraith and Revenant to be kind of like the two like ADCs that's kind of like not the greatest in this meta, but can work, and Nightshade just decided to pick up both of them. So they must have some kind of strategy they want to really do, but I just really don't like the fact that they're still lacking that sustained damage. Like, sure, you have that burst damage, but all Space Cadets need to do is just pick up another tank, and yep, that tank is going to just kind of walk over you the whole game.
Yeah, this is looking kind of scary for Nightshade. I don't know if they're going to be able to manage to pull it off, but maybe we'll see. We'll have to see how they will use this team comp to their advantage, but they're going to secure that Serath as their last pick.
So, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, right? But as the guy with the German accent, I feel like I have to, right? Like, looking at Nightshade's comp, it does look like there's a lot of cooking going on. I think, generally speaking, right, if you have something like the Saras, you want to utilize that cage to actually get some AoE damage off, as Joey was highlighting, right? There's no sustained damage in that comp. It can be fine if you lock somebody in and Seraph is just going to use the LMB button to say good night, but I think in general, you want to have something like a more reliable, more sort of team focused, with that Revenant, for example, just giving you the exit via the Shadow Realm as well. I think those heroes don't synergize as well, and especially as the Wraith in that mid lane, he's gonna have a nightmarish time against the Chimera and the Gideon. Chimera can always cleanse away that setback. Gideon can always just portal in, and there's barely any escape for you. So all in all, I think it's gonna be a really, really hard game for Nightshade. I think with the Greystone also picked up, they can just press the W key. It's gonna be pretty hard for Nightshade to honestly respond, but I think on the flip side, right, we're gonna end on a high note. I think if Nightshade does get rolling, if they do get ahead, I think they can snowball pretty well as well. Having the Seraph with the damage and obviously the double carries are gonna be able, or are gonna be a menace in the late game. So I think if they get rolling early, I think they have a decent shot. If not, Space Cadets comp just looks so much easier to play.
Yeah, I think Space Cadets have a much easier time to Nightshade, considering the fact too that Nightshade's all physical damage. That makes it really easy for Space Cadets to have the Greystone Chimera just kind of counter build like Draconum, build like those like physical armor items that also help them do more damage, right? Because the big thing I'm seeing right here is that Space Cadets are like, okay, sure, you're gonna go for a triple ADC comp. Well, we got Chimera Greystone is kind of WQ forward, right? And it's also Gideon that's gonna be really hard for Nightshade to deal with. That like Gideon just have so much AoE damage and like team pressure. He's gonna be able to disrupt team fights super well, and so it's kind of almost like Nightshade has to go for like the small team fights, because as soon as it turns into 5v5, I think Space Cadets can easily just run over Nightshade's team comp right here.
I'm super excited to see how this game will go, because I want to see Nightshade be able to cook with this team comp. This is something different, something new that we don't really expect here at the PCC. But without further ado, this is game number 2 between Nightshade and Space Cadets. Let's send it over to Spooky Mars and Lance.
Spooky doesn't seem to have his stuff on, but I had to take my glasses off here. I got to take a look at these things. I put them back on. I look through. Look at. That's still a Revenant ADC that they're playing. That's still right in the mid lane. Sarah potentially jungle, potentially off lane. This is wild. This is cooking, but I love it.
I mean, there's 2 teams here without a win so far, both looking for their first one. They go up against each other. I mean, Lance, this is a crazy team comp that Nightshade has broken out to try to find that first win. Is Space Cadets the team to break that out against? I mean, I'm looking at everything. I'm not seeing magical damage on the side of Nightshade. Joe, I believe, was the one that mentioned that on the desk. Like, what is the game plan here?
The game plan, if you are Nightshade here, with the comp that they have, this is a early game comp. Yes, they've got Revenant, who's going to scale very well into the late game, but Wraith can be very ahead early. Seraph can get very ahead early. They've got a little bit of a cushion there for some scaling to catch themselves back up on here. But honestly, this is a game where if they do not blow up the early game quickly, and if they do not find themselves in the lead, they are going to get rolled over as long as this goes the way that it should and the way that it like normally does. This is a respectfully adjectived bold composition pick from the side of Nightshade here. Revenant in like a little bit of a weird spot. Kind of hard to play it into a deck or two with the amount of lockdown that a decker has. You can put you in a cage, hit you with the stun, hit you with the ultimate. Ooh, a little bit of a face check here, level 1. The dirty. Oh, get a little bit of a hook, a little bit of a stun back onto Murdoch and Paris here. So the wave in an interesting spot as well, but trying to get the early cheese out. The early levels 1, 2, and 3 from the Revenant is very, very strong, able to get a lot of burst damage down with the Obliterate that comes out from that primary ability. So maybe if that works, it gets that snowball rolling like what we were talking about, needing to get the early kills, the early advantages to get an early gold lead, try to become insurmountable, but it's going to be tough. Seraph is moving immediately over to this.
Yeah, Saris looking for a potential gank here. I mean, as soon as you said early aggression, this is where my mind went. Seishin goes right on in, but this might not be such a great look. Rooted down in the tower, has to blink away instantly. So we're seeing some signs of aggression. You can tell that Nightshade wants to get this ball rolling, but maybe just a little bit too much aggression, because look at what this opens up for Just Row. He's able to just walk over into the right side jungle and start stripping away farm from Seishin and punish that early gank very effectively.
Yeah, this Space Cadets team may be new as a roster, but the players on it aren't. Row has participated in almost every single PCC that we have had so far. If you show level 2 on the opposite side of the map, Row is going to invade your opposite side. He's already picked up his blue buff, gonna get his 3 camp now, may even have a very good gank onto Blue Monster here in the off lane. We do get to the first rotation of river buffs, and we do know that nobody is on them. The mid laners know that nobody's on them. Based off of where people have positioned and moved throughout the map, they know that they're free to just kind of split these here. And we do have Row making his first appearance. Gonna get the tempo play, go for that Scion buff, get himself the extra levels, get himself a little ahead. A little bit of a 1v1. The minions doing a lot of damage to Naps. You got to be careful here, bud. Minions do a lot of damage.
That's going to be okay for right now. There's going to have to be a little bit more damage coming his way before he falls on that one. But still, there's a lot of aggression in this early game so far. And, you know, we expected that from Nightshade, but it's also been Space Cadets who've been trying to kind of push that a little bit. Seishin makes another appearance over on this right side. The AGT is just going to go ahead and spin. Seishin might go down. The first blood finally comes through. It's the Space Cadets who are blasting off at the start of this game.
It does not feel like Seishin is on the same page as his laner so far. He's had 2 ganks. They came in. He used his primary ability on the Drongo Vessel Bros in the first one. Immediately got pulled himself into the tower. Has to use his blink to get away. Yep. Well, now he doesn't have that up to be able to gank the Greystone on the other side of the map. Goes in anyways, but Blue Monster isn't on the same page as him, isn't ready to be up there and help him. We are going to get a kill. Vessel Bros and OC just going to solo that Richter. And we were talking about how Nightshade needs to get ahead early because of what their comp is and the snowballiness of it. And 2-0 is not ahead early when you're the one on the opposite end of that. Also, you know, Seishin having to wait for his 5 camp to spawn a little bit. Not super great on the pacing.
Yeah, it really feels like Nightshade is maybe being a little too aggressive, right? Obviously, this is a snowball comp that they want to get things rolling, but it almost feels like they're trying to force those opportunities rather than wait and set them up, right? You've got this Richter in your dual lane. You can allow the Space Cadets to take a step forward because of the displacement that Whiplash offers. It can really mess up the positioning and set up a nice gank. But instead, we're seeing Station trying to make these aggressive dives, trying to get active on AGT without Blue Monster in a position to help. It just tells me that Nightshade might need a little bit more patience, but they might not have that, as they now see the Fangtooth go down to the Space Cadets and a fight rolling on after Grassy trying to find his way out, but Just Row cuts him down. Station is the next target as Naps and Murdoch and Pears try to peel. Just Row goes on in. He does not care about this tower, but Naps punishes it. Finally gets one. A pull puts OC in the tower, but he's going to jump back out. Seek Nix on the back end looking to try to get Naps, and he finds him with a rock straight to the cranium. He's going to find his way right back out.
And this game has been broken wide open very early for Space Cadets. 5-1 already. We're able to get the first Fangtooth of the game right at that 5-minute, 30-second mark. Ro got a little aggro there, goes into the tower, chasing those kills. Yeah, Seeknix is able to come over. Well, when you're as head as you are, and when you've got the tools in the bag, and when you're a baller like Ro is honestly, let's just break it down. Ro plays with confidence. Ro knows he wears the big hat. He ain't afraid is the way that I'll put it. So the second I saw that, I know Ro is a dude. I know he's going in there. So I like to see that actually personally. I'm a little surprised that Nightshade even decided to contest or try to contest that Fangtooth. They're low. Their Richter had just came off of a death timer. They're resetting back there. It's most of the way dead by the time that they get here. We do have the Coliseum come out. AGT going to make something happen with the Blast Cone. Ro shows up just in time, but AGT is going to fall, and Blue Monster should be able to walk himself out. They do get that blink, so Ro may come back in the next 5 minutes. But pretty good pickup there for Nightshade. Get themselves kind of back there as Blue Monster does pick it up.
Greasy still putting out some damage here despite the deficit in the duo lane. OC gonna have to take a step back, go back to base, and maybe that's a way for Nightshade to finally find some pressure in this duo lane, get some kind of farm advantage. You can see that gold buff is up and available. If Greasy's able to pick that up, it's a little bit more to his pockets. But in the meantime, in the mid lane, Naps gonna be taken down. You see some signs of life on one side of the map, and then just death comes through on another. Nightshade really struggling to find their footing and hold their ground right now.
They are. This is also going to put some pressure into this mid lane tower. We did just cross the 8-minute mark, so those extra platings, the extra armors for the tier 1 towers are all gone. They may be able to rip this, take this all the way down. Seraph is here to try to defend, but I don't know if this is what you want, Seraph. Yeah, no, they might be. Oh, they're not quite going to be able to get the tower. But the next minion wave that can get into this, if they can get another kill onto Naps, make it so nobody can defend that mid tier 1, it will fall. Losing it this early would be very devastating for the side of Nightshade too, as it opens the map up so much. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself, Spooky. I'm glad you're on the same page as me. Ooh, look at this.
Every now and then.
A support roam all of the way over into the offlane. Blue Monster having to kind of turn around and run away. The stun ball had already hit him. That is a long way from home for Decker.
Yeah, OC does not care. He went to mid lane, decided to try to help out there, see if they could get the tower. No dice. It's going to be picked up by the minions here. But after that, OC just goes over to the right side, says, hey, can we find any pressure anywhere on this map? They sure can. Nightshade has some pressure on the left side as a result right now, but keep your eyes on this mini prime. Just Row has been looking at it a few times. The station comes crashing down directly in front of him. Naps might be in a tough spot here. Looks like they're not going to commit to too much, though. Just passing in the night. Black hole gets dropped. It doesn't quite catch Naps. That's a big ultimate down for the Space Cadets. And if Nightshade wants an opportunity, this might be the time.
It might be. I'm not positive it's a smart time to take that opportunity. I've been tracking these junglers on the minimap throughout this game, and it feels like Station is just kind of since those first 2 ganks that happened very early, we got the level 2 gank out of the Seraph that didn't work very well, the other gank onto the Greystone that ended up costing Station his life. Since then, it kind of feels like he's been shadowing Ro. He's been trying to be reactionary to where Ro is going, but always a step behind him, pretty far behind him in farm, behind him in kills, as Ro is now 3-1, as already has the Overlord completed, gonna get this tier 1 tower with no doubt at all at this point. So he's impacted 2 towers falling. Yeah, nobody got the local gold because the minions got it in the mid lane, but done a bunch of damage to both of them. That second Fangtooth of the game is up, so Station is going to start making his own plays and not have to be reactionary, which is where you want to see them at. They do know Rose on the other side of the map, and this is free. So a little bit of life from the side of Nightshade, which you just like to see. They're not just going to roll over and take this one. They are going to come back. They get themselves that extension to their buffs and a little bit of hope. Spooky, a little bit of hope.
And that's an important thing to have, right? Because the way this game is going so far, it's very easy to take a hit to the morale. 6-2, you just lost 2 tier 1 towers, you're down a Fangtooth. Just being able to get one objective on the map is a boost to keep your heads back in this game. Now, it does mean the Space Cadets are going to wisely make that objective trade, take the mini prime for themselves. But that's something that Nightshade has most definitely already calculated for. Blue Monster now in some danger, drops Coliseum and flips the script. He's not in danger, just Ro gets taken down. 3-0 no longer. The Black Hole tries to rip some damage out, but AGT not gonna have enough health to survive the monster that is Blue Monster. Seek Nyx now the one standing here trying to put damage out onto Naps, but Station comes through. The jungler is here, comes over the wall. Seek Nyx has nowhere to go, and Naps finally puts him down. Nightshade have answered.
Oh, and that is so big for them to kill Ro immediately after he gets the Orb Prime buff too, so they don't have that pushing power in any of their lanes. I don't believe he had a shutdown, but there's still some gold rewarded for killing him, of course. Get an opportunity where they are the ones that can reset, set the pace for this, try to get Nightshade to start reacting to them instead of this, but great map awareness, great moving around, getting themselves into their own blue side jungle where they know the enemies are going to be, get those pickoffs, which were very important. You already have 2 of your tier 1 towers down. Ro is probably on his way over to the left side of the map to take that in the dual lane as well, or even potentially pressure some tier 2s, but we will never know because they took him down.
Yeah, excellent plays coming out from Nightshade, and we were just talking about morale boosts, Lance. That's the biggest one right there. You went from 6-2 to 6-5, stripped away the mini prime. Like, that could not have gone better for Nightshade. And if they were feeling rough before, well, now Blue Monster has a 2-level lead over in this off lane over AGT. They've got some actual leverage they can use now to put themselves in this game. As I say that, TVB finds a kill over on the left side. Greasy goes down. But still, not the end of the world. Where are you expecting this game to start flowing here? Station may be looking for a gank.
So I would expect this game to start flowing towards the direction. Oh, what a hook!
Oh, he's toast. Goodbye. Seek Nyx, though, is here as well. Station and Naps both very far forward. Station goes under the tower. That leaves the 2 back to be rotated on by Justro and Seek Nyx. TVB survives under the tower, and the tower does all the damage to Station. Murdoch and Paris trying to find his way back out of this fight. Naps taken down by the 2v2. Man, what a misstep from Nightshade.
Yeah, I'm at a small loss for words here because I'm not super positive about that dive onto Vessels there. He's level 9. You know it's Drongo. He's got the gag grenade he can put on top of you. He's got the shrapnel cannon in order to move himself away from you. He's also got a blink in his kit. They should be tracking the blinks. They should know that he's got that blink, and if you go into the tier 1 tower, he's just going to pop himself away from you. Seraph's not the tankiest hero in the game. Not super easy to take a bunch of turret shots the way that some of these other beefier jungles are able to. So that ends up costing them that life, a little bit of the lead they were trying to put themselves back towards. And this game feels honestly, this game feels very open. You see opportunities where it looks like Nightshade's got an advantage. They've got the right comps. They're hitting the right abilities at the right time. And then you see them split in team fights where they're on different targets and they're not able to quite knock any of the priorities that they're looking for down. And I feel like right now, the way that this game is positioned, although it feels like Space Cadets has been in control for most of this, I kind of feel like it's Nightshade that's dictating the way that these team fights go and the way that the rest of this game is going to head to, because it's kind of about if Seraph gets onto the right person, if they're playing in the right spot as a team, for whether or not they're taking these fights and these objectives and all of the spots around it. But we do have a big gank coming out onto Naps. He's going to have to run for his life here. I do think he'll get out with the blast gun. Not quite enough damage, but Ro's not willing to let him go. Okay, he is going to turn around.
Yeah. I think it's a wise choice from just Ro, because take a look at the rest of Nightshade. Just drifting towards this left side here. Like you said, they've been the ones trying to force things to happen. They're the ones that are going to show up to this Fangtooth first. Now, Space Cadets are in the area. They've been doing a very good job of responding and working as a full unit. They've been a lot more cohesive than Nightshade has so far. That means they're going to be the ones that start the Fangtooth. Nightshade is still here.
Blue Monster does get the solo local gold on the outside tower, but here comes Station into it. Actually is able to pick it up.
Steal it away! Black Hole is dropped, but Murdoch and Paris is the first one to fall in this fight. Nightshade have taken the Fangtooth, but they might be taking a spill as well. All 4 members go down. The Space Cadets have no problem with that trade.
Yeah, you know, you win the objective, but at what cost? 4 members do go down. 4 people. I guess that's the cost, huh, Spooky? Thank you, Mr. Obvious. So Blue Monster does get the tier 1 tower on the other side. Blue Monster quite a bit ahead of AGT2 right now. I think that Nightshade desperately needs to start playing around the Blue Monster. A couple of levels ahead, as I just previously stated, now has that extra gold in his pocket too. Should be moving close to the 3-item mark as we are at 17 minutes into this game. Zaris has a couple of Coliseum stacks as we've seen him get kills within that ult too, and AGT2 has to run here. He might just get soloed down. He's just going to get poked by the spear. Does the stun land?
On the map,
That's a very early ult, and Just Ro does turn around. The full comes out. Now it's Blue Monster being chased away.
There's a lot of people on their way to put Blue Monster down. He's had the level lead, but now they've got the numbers advantage. The Coliseum can't keep him alive. And Lance, this is so much to your point here. The leverage that Nightshade has had has been Blue Monster. We haven't seen him played around. It's always been Station going to the left side of the map. And now Space Cadets, they're the ones that react to this level lead on the right side of the map, and they put him down very effectively.
Yes, and I think that that Space Cadets is right for prioritizing trying to get him there, although it was, or it's not trying to get him, reacting to the overchase by him. Blue Monster's feeling very confident, as you can see from him running from one tier 1 to the other tier 2, but the teamwork of Space Cadets coming together, rotating everybody over. Seeknix comes over. Just Ro is on his way, gets there, able to take him down. He also, Blue Monster, committed the cooldown ultimate right as he was dying there. I'm not sure if he thought there was a new change to that 100 to 0 is a hero if you use it or something, but that goes on cooldown as well. Yeah, the death timer eats a portion of it, so it won't be on cooldown for that long once he's up, but you need that in team fights. You need that in case something pops off. So hopefully we can see a little bit more discipline out of Blue Monster to be able to hold that, because they're kind of going to be on his back for the rest of this game. Station is coming through, starting to get a little bit of gold. Had a really nice steal on the Fangtooth just a minute ago. But this is kind of Blue Monster and the boys versus Space Cadets right now, in my opinion.
I think it's a very apt way of putting it, Lance. Like we mentioned earlier, the Space Cadets have felt very cohesive. When they're looking for something, they are moving and executing their plans as a full team, right? We don't see them splitting apart in these fights. They're focusing their targets very effectively. Nightshade has felt a little bit lost in some of these fights. We see Blue Monster left on his own. OC is just going to get pulled in. He's going to jump right back out. And what is this? Seishin goes into 3 people again by himself. Just Ro jumps on the back end, but he's got his team right there. TVB putting out the damage, landing every shot he needs to. It's a double kill for the Drongo. And Nightshade are once again limping away from this fight.
And the rest of the boys are on their way to help with Blue Monster here as AGT taking a little bit of damage, but his ultimate should be back up the Stoneforged Soul. Yeah, he's going to pop it right away. Seeknix following behind him here should have the Torn Space. They should catch him. The passive's on him. There's the black hole. And the monster gets put down. Pull him out from underneath the bed. You're not scaring nobody. We've got a 20-minute Orb Prime being ripped by the Space Cadets right now, Spooky. And I want to go back just a little bit to OC. They got Murdoch and Paris got a super nice hook onto him. He felt like he was dead to rights. He also got skewered by him right away. But Seishin comes in and is using his primary ability on OC, which locks him onto where OC is at. OC flashes forward, self-ult immediately onto where he's at as the Seraph drops out of it, gets stunned, and then blown up immediately by the rest of the members of Space Cadets. OC surviving that, and then also being able to ult on top of himself to get that out, to lock that CC down, to make sure he got out and his teammates could take that, is what completely swung that. That's what opened up their ability to take that Orb Prime, because the enemy jungler on Nightshade was dead there. So shout out to the Decker. Supports can never get enough love in Lance's book.
Oh, you know what? In Spooky's book, supports get too much love. Put them down, boys. I'm a little salty for my last games. Don't worry about me. Seishin, meanwhile, also feels probably a little bit salty about how that last fight went. And now just Ro is just running him down in his jungle, trying to use the iframes. But look how many people are here. Seishin has nowhere to go. There's full aggression from the Cadets in the Nightshade's jungle. They're just walking wherever they want right now, finding every lead that they can. And this feels like it's going to turn into a Primal Fangtooth to maybe an Inhibitor Siege pretty soon here.
It easily could turn into an Inhibitor Siege. This does only even the Fangteeth score up 2-2 apiece. Both of them are going to have that out-of-combat movement speed. So luckily for Nightshades, they're not hitting that third one because of that really good steal that the Seraph had on the last one that we had seen in that pit. So a huge advantage. Double buffed up at 22 minutes. Double buffs are very powerful, and the earlier in the map you get them, the stronger they are, because the enemies don't have the stats to be able to defend with those buffed up minions, to have the extra health to be able to survive that primordial blaze. So at 22 minutes, it is incredibly threatening, and they should be able to walk in, take any of these tier 2 towers that they want, unless they commit several men to defense them. And both the Seraph and the Zarus over on the right side of the map, not near any of the members of the Space Cadets right now.
Just Ro gonna be stepping up, taking this tier 2 in the mid lane. Like you said, there's so many members of Nightshade that just aren't in position to make a defense here, and it's opening up this left side inhibitor to some damage. TVB actually finds Murdoch and Paris on the left side. Now just Ro able to make a rotation over as well. They've got quite a bit of push potential. 3-1 split for now, with AGT coming up the mid lane, potentially cracking this inhibitor. Good God, the damage on it is insane. 23 minutes, mid inhibitor is down. OC's not even there with them.
No, not there. Oh, he's just coming in. He was spending a little bit of time in the red buff. Now has joined in. The second inhib should fall very quickly here. Do they have their eyes set on this core? They have the minion waves. They have the ability to rip them down very quickly. In comes it.
Nab's already dead as Seeknix drops the black hole on the core. Forces 3 of Nightshade back to the base. It's a 3v5 on the core, and I don't know if they've got what it takes. The Coliseum gets dropped, looking to try to find Seishin here, and he's got some health still there. He puts TVB down. That's a base source of damage no longer available for the Space Cadets. AGT jumps on in, but Greasy finds another one. core still over half health as the Nightshade begins to push back. AGT extremely low, has to blink out. OC, the next target. Seishin has his eyes on the Decker, gets caged down, but Greasy is here as well. Obliterate comes through, no slow though, and OC gets to survive.
Oh, so we get a little bit longer of a game, Spooky. It was starting to feel like that was going to be the final push. They were going to get in there and be able to take it out. The core is left with 30% health in it, but they are going to have to regroup. Very large purchases waiting for the side of Space Cadets in the base for them right now. You see Vessel Bros and Just Row had fallen, so they will already have those purchases made by the time that this is reset. And no large neutral objectives up right now. The real priority for them, if they were going to try to seize anything, would be the tier 2 in the offlane side right now. Probably just going to get a reset here, set the lanes into the positions they want, get the ward set up that they want, maybe try to find 1 or 2 people out of position if they can get it to get a pick. But right now it is a farming, waiting for these objectives to respawn so that we can do all of this again, make that final push in, try to get to 1-1 on the day, get some momentum rolling into round 3 so one of these teams can hopefully make the top 8 at the end of the day.
And this is such a different situation than a late game defense, right? Nightshade holds out a critical defense around their core. It's fantastic. But as you touched on, there are purchases still to be made for the Space Cadets. This isn't the case where you fended off a full build team, dug your heels in, and you're looking at doing that one more time, right? No. These guys are going to come back, and they're going to come back stronger than they were on that first siege. And it doesn't change anything for Nightshade. They still have to do it again, but they have to do it against a stronger foe. More damage, more durability. And if Space Cadets chooses to play this a little bit slower, could very easily go for the double buffs again.
They could, and it is not that long until this Orb Prime is going to spawn. Actually, it should be up by now if it isn't. So they're going to take this Blast Cone here. It is going to be a little scary for the members of Nightshade to be able to get in here, and AGT2 doing what he can, being a big physical wall that isn't going to let anybody by him. Yes, he had a little bit of a rough game, but we talked about their composition. Exactly, so we talked about their composition. They're all armor. So we already see, actually it doesn't look like Greystone had gone that far into that direction with the armor, but we got to fight.
Soul, Stone Force Soul comes through, keep AGT alive. What a black hole to strike through so much of those health bars. Murdoch and Paris already down for the count as Blue Monster quickly falls as well. Station drops as well. It's only Greasy and Naps left alive to try to hold this line. 2v5. Is it even 2? Greasy goes down in a heartbeat. TVB has no remorse, no mercy, and the Space Cadets look to wrap this one up. The core cracks again, and Nightshade fall 0-2. Space Cadets tie their score.
So good job out of the Space Cadets here. I want to take a second, highlight some of the players in the score lines that we see. Both Seeknix and OC 3-1 and 11. You just love to see that. Wow. Very small amounts of deaths on them. Only Rowe got above the 2 mark there. Rowe's got 8 kills to himself. Vessel Bros 11, 1, and 9. Didn't even get to his full potential, his final form, as the game ends before he's able to collect all of his items up there. But a pretty strong performance coming out of Space Cadets there. They are looking very comfortable in what they picked. And, you know, as far as Nightshade goes, that's why they call it gambling. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you're gonna lock in 2 ADCs, not pick any magic damage up on your team, and you're gonna run into a composition that can kind of stonewall that, keep yourself in a position where you're not able to do a lot of damage to them. And I would like to see Nightshade try something similar again, as I know that they played a very close game to Professors in round 1, and they did have Revenant within that game as Greasy was playing that too. So keep your chins up. You just got to win the rest of your games, and you can still definitely qualify here, Nightshade. But good job to the Space Cadets today.
Yeah, excellent work for Space Cadets. Looked clinical and clean throughout that game. Like I said, Nightshade doesn't have too much to be broken up about. That composition did look rather experimental, had a couple problems. And if you're going to do that, you might as well do it early, see if it works out. It didn't this time, but they know for the next time. That's going to be it from me and Lance on the cast here. Let's go back to the desk to break it down.
Thank you, Spooky and Lance. Welcome back to the desk. We just finished watching Nightshade versus Space Cadets, with Space Cadets absolutely dominating game number 2. We saw some really bold moves and a very bold team comp from Nightshade, and I was really looking forward to seeing how they will manage to pull it off and if they can scale with their duo ADC draft.
Yeah, I think in this series we did see that the game definitely begins with the draft, and I honestly think like even after those decent Fang plays, I think it is just pretty impossible to play for them. We see a bit of a highlight reel there, outplays coming in by the Drongo, good steals coming in by the Seraph, but even with that, honestly, it's just not good enough, because with that draft, I think they were on such a big disadvantage that as soon as the Seraphs got shut down on the right hand side, it was pretty impossible to play the game for the side of Nightshade. They did have 2 ADCs, but the one thing that is better than 2 ADCs is actually a comp that can play around it. That's why Drongo, Twitch, Vessel Bros popped off, had the most kill participation in the game as well, and carried his team to victory with really good play by the jungler as well, and by the rest of his team as well.
Yeah, Nightshade like playing this like very like snowballing comp, and they tried to make some really aggressive plays, but I think they went a little too aggressive, like that Sarah's on level 2 gank, just not really working out well in their favor, having to bust the blink, and then Sarah decided to go gank the offlane, and then she's not strong enough to take on that offlaner, and when she got in, she has no blink, she just dies early, right? So it kind of puts them in a really awkward position where Sarah just has a snowball, and that immediately went out the window within like the first 4 minutes of that game right there. Like, it was just kind of hard to watch them trying to make play after plays. They tried really hard, but they just kind of got a little bit outclassed by this other team right here.
And Joey, I really like what Blue Monster did in the early game as well. He did a good job with his matchup against the Greystone. He was pressing W continuously on the offlane, and he's definitely was the key to his team's victory, or if they were to secure that victory. And looking at the stats, he was 75% kill participation. But after watching this game, that just lowered the stats on Zaris as one of the heroes here at PCC.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily Blue Monster's fault at all, right? The entire map was losing. I think one criticism is maybe he should have been there for the second Fang fight, or actually the third one. They did steal the second one away. The third one, I think they got wiped as 4 people. Just pretty desperate times on the other side of the map. And honestly, Blue Monster did pretty well against AGT on that Greystone. Did get like a 2.5 level lead, but honestly, you can win the game. It's pretty darn hard, especially with the Chimera, as we mentioned before, picking up that kill early on Station Ban on that Seraph that honestly did struggle quite a bit. Joey was mentioning it before, right? Like that level 2 gank was something I only see in my nightmares, and I think Station Ban is gonna be is also gonna see that in his nightmares moving on. So yeah, definitely well played by Space Cadets though, deserved the win. Nightshade, yeah, as I mentioned, maybe go back to the drawing board in terms of drafting, and then you are gonna have a more fun playing the game as well.
Speaking of nightmares, that waste build is starting to it's gonna give me some nightmares for tonight, because if you guys missed that, Waste decided to build like Lightning Hawk, Tainted Rounds, and then the first item we're trying to build was Sky's Builder, which is like, I have cooked some illegal stuff in my life, but I will never cook something like that waste build at all. Because if you're gonna be doing like an on-hit build, you might as well play like a healer mid, or if you're gonna not be comfortable with the combos of waste, just play someone like Iggy that has like auto-locking tolerance that actually provides that sustained damage this team comp desperately need right there. But hey, sometimes we do have those off games. I'm hoping that's just the one off game they had, and that they kind of go back to the drawing board, as Tane said, and try to get their head in the game for the next 3 games.
The casters also highlighted this, and they picked what they were comfortable with, but they gotta pick or find what works for them moving forward. But unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Joey and Tang. It was a pleasure to share the desk with you both.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Was a really good time being here. Honestly, the games were bangers, even though like some of them were not as close as we were hoping to. I think they still delivered in terms of entertainment value, good casting as well coming in from the rest of the guys. So definitely always an enjoyable time. And Joey, just always a pleasure being in the analyst role with you. So definitely was fun doing that.
Yeah,
and obviously Ardog as well. Sorry, I don't want to miss that.
Yeah, I absolutely love casting with both Utane and Arda. It's always my pleasure. And it's just like these 2 days have just been a lot of fun. Like yesterday was the 50-minute banner, and then today was some illegal cooking going on in this game. Like it's just a large variety of some really fun games. But I'm just looking forward to see how the rest of the game is going to go for today. So thank you for having me here.
Illegal cooking from the kitchen here at the PCC. If you like what you're seeing here today, chat, make sure that you drop us a follow, give us a subscription. We're on every social media you can think of. We are a community-based tournament with share the love for Pred, just like you. We'll be right back with game number 3. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. My name is R-Dog with the Triple G's, and we are watching PCC Day 2 of the Swiss stages. We just finished watching Nightshade and Space Cadets, with Space Cadets able to secure their victory. But now it's time for Game 3 with Top Physique and Bad Timing. But before all that, I have to introduce some new faces. I am joined today by two lovely people, two very, very smart people. I'll start off with Mr. Meds, Omega tester, and a desk analyst we haven't seen in a very long time. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I took some, some personal time from the last PCC, but I'm very happy to be back with everybody here today. Excited to see this next matchup here.
He's back and ready to go. And of course, we also welcome Mugi Wawa, who we've seen from yesterday, our analyst, top desk analyst, a statistics enthusiast, as well as a coach. How are you, Mugi?
Well, I'm doing wonderful. And from how yesterday has ended with Dirty Lake and the boys and Professor, I can't wait to see the next 3 games. And hopefully we reach at a conclusion as good as yesterday.
I hope we see some new bangers as well. The first 2 games were very entertaining, to say the least, but now it's time to talk about Top Physique and Bad Timing. Start us off with what you know, Mugi.
Well, to be fair, it's a match I kind of expect a lot from, because I feel like Top Physique yesterday, finishing at the 6th seed, they kind of overperform a little bit based on what I was expecting, while on the other side, by timing, with like people like Vecron, Pablo, like names that are very well established, Penta Pablo, of course, like they actually underperform a little bit, finishing only 11th seed. But they only do one counter performance, which was losing against Ratus Maximus. This is like how volatile those Swiss rounds can happen. And so I'm really curious, because I feel like that's 2 teams that this match is really like the true test for those 2 teams. Like Top Physique were really like overperforming, or they're really at that level, and Bad Timing were like maybe just like a lack of luck yesterday, and today they're ready to fight.
Yeah, I completely agree here. I think Top Physique is one of those teams that has a lot of big names on that roster. I mean, you got Mercy, you got Papaya, Chicken, Simba. If anybody has been on Twitch for any span of time, you will see Simba streaming, you will see Papaya streaming. If you hang out in Soul Reaper's chat at all, you will hear Chicken being brought up, and you will hear, Mercy being timed out for, whatever reason Soul Reaper thinks that day. So I think that the Top Physique team, they do have a very good team. I think you're right, Lee. I think they did kind of overperform, but I do kind of, while on the Bad Timing side, we do have Pablo on that team, and whenever Pablo's on that team, as we did say yesterday, we do kind of expect a lot from that player. He didn't get that name Penta Pablo for nothing, right? So I do think that they kind of underperformed a little bit. I do think, Vecron, he was touted as one of those very good supports. I know he hasn't been playing the game a lot recently, but he has been getting back into it. So I really hope that, yesterday was a little bit of a fluke coming in that 11th seed, and they can, really hit the ground running today.
I hope so too. And talking about those ADCs, let's talk about one of our favorite heroes, Kira.
So we can see that Kira, only 21 games from yesterday of out of the 45 games, so she's like present quite a lot, but not as much as other ADC as we have seen, like Drongo. We selected that one specifically because on the side of Top Physique, like out of their 5 games, they pick 4 times the Kira, so it's like a character they really, really like, and we can see for good reason, because even if the pick rate and the ban rate is not really that high, that win rate 73%, I think the highest of the first day, kind of speak for itself.
Yeah, I mean, Kira's just a powerhouse. She gets that poke in the early game with that Q, with that RMB. She can do a significant amount of damage. But on the other side of it, I do feel as though Drongo, in a lot of cases, with that silence, is actually a really good counter into Kira. So I'm really kind of surprised to see that win rate at 73% with that prevalence that we are seeing of Drongo.
I'm excited to see who will be able to pilot this Kira. But at the same time, you're talking about the Drongo. Drongo is one of the stronger ADCs in the game as well. But we got to head into this draft, and we'll have to see who they'll prioritize here and what sort of bans we'll be expecting between Bad Timing and Top Physique.
Well, expecting like maybe an Iggy and Scorch ban or a Drongo ban. So we go for the Drongo ban immediately from Bad Timing. So it's not a pick that they played a lot on Top Physique, like we already talked about the Kira. So I'm not sure like Top Physique is really like that phased about that. On the side of Top Physique, there is like something that is interesting is out of like the 10 ban they had yesterday, 5 of those were against support, and mainly the Narbash and the Muriels, probably into the second part of the draft, but they don't really like to play into those enchanted type of support. And so that's something they can maybe remove. Then we can be looking at probably the Aura, the Zarus, like this type of classical ban, at least for the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be looking at, you know, the Decker first pick from either Bad Timing or Top Physique. If I was either one, I know Chicken's very proficient on that, and I know Vecron, he's very proficient on it as well. They do decide to take it away, actually, which is, I think, smart from Top Physique, because I do think that kind of limits Vecron's pool a little bit. Maybe getting him onto a less familiar pick. We do see Aurora being picked up. No surprise, she is running rampant in this meta right now. Definitely provides a lot of tankiness, a lot of great utility into that mid to late game.
I love this Aurora pick. She was piloted by Mav yesterday, and we saw what he can do with Aurora, today. And she's able to engage in team fights with her, but at the same time, also jump away and escape. She's a really good counter to Zarus.
And speaking of Zarus, like Zarus is still open. We know also that the gadget is still open. A lot of teams have prioritized this combo with the Coliseum, with the Tesla Dome. That can be like an actual, like pretty good, like first as an engage, but also like the gadget pretty good at counter engaging, maybe Aura diving into your backline. But we're gonna secure the Steel this time. And Steel is also a character that Top Physique loves a lot. They pick it 3 times out of 5 and many times into like the first part of the ban, which is definitely like something that is part of their strategy.
Yeah, and then we follow that up. Bad Timing picks up that gadget in Sevarog. I think Sevarog is actually a really, really good pick in the meta. I know people like to say that tanks are dead, but I think with the last patch coming in, tanks are kind of back. And I do think that Sevarog is that, you know, late game assurance policy for a lot of these teams. And then, you know, when you combine that with the gadget and the Aurora, getting all of that lockdown and kind of giving that pseudo microwave with that Zarus combo. If Aurora can get that big ult with that gadget Tesla Dome right on top of them, the team's going to completely melt. So I think this is shaping up to be a really good draft from Bad Timing.
You can really see the damage coming out from Bad Timing with that gadget. I was just going to say, we are lacking some damage on the Top Physique side, but they answer back with the Gideon and then banning out the TB.
And also we're gonna ban the Muriel on the side of Bad Timing. I feel like this draft is interesting, like for one reason is we have seen many teams that kind of focus on that dual lane, like securing their carry and also their support very early. And I feel like here we're kind of back to PCC5, PCC4, when like actually we're like securing the front line, like what are going to create the plays in the initiation. We see the Aura, Sevarog, the 2 front line. We see the Zarus Steel, the 2 front line. And then we have this mid laner that kind of create the cohesion between like those situations, and we keep both of the dual lane like open, and that maybe tell that both of these teams maybe want to play around the dual lane and they want to kind of have like a reaction, like they have the counter pick into the enemy dual lane, and that's what we're missing like here on both sides. Narbash is still open, but maybe it can be. And here we see the Grim.exit that has been played already 3 times on the side of a Bad Timing. It's like their carry of choice. And I'm kind of curious to see if Top Physique is going to secure like their own Kira, because we have Twin Blast, Drongo, Grim.x already taken. And of course, here we see the Kira being secured. So we gotta keep the comfort pick that they have been playing towards the tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at the Grim.exe pickup here. We do see this Zarus, we do see the Steel, we do see Gideon, and then, obviously with the Quang and the Kira rounding that comp out, we do have a lot of backline threat. And with Sevarog and Aurora, they like to go forward, leaving the back line kind of totally open. So I'm really wondering what bad timing is going to pick up in that support role. I'm guessing it's got to be the Narbash to kind of protect the Grim.exe. But there's really not a lot of options here with the Decker and the Muriel being banned. Maybe they're looking at a phase here. Or it could be the Aurora support, which is definitely, we haven't seen a lot. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like very meta, but it's definitely something that I have seen in solo queue games, and it has some, interesting interactions, especially if that Aurora can stay around the Grim, protecting it with the Hoarfrost on the ground.
I have seen this happen, but only in pubs. This is our first time seeing it here in the PCC live on broadcast. That's going to be Vecron piloting that Aurora, and he's going to be duoed with Pablo. So I'm looking forward to seeing this duo lane dominate. But at the same time, on the other side, you're seeing the Kira and the Steel. What do you make of this matchup, Mugi?
Well, I feel like Steel as a support is always like a little bit complicated to use, but since here it's like two melee support, like you can make stuff happen. But at the same time, like being able to be aggressive against an Aura, like it's not really gonna happen. So I think it's more those two sides are gonna looking to scale. Maybe the side of Aura and Grim going to be a little bit more aggressive, but still it's gonna pull his weight more in the team fight in the future, I assume.
I see this top Physique team not really being the aggressor, but actually playing the re-engage game. We're kind of going to wait for that Seraph to go forward, that Sevarog to go forward, that Aurora to maybe go forward with her Ice Path. So wait, I think top Physique needs to be patient in that mid to late game. Wait for those three to go forward so that they can attack Pablo and get that Grim.exe down, because if they allow that Grim to just free hit, we all know what Grim can do. He can 3-shot pretty much any squishy, and then the Steel and Quang pretty much are just, they're paper to him. So we'll see how this goes. I think it's going to be a really interesting match. We haven't really seen a lot of Seraph, so I'm really excited to see this being piloted to a little bit more success.
With that being said, game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, this is between Bad Timing and Top Physique. Let's send it over to Woofy and Falcon.
Thank you so much, R-Dog, Mugiwawa, and Mr. Mets, Woofy GG, and Falcon here to bring you this amazing matchup. Which draft is one of the most surprising we've had this event, Falcon?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to you before we were going live, and I was thinking until that last pick, I think Top Physique has a better draft. They had more damage overall, and BT just had too much AP. And then they showed that there was actually a Aurora support, and that just blew it straight open. The Seraph is going to be their 80 damage. That's going to be what they need to burst through this triple front line of Bad Timing. And seeing it now, I mean, I think both drafts are very good, so it's going to be down to the players.
This was one of the biggest surprises I've seen in a long while, to see this team of raw talent just cook up something special where they say, you know what, let's just drop having a support altogether and use one of the aggressive targets or one of the aggressive picks as the support. I'm super excited to see how Top Physique, for an example, will handle this. For an example, how are they going to perform with this jungle matchup, Seraph versus the Quang?
It's going to be hard. I mean, we saw Seraph in the last game not do great. As Svekwan actually gets a double root and is in a 2v1 right now. You got Pablo in the back end. Simba is already so low. The first blood's going to come through already.
Oh my goodness, Top Physique is in Top Physique right now, getting that first blood before we even start the laning phase. Are you kidding me? That's exactly what their composition benefits. They just went right for it. And I mean, that is just the power of having an Aurora as a support. The aggression is there, and they can even go for this red buff. But so far, so good. It does manage to go into the hands of Top Physique, but they're trying their best to get back in. The damage is there, and they manage to turn it around. Simba gets Oba right then and there. And now it's a 1-for-1. Can we finally get to the laning phase, buddies?
No, because in the midst of fighting, Blub and Obey have now hit level 2 each other. They are both half HP, and again, just fighting each other. Obey the Papaya goes down to under 100 HP, and Blub is also very, very damaged as well. And I mean, that was just crazy. Again, Pablo is getting run down by Simba and Chicken. He's going to have the tower available, but the Shield Slam is going to be enough to stun him. Simba is going to pick up another kill onto Pablo, not even 3 minutes into the game, Ruffy.
Yeah, and that is the most intense this game could have been. We are excited to see it, and we love to. But right now here in the offlane, we see Macaroni Monster and Last Pyrex here trying to duke it out. And for the record, Last Pyrex is relatively new to the scene, while Macaroni Monster moved over from Overprime. How do you feel about that little situation?
I mean, there's a lot of skills you can transfer quite easily. As Blub is just dead. So why not? Thank you, Mercy, for another kill added onto that. As we also have Oba rotating over to the solo side to get maybe another kill onto Last Pyrex.
Oba right now trying to hunt down Last Pyrex with the swing of the mace. I got a mace, and you're gonna turn to a disgrace. You tried to blink it, but it's too little too late. The tower will help Last Pyrex get that kill.
Seraph and Tower Dice have not been going well so far today. I think that is 0-3 in favour of Towers. But either way, 5 kills in 3.5 minutes, and 4 of them have gone into top Physique, which is definitely going to give them a great advantage. But once again, Vecon is going aggressive in this duo side. There is action everywhere. We can't even talk about what's happening because they just want to fight.
Well, it seems that they just don't care about your job at all. They want to give all the spotlight to me, I guess. But hey, that's just NA shenanigans at its finest. Last Pyrex here trying to bash it out with Macaroni. No. But here's Mercy. Is there any mercy for you, Macaroni? No, there isn't. The subjugate is going to connect to stop Mercy's engage. But it's not over just yet because he's still on the hunt. He has the Spear of Near. He throws it and it misses. Macaroni surviving with less than 50 HP.
I mean, that's going to have to force him back to the base. So that is just going to give Last Pyrex even more control of this lane. But that is not going to stop bad time at the very least. They are going to start invading on the opposite side. We can see Oba taking the fight camp and Mercy. I mean, it's once per tournament, right? Someone dies to sign buff with gold buff, so that's going to be Mercy. Congratulations on that award. As we might get another tower dive on to the duo lane. But I said, I like how Vecon is using it, trying to dissuade and take away the minions from Simba before they after they can die to the tower. But at this stage of the game, that's not going to be really possible.
No, and right now Blob is on the retreat. Obey the Papaya says, obey me right now. But here is the whole squad of bad timing, ready to push him back and make sure that Blob survives another day. This aggression has been at the top of a Predecessor competition. They do not care that this is a tournament with a lot of stakes. They want to go aggressive, and they want to aggress as much as possible to make sure that this game becomes a banger.
Hey, it's very entertaining. That is definitely for sure. However, no objectives have actually been looked at yet. We have got the Fangtooth spawning, have spawned in the last 40 seconds, and we have got Mercy over in this duo side. No one has really hit level 6 yet because of the amount of fighting, so I don't think there's going to be any sort of aggression just at the moment. But Chicken very luckily managed to walk past that ice wall before it comes through. And once again, just another aggression coming in this duo side. Mercy still looking around, has got that invade, but we can see on the map Oba has just reset, is going towards that blue side, so we could easily see a 3v3.
Mercy going right in from the jungle, trying to push back Pablo and Vecron after that little unfortunate situation with the glacial charge. There was a time for a return as Oba is coming right in, and Obey the Papaya literally just denies Vecron's engage. Oh, disgusting black hole right there. But Oba still has the pressure with the Heaven's Fury. He manages to get a hold onto Chicken. He's getting right out of there just in time. And Blob wants to get that last hit onto the tower. He actually pulls off the Tesla Dome to make sure that Obey can't escape.
I think he was just trying to use that Tesla Dome to try and get that last take on the Simba, but Simba was able to get away fast enough in time. But that's now 8 kills in 7 minutes, so we are keeping ahead of that 1 kill a minute in this game, which I don't think is going to slow down at any time soon. As we actually see a scoreboard screen, we can only see that Blub and Obey are level 6. We've got Last Pirates as well in that level 6, so a very slow game in terms of XP and farm. But that's just because everyone is either fighting, dead, or returning to the base because they died.
Welcome back to the brawl, everybody. The Glacial Charge is trying to stop Mercy from pushing forward onto Pablo, but he does have the barricade available, and the Spear of Near does connect. Vecron trying to use a bit of that Boreal Sweep to keep him at bay, and it does seem to have been a successful defense. Very well played from the side of the bad timing support.
But that, again, is going to force Pablo to reset. It's going to force him to go back to base and lose even more farm. We haven't even hit anywhere close to those first items for anyone on this map. And, I mean, it just delays the game. It's just going to make the game go to a longer period of time, get to the 30-minute mark, as we get another gank in the solo side, as we got Last Pirates on his last steps.
Yeah, the last steps. He knew that there was a song called Stairways to Heaven because he saw it right then and there as the engage happened from Oba. That was just really unfortunate for the side of Top Physique because they're already having a bit of trouble getting a hold onto this offlane. But there's also a Sevarog to think about.
Yeah, this is not the match for Sevarog. Although he is going to be very, very strong in that later series of the game, where has he had a chance to farm? Where has he had a chance to gain those souls, to gain those siphon stacks, and to get that extra HP? Because it's just been fighting non-stop. At the very least, it has been mainly around this duo side. Pablo has 48 farm at 9 minutes in the game, which is not great, as we get another fight in mid lane.
Well, Obey the Papaya wants to see if he can get a hold onto Blub. The Cosmic Rift is trying to connect, but it doesn't. And Oba's just gonna go for it, hunting down with the Heaven's Fury, getting a hold on to Obey the Papaya. The power of Top Physique is in peril right now as that first fight decimated. Chicken coming in with a Bull Rush, connecting onto Oba and killing him in the process. Vecron has to use that Simulacrum to get out of the way. And that just resets the fight, but still, big purchase for the side of bad timing.
Yeah, I think both teams are gaining a lot, and we also got Vecron just fighting Simba and Chicken as that Glacial Charge to block him away. Blub is still around, hasn't got much mana though, and now Mercy is back, blinking onto Blub.
He's trying to hunt Blub down, and with the Spear of Near, it should be able to be enough. That's a perfect aim right there from Mercy, getting a hold on to bad timing's mid laner.
That's such a good pickup as well, because Top Physique has got a reset, has got multiple members back on the map, whilst bad timing hasn't. Pablo's just reset. Blub is dead. Macaroni has only returned, and he is now a level down on Last Pirates as well. Has done those rotations into that mid lane, but has lost out. He's only got 61 farm at this stage of the game, which is nowhere near enough for the Sevarog. I think he's got the 40 stacks on his pauldrons, so at least he is stacking with that CS. But again, it's just not going to be that big old raid boss we have seen in previous PCCs.
Well, you know, Falcon, that's just what happens when you forget about shoulder day. You have to train your shoulders as well, or else it's just gonna be a horrible time for you, especially against a target like Wang, who can add pressure as soon as level 6 hits. So you really need to get those last hits, as you mentioned. But at this point in time, it just seems like both teams are very interested in these fights. They want to go for it. They want to dedicate everything they have. And it might just be a horrible situation for whoever is caught out in this situation. Chicken trying to see if he can get a hold onto Blub. Simba getting very low, but Blub will almost get shield slammed as Chicken misses that. Vecron coming in to help, and the black hole on top from Obey. will try to force Vecron out. It is successful. There is the Colosseum right on top. Chicken following suit. The damage is there and the kill goes through. They have to be on the retreat now as multiple members of Top Physique are low. The barrier will stop the engage from the side as Pablo tries to get a GTFO out.
Fight. That is all that's happening in this game. We have multiple rotations, and I was going to say before that all carnage happened, I do like how Top Physique has rotated their duo into that mid lane, gives them a bit more safety, gives them a bit more ability. But, I mean, Simba has 58 farm. That is 30 farm down from Pablo, and Pablo's farm is not good anyway, and it just shows how much has been happening on this map. Realistically, both teams aren't going to be accelerated. They have got those kills. Yes, they have still got the money from those kills, and also the first tower has been taken eventually by bad timing. But it's not going to be the same as if they were just farming straight up. And I mean, no objective has been taken. No first Fang 2 has been started. Has only just been started. Hasn't actually been started. Over lied to me on the map. Mini Prime has been laying there for the last 5 minutes, just looking around. And I mean, with how much action has been happening in the game, neither team has really gained anything from it.
No, it doesn't really seem to be the case. Nobody has actually been farming, so we're sitting in a situation where very small steps are happening, but it's so full of intensity from all of these battles that break out all over the map. But we do see multiple members of Bad Timing being situated around that Fangtooth pit. They might just try to see if they can go for a kill or two before that objective. Or maybe the objective is just like that one kid that always gets excluded by the rest of the squad. Macaroni Monster here, very low, has to keep himself within the tower due to the pressure, and the fight starts here in the pit by the river. Mercy will definitely go down to the power of a Blub and the rest of the Bad Timing squad. They have lost a very important member here, as finally Bad Timing wants to go for an objective.
Yeah, they have taken down the jungler. There shouldn't be any sort of contestant against a first bounty, especially this late in the game. But we see Top Physique looking around. They have brought their mid laner over. The black hole is going to be available. And although Chicken is now very much out of position, there might have a slight chance of escaping. Never mind, using the Seal Slam to go back in and then gets caught by the containment fence is going to be more than enough.
Yeah, they blocked the way of his escape, and that was just the final nail in the coffin. Bad Timing showing up and finally getting one of those very essential objectives throughout the mid game. So very well played to the squad. That I might have to preface this because I don't know if anybody else knows, but this team is consisting of raw talent. They rarely ever practice. They are just in this tournament to show up, and they're definitely proving to show up.
And they've also been known to be way too hyper-aggressive sometimes, which has been on full display in this game. Blub was trying to maybe lazy back there, but was stopped by Obey. It's going to try and maybe take another back. But, I mean, with Vecron here, they're just going to go re-engage. Mercy is also in the corner, though.
Vecron popped the Cryosystem, and Obey just doesn't really respect it. He didn't really care. Blub is so low, and Mercy, Obey, and Chicken are around. There's no escape for you, buddy. You're going down to Mercy. And that opens up the field for Top Physique over in mid lane. Meanwhile, in off lane, Last Pyrex and Macaroni Monster are at it again, duking it out with a few boxes here and there. A little bit of an uppercut here, and Macaroni Monster just doesn't really like the punches that are being pulled here.
No, he has gained quite a bit of farm since we last saw, and has gotten that next stage on the Pauldron. So he's doing a decent job against Last Pirates, but that seems to be the only lane where there's been no sort of rotations onto it. We've only seen Ober and Mercy look at it once. But with the mini prime now started, I don't think Bad Timing are going to look for a contest, and has been secured by Mercy. So it's going to be the first mini prime taken. However, Pablo's gaining so much farm in that duo side just without any congestion. So it's going to be very difficult to at least walk down this grim, especially with Vecron playing as he is, playing that aggression on that wall, using that Horfrost in such effective way. Especially looking back, that first blood was just set up by Vecron, just getting the double Horfrost on to the duo side, and I mean, it's been going really well. I'm really impressed by Vecron's playing this game so far.
Yeah, aside from a few glacial charges that blocked the way instead of trapping someone inside, I would then tend to agree. But here is Vecron with the news, going right into the mid lane from the jungle to try and stop with the glacial charge. But Mercy knows that there's a river right behind him and just goes out of the way. A very quick rotation from bad timing, but it didn't give any purchase.
No, I think Bad Timing are doing a good job here. They have got the Kira on that solo side. Simba is trying to push in as much as he can, but they really need to play around Mercy right now. And he has got that mini prime buff. He has got that ability to enhance the minions wherever he wishes. And if they don't really do anything with it, then they don't gain anything. Mini prime itself doesn't give you that much money and experience. You need to use the buff itself, use that aggression, and it just has not been happening from Torch Physique so far.
No, they have actually just been trying to push up and immediately retreating as soon as trouble showed its face. As soon as just more than one member of Bad Timing was around, they just disengage immediately. And this is one of those times where I feel that they're giving a little bit too much space for Bad Timing. It seems that Falcon has disappeared into the void, so I will try to cover from here on out until he returns. The pressure here in the off lane is insane from Pablo, as he's just going right after the tower. Simba does manage to damage him a good bit, but still, all that damage on the offlane tower is too much. You cannot allow that to happen. And that means that top Physique is ready for the fight. They jump in with the Colosseum. And it's not doing much because Blob answered immediately with a Tesla Dome. And I'm still wondering where Falcon went. All right. Well, until we get the return of Falcon, the big brain, you're just gonna have the half brain, which is me. And
hello?
Right now it seems to be a little bit of a tough matchup for Top Physique. Or a little bit of a tough situation for Bad Timing, as Top Physique have been gaining grounds and they're jumping in to the occasion. Last Pyrex and Chicken both in mid lane. Background jumping in. And there we see another glacial charge, not really leading anywhere.
Wolfie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome back.
I have returned. I have come back from the void. I have no idea what just happened, so I'm going to hope that nothing did. However, knowing this game, that is probably a lie. However, the second Fang has spawned, and we can already see Bad Timing trying to set up, looking for a trap, looking for anything they can gain, but Last Pyrex is over here. This might be the first big 5v5 of this game.
And right now, multiple members of Bad Timing are together, but Oba is by himself and he will fall to Simba. And that just opens up the field even more for Pablo to show up and kill Last Pyrex. Chicken and Mercy trying to hold off Blob, and they get a two-man shield slam to open up the field for their re-engage. Blob is solo and has to get out of the way with a blink, but is it too little too late? Blob is actually able to hit with the hat, and that's just a really good comeback. Simba still in the run and getting 2 out of those kills.
Yeah, Simba was just able to hang back. He had that front line. Chicken was basically untouched the entire time, had such a good seal slam. Mercy as well, just diving onto that backline, and they got so much. And now that is also their first Fangtooth of the game. However, thinking about it, it's 20 minutes in the game. All Prime has a spawn, and we haven't even hit that third Fangtooth. These are not going to be the winning objectives for either team. It's going to be down to these team fights. It's going to be down to that All Prime. And, I mean, Simba really needs to back rather soon, so he can reset, he can get those items, get that Demolisher online, and go towards that All Prime.
So much damage is on the table, and with Simba's little advantage that has happened in the last few minutes, it does seem to be getting more and more out of control. Pablo, on the other hand, is trying his best. They're even in they're even in level. But when we're looking at the items, it seems the Simp is a little bit behind, but it seems that he is catching up slowly but steadily.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit hard for Top Physique to come back in with that. However, if neither team really looks towards this All Prime, it does seem the case. Everyone's gone back to those lanes. It doesn't really favour either side. Macaroni Monster is going to be able to continue stacking up, is building towards that third item, has got that Tainted Guard. It's also building towards what looks like maybe is the steel plates, which would be rather interesting to build into 2 different items there. However, just try to do as much as he can to delay Simba, to delay Mercy, and if he can do that, that is going to be his job.
And he is doing a great job of it so far. His tier 1 has not fallen just yet. None of Bad Timing's tier 1s have fallen just yet, which just shows that they're really good at the defense game. And as you said, the Orb Prime is up for grabs. Maybe you should try to move towards there. And it does seem that Top Physique knows exactly what's on the menu today. We're talking about a healthy diet of Orb Prime buffs and most likely a double bubble buff eventually. Macaroni Monster does notice that multiple members of Top Physique are there, but he doesn't want to push his luck just yet. He has to wait for the rest of his squad. Top Physique right
knows
down
that
into the
Obo
Orb
was...
Prime pick. Oh, go on.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying Top Physique knows that Obo was resetting. He was on that other side of the map, and they had a chance to at least look for a pick. Blood is on the opposite side of the map.
And again, misposition is the end of that deal. Simba getting another kill onto Blob as he was not grouped up with the rest of his squad, which was very unfortunate. This opens up the field for Top Physique to actually go for this or Prime. But it seems that they just want to get some more lane presence as they're going in and deep pushing their waves.
Yeah, Obey doesn't have that much mana left, and they did use a decent amount. However, Last Pirates has also been caught by 3 members of Bad Timing. The Colossal Blow is going to come through. Pablo's just auto-attacking him down. That slow is going to be enough. Mercy is going to be back, and I think Last Pirate might be able to get out.
Last Pirate is on the retreat from Macaroni Monster. The Colosseum on top will block the way and make sure for his escape. Mercy trying to hold it off, and the shield slam hits 3 people! Insane! Simba will manage to get that with the vengeance stacks. Macron is on the retreat. He will fall as well to Simba. Simba is farming right now, but it's not minions. It is kills, and the purge is going through. Oba has no chance of surviving. 3 members of Bad Timing fall to the power of Top Physique.
Top Physique did such a good job, but Oba managed to kill Mercy on the back end. That is the jungler dead. They can't risk the 50-50. They don't have the secure. Blub and Pablo have returned. Obey is just in a bad place.
Simba is trying to go right for it. Pablo is solo. There's no way you're going to survive. Obey the Papaya will cosmic drift your life away. And with the black hole on top, Blub is the next one to fall on the chopping block. 4 out of 5 members of Bad Timing are down and out. And nobody remembers you when you're down and out. That means the Top Physique are on the dot and on the way to their next big power spike.
Simba is 9-1 from being behind a farm against Pablo. He is now ahead and has built himself into a monster in this game. And I mean, has been doing such a good job spacing out. I know he role swapped into that ADC role for this tournament, but has been playing like he just has been an ADC main for ages. So he's been really impressive so far. And also getting that 3-man ultimate in that Seal Slam earlier on was so good. Now we're getting towards that 3rd Fang to spawn as well. The Orb Prime is still available, and it's going to be a case of if one team goes for this 3rd Fang, if they commit multiple members, the other team might be able to sneak that Orb Prime.
And the steal is not the situation you want if you're the one engaging, so you have to wait for the opposing squad to engage onto that objective, which is a little bit of a tango. You need 2 to tango, but in Predecessor we need 10. And that's just what happens here. It's a little dance, and once the dance has started, it's all but over for you. Top Physique manages to get the 2nd Fang Tooth, and they're on the retreat. They're getting pushed back, and even with their efforts, it's not going to be enough. The stuns are there. BT are ready to rock and roll. Blub with the Tesla Dome getting a hold on to Chicken, and they're on the retreat. Macaroni Monster is too low and has to retreat, but so are members of Top Physique. Pablo getting 1, Pablo getting 2. He is in sentry mode, and he's hungry for blood. And despite the efforts of Top Physique, it's definitely going into the pockets of Bad Timing.
Macaroni Monster, what a ultimate, hitting 3 people back into his team, back into that Tesla Dome. That was a game-changing fight, because not only do they get the kills, they will look towards this Orb Prime. They are going to start it up. Pablo was down and out, was behind Simba, but he is still a Grim. He has still got that damage. Aurora has got that pass as well, but they don't have the tankiness. They have Last Pirates coming back in on his own, and the Orb Prime kills Vectron.
Well, Vectron thought that he was a jungler for a second there and stayed behind with the rest of the squad leaving. That's just going to be another kill in the pockets of nobody, as it just falls to the Orb Prime. So, Falcon, I wanna ask you a question here as this fight keeps going back and forth. Who will benefit the most from the Orb Prime?
Whoever secures it, Wolfie. Both teams have a very good composition for just seating down against the opposite side, and whoever gains it has got a massive advantage. Saying that Top Physique is already taking it down to under half HP. Oba is here. It's going to be down to Chicken to try and delay him.
And with that, it's just gonna be a done deal. They use everything available to them. The Black Hole, the Coliseum, everything available to make sure that they get this Orb Prime. Blob is on the retreat, but you are so low. Macaroni Monster within the pit, trying to box them all out. Pablo trying his best to deal damage from the side, but he is just as low as the rest of his squad. But Chicken is caught out in a problematic situation. The cryo system is gonna connect onto Mercy, and both of them are keeping this pressure up. Bad timing once again, pulling out all the stops and putting the aggression on full blast.
Blood needs to back off. He is going to be so low. Vectron also goes down. Macaroni Monster is behind Simba. If they can kill this killer, they might have a chance. Blood messes up his seek and destroy, but he still uses that mine to get the kill. However, they are still surrounded by multiple members. We got Last Pirates, we got Obey looking around. Blub is on 1 HP and take that to 0 HP as Macaroni Monster is the last one standing for the side of Bad Time, and Oba has just respawned.
3-4-3. This is what we love to see here in the Predecessor community. Back and forth between two amazing squads. The raw talent contra the content dynasty in Top Physique. Who will take it at the end? So far, so good. We have not seen any definite answers just yet, and that's just what we want. So, what's next on the agenda, Falcon? Do you think that Top Physique should just push forward, or is there any option that they have that could be a big deficit to Bad Timing's defeat?
Now, having watched so many games with me, having casted so many, just not games but scrims, what I can say for one assured reason, I think these two teams are going to fight again very, very soon. It gives just a small hint, but I think that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the first rule about Fight Club is that you don't mention it, but apparently they want it to be a public affair. So that's just the name of the game here, and there is in 1.5 minutes going to be spawning the most important objective of the Fang Tooths, or Fang Teeth, and that's going to be the third one.
Yeah, I mean, neither team can really start it. They have got 2 Orb Prime buffs still available on Obey and on Last Pyrex, but that's not going to be enough to just win a team fight, especially if they do start this Pyro Fangtooth. And the latest game goes, the more items that Pablo is going to gain. He already has that Kosuke, has got that magical pen online, and although Toxicity can easily build into that magical defense into as much as they need to, we have to remember Oba still has a decent amount of damage, even if he has gone that Bruiser rebuild. It is still a Seraph, but Last Pyrex might be caught by the members of Bad Time. However, a Krang is still tanky. He can still get away. On the opposite side, though, that's the Chandler for Bad Timing.
Once again, their jungler falls in battle, but that does not mean that it's over just yet. There are still fights happening all around the map, especially in mid lane with Last Pyrex and Macaroni Monster fighting it out. Simba and Chicken in the back. They might actually just ward up and get ready for this objective, as they know they have the win condition in hand. Macaroni Monster still trying to box out Last Pyrex for whatever reason. And that just means that Top Physique will have an easy time engaging on this very objective. Vectron and Blob are the only ones available. Will they jump in and try to make something happen? They're trying to show up, but they have to retreat just the same. Obey the Paya has so much damage available to him, and he just cannot be stopped. He has to keep his distance, though, as the Primal Fangtooth goes the way of Top Physique. They open up the ballroom with a Colosseum and Black Hole on top. Vecron has no chance of surviving. Simba in the backline with only 1 HP manages to win that skirmish against Macaroni Monster. Top Physique are sitting at comfortably 27 kills in total.
It looked risky for a moment. Top Physique only had 3 members in that pit, but it was their best chance. Oba being dead, there was no jungler, there was no 50-50 chance. They got this secure, and with Obey using that Time Warp Flux band, or Time Warp band, to go aggressive against the side of bad timing, to try and delay as much as he could, it allowed the rest of the team to go through. And Simba getting that 1v1 kill against Macaroni was vital, because it meant that he could survive with this buff. Now they can look for the season. There's still tier 2 towers on the map for both teams 32 minutes into this game, but that Primal Fangtooth is going to be nearly monumentally hard to fight into. And if Blub gets caught just like this, he is going to be in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble indeed. He literally just falls from 3 members of Top Physique going full aggressive. And that's what we've seen the entire game. So why am I surprised at this point that the aggression is the name of the game? Vecron, Macaroni Monster, trying to hold off the field from the jungle. The Hoarfrost is gonna connect and root them in place. Simba is getting GTFO'd, and he's so low and blocked from Vecron's Glacial Charge that he doesn't survive to tell the tale. Vecron still in a fight against 3 members. The Cryosystem is gonna connect onto Chicken. He does manage to blink out of the way to make himself survive another day. And that's just a beautiful and utterly incredible performance from the Bad Timing Squad.
They played that 2 millimeters. They got the kill on Simba. Macaroni Monster was again playing out of his mind on this 7 Rogue, as well as Vecron just getting another great Glacial Charge, blocking the path away to make sure that Simba was going to die. And Pablo just cleaning up in the back end. I do love how well Bad Timing are playing in the serious buffs. They're looking for the weak link, the person overstepping their boundary, going a bit too aggressive, and they can punish Top Physique with it. They do lose the tier 2 tower in the solo side, but only losing 1 tier 2 tower whilst the enemy team has Primal Fangtooth and the 3rd Fang buff as well is great. Now the all Primal started, and Top Physique are not ready.
Bad Timing already knowing what their win conditions are and where other members of Top Physique are. So they are just gonna directly engage. But Obey the Papaya jumps in with a turret space and Black Hole combo. He does manage to get stunned there. But Top Physique does manage to get that Orb Prime, and that opens up the field for their side. Blob has to be on the retreat. Macaroni Monster manages to get a hold on to Obey the Papaya, most likely with a Siphon. And Simba in the backline getting a hold on to Oba, most likely with the power of the Vengeance stack / Pyrex as well, cleaning up Pablo. They're losing every single member available to them over on Bad Timing. Top Physique are showing up. They've been training for this. Their training arc has just begun, and you are witnessing it.
Sevog is the only one who can back. Macaroni Monster is the only one available. He's taken a red buff. Yes, there is time. The tier 2 tower in the mid lane is still alive, still available. But that is going to go down in such a quick fashion. Vecron has no chance of resetting. Chicken is just being an absolute menace against this wall. It's actually going to nearly kill Vecron, and it's stuck in the wall. Vecron is going to try and run away for once again. But in the meantime, that mid inhibitor has gone down. Macaroni Monster once again is the only one in defense, and Last Pirates has pushed the solo side in. That's going to be the second inhibitor being chased as Vecron is still alive.
Everybody cue the circus music or the Penny Hill theme. I do not care which. That was a fight of the ages, a chase to remember. Pablo. In the meantime, the Colossal Blow is gonna connect, and Simba gets Pablo to open up the field. The Colosseum on top will actually keep them at bay, but the Tesla Dome will also stop the third engage from top. They managed to get Blob, and Macaroni Monster is tethered and slaughtered like a lamb. Simba also getting Oba as well. Vecron is the only one available. 4 out of 5 members have fallen on the side of bad timing. Their timing was not right this time around. And this pressure is all but imminent. You cannot stop this squad. Top Physique are showing up with a masterclass of their own and taking this victory.
After that bloodbath, it is Top Physique. We were questioning them. Were they this good? Were they actually as good as the scoreline showed? And beating Pablo, beating Vecron, beating Blub, beating bad timing. I mean, they showed that answer is yes. What a game. That was 36 minutes in the game. And, I mean, Top Physique had 36 kills. I'm technically trade deaths, even though... that time it only had 19. We're just Cyberbuff had 1 kill on the other side. But what a game. That was so good.
It was a beautiful execution at its top level. This is why you should watch PCC8 Swiss stage. It's not over before the fat lady sings and the core fell. We're going to send it back to our wonderful desk as we are done here. So say hello to our desk coming back. Our dog and Mr. Mets and oh, I'm forgetting it. Moogie.
There you go.
That took a while. Thank you, Falcon and Woofy. How dare you forget Moogie Wawa? Welcome back to the desk, everyone. My name is Ardog with a triple G. We just watched Game 3 between Bad Timing and Top Physique. Watching this game was a bloodbath from the start to the finish. Seconds into the game, we already have first blood, and 8 minutes in, we've had a kill per minute. Moogie, start us off with what were the highlights for you?
Well, to be honest, like you said, it was a bloodbath, and that was kind of what I expected from those two teams. Bad Timing and Top Physique, like the players there, for me, kind of tell me that it's supposed to be a bloodbath, like very aggressive players, a lot of like based on mechanics. But what surprised me the most is actually like I feel like Top Physique, they really step up in terms of their macro. Like all the team fights, you can see there was like some engagement, but every time then they regroup themselves, they got the pick on Oba, the Serat, and suddenly like that opens up opportunities. And I feel like on the side of Bad Timing, unfortunately the macro was never really there. Like they got some phenomenal plays, like that colossal blow by Macaroni Monster multiple times, kind of kept them into the match, but yeah, just like the macro wasn't there, and Top Physique like decided to scale up on that side, and at the end that's how they got the W.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like the team of BT was playing Overprime for most of that match. We are playing Predecessor here. We do like to play a little bit of macro in this game. So I think it was obviously a bloodbath. I do commend Vecron for staying alive that long against Chicken in that chase. And if there is one person that would pilot the Aurora support, I would think it would be him. I did think that he did put up a very good game from that level 1 engage all the way through. So I think that both teams played very well. I just think that there really didn't. BT really didn't get onto Simba, as we did see in that late game. And even in this clip right now, we did see that Pablo just couldn't play the game when Simba was around. Simba just scaled up throughout the game and just decided, I'm going to take this game into my hands and I'm just going to run through.
Whatever happened to farming these teams? They don't know them. I loved watching this game as well. And you were talking about Simba. Simba is in this new role. He used to be a jungler for his old team, but now he's in this ADC role playing Kira, which is a hero that we highlighted during our death segment from before the game. And when you're looking at his numbers, he ended the game with 15 kills, 4 deaths, and 6 assists. And then his damage, that's a whopping 51,000 damage coming from just him alone. So we've got a lot of damage coming from him, but that's not to say that we can't highlight the rest of his team, Moogie.
Well, definitely Simba, like is those things he created a lot, and he needed to create a lot because it was the main damage dealer. If Simba was falling in those team fights, suddenly everything would crumble. And to be fair, I was super scared because at 12 minutes in, we were like under 5 CS a minute with only 54 CS on Simba. Like that's silver level of farm, like to be honest. So that was like super scary. But then he come back into the match and really like pull on his weight. I have to admit also, like in the early games, I was a little bit like dubious about Chicken, a lot of ability miss, not peeling the right target, but he really pulled off in team fight with some great shield slam. And Mercy, I feel like Mercy has evolved the most because I used to see Mercy on Zarus. He's just jump in and dies because he stays in. But here, he was waiting for the right opportunity, was jumping in, creating space, making himself hard to kill, and then coming back in. So all the team, like I feel like they're really, really evolved from like the previous PCC, and that definitely showing the result. And so they were not overperforming. We have our answer. They were actually performing to the level that they built themselves upon.
Yeah, I mean, I did say that, you know, Simba did kind of carry that game, but he didn't have, I mean, he wouldn't be anything without Chicken, without Mercy, having those re-engages in those middle of the fights, right? Being able to get onto Pablo, making sure that he doesn't free hit on that backline. We did see that one fight towards that mid game, towards the, towards that Fangtooth, and Pablo was just untouched, and we did see what he could do when he wasn't touched, right? So having the ability to get on top of him, kind of was that a key to success for Top.
GG's Top Physique. You won that last game. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with game number 4. Welcome back here at the PCC. We just watched Game 3 between Top Physique and Bad Timing, with Top Physique securing their victory. My name is R-Dog with the Triple G's, and I am joined by Mr. Meds and Mugi Wawa. We just watched that previous game, but now it's time to watch another set of teams. And those teams are going to be Dirty Lake and the boys, the last PCC champion, versus the Doctors. Both of these teams are quite seasoned respectively, but they've got a little bit of change in their rosters. Tell us about that, Mugi.
Well, on the side of Dirty Lake and the boys, like since North is not available, they have picked up Import. And I have to admit, I'm a big Import fanboy. I love how he see the game. I love how he play jungle. And I feel like he's a perfect fit for Dirty Lake and the boys, and kind of show already from yesterday score that they managed to go like 4-1, only losing to Professor, which they actually like managed to beat today earlier. And then on the side of the Doctors, like evolving from the Chef, they actually like change their carry, with his no cure that is joining the roster instead of Cold, but the rest is unchanged. And so far also 3-0 on that second day, and they're doing like wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of hit on that point with Import. I really feel like Import kind of fits D-Lab's team very, very well. We all know the mid laner of D-Lab, Appy Picker, being a very aggressive mid laner. And having Import being that shot caller and that initiator that he usually is on a lot of his teams, having that initiator and that aggressor to kind of pair with an aggressive mid lane has really shown a lot of synergy and a lot of success for this D-Lab team. They were our previous PCC champs, so they already were successful. But I do think that this iteration of D-Lab is very, very, very successful, not only in the micro game, but also the macro side of things.
And when you're at this high caliber, you have to be masters of heroes. But on the side of Doctors, you've got that change with Cure being their ADC. And we know that Cure is really meshing well with the Doctors, who were previously known as the Chefs. Both of these teams are coming into this game number 4, and they're both 3-0 right now. But looking at this duo lane, I do want to talk about this Decker. Let's look at her numbers.
So here we can see that Decker was in many games, like 45 games, like she's almost everywhere. Peak rate 71%, ban rate 23%. But once again, like I make that joke every single time I have a meta talk or something, like Decker is always like on the top of the peak rate, and she's always like under 50% win rate with only 32% win rate. So here in that tournament, we still see Decker even going so far as being first ban or first pick, but I think you're damaging your comp by going Decker that early once again, and everyone is telling me it's because like the smaller team loves Decker, but I think at some point, like if you're 30% at every single event, maybe it's not the best first pick you can find.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be the best first pick, but it is a comfort pick for a lot of teams. Just taking it, looking at this next team here, Zihi and Toasty, both very, very, very proficient on the Decker pick. So I would not be surprised if we do see it taken off the table again, or at least, first rounded for either one of these teams. It is a big comfort pick for a lot of teams. While you're right, it hasn't really won. Sometimes the comfort kind of outwins on the win rate.
We'll just have to see as we transition into this draft, who is going to be able to secure this Decker. Is it going to be in Zihi's hands, or is it going to be in Toasty's hands, or is she going to be totally banned and taken off the board here? But we've got Doctors who has that first ban up against D-Lab. Are they going to target Toasty, or which team member or member of D-Lab are they going to target at all, or is it just going to be whatever they want to choose there? Mugi.
Well, I think it's interesting when you play against Dirty Lake and the boys, because Dirty Lake and the boys is kind of a team that have like some strong staple that they love to run every single match. For instance, like here in the first day, they play 4 times the Drongo on Lake Nature. But you also, of course, have Lauber Severog that everyone knows about, and Happy Picker actually playing 3 times the Howitzer. So they kind of this team that loves when they go into a tournament, have this set core of characters. And at some point, you can only like ban one of them. So I'm quite curious to see what doctors are going to select, and they're going to remove the Aurora. Well, on the side of Dirty Lake and the boys, they kind of love to actually like ban some mid laner. We see they banned Gadget, Gideon previously, but a lot of ban also on Twin Blast, probably in the second round of ban because they love to play Drongo. And here it's going to be the Lizards. So that leaves a lot of option open for the first pick.
Yeah, so we will not see an Aurora support this game. Big sad. But we will also not see the Lizard in the jungle. I think Lizard has just been pretty dominant throughout the tournament, and he's always going to be that staple, I think, in the jungle. His kit just offers so much, and we keep talking about his ultimate being paired with the Gideon, the Gadget, and being one of those game-changing ultimates. We did see in the last game, Mercy utilized that ultimate, perfectly in a lot of re-engages to catch out individuals and group up the team. So I'm glad to see D-Lab taking this off the table because we have seen that, Mav for the doctors can definitely do some work if he's given a priority pick.
But that's the Drongo first pick coming in from the doctors. That means it's going to be in Cure's hands. What do you make of that?
Well, it's actually like, I think doctors have made their homework. They have seen that like Nature prioritized the Drongo. So they said like, okay, it's a strong pick for ourselves also because Cure loves to play it as well. And it's a strong pick in the meta. So let's get like the both benefit. Like you get it for yourself, but you also deny it from the enemy team. And the enemy team is going to answer immediately with the Severog and the Decker. So as you were talking about it, Mr. Metz, they did secure the Decker early. Fun fact, yesterday they played Decker 1 time, they lose with it. That's the only time they lost. So like this 0% win rate, let's see if they can change it. But of course we got Severog on Lauber, and Severog on like Lauber and Severog, it's something that is very, very, very hard to counter.
Yeah, and then Doctors goes and picks up the Gideon and the Quang. I think this is just pretty staple for them. I think this is really good. Just engage and overall damage to kind of round out some comps here. I do think that they are lacking a little bit of tankiness, so we'll see what they can pick up in that second phase. Maybe looking at a steal, maybe looking at some other pick that they can make a little bit tanky. But I'm interested to see if this Quang actually goes in the jungle or if it goes in the off lane. I have noticed that there could be some Quang jungle. I think he's pretty good in the jungle now with his new buffs to the late game. But he also is known for his lane prowess. So we'll see where that goes.
You're right about Quang being so versatile because he can be flexed in either the offlane or the jungle. But we've got that Howitzer classic pick from D-Lab. Of course, it's going to be in Appy Picker's hands. We talked about this Mugi, and all of the heroes we're seeing in D-Lab right now are just classic heroes that we expect them to pick. But there's that Muriel ban.
And yeah, like Dirty Lake and the boys is kind of a team that you can know what they're going to build for, but they are confident with their playstyle and they really like refine that playstyle all the time. Like here, a lot of team would say like, oh, Gadget is still open. It pairs well with the Decker, so maybe, and also the Severog with like all the lockdown. But here they just like are more confident with Happy Picker on the Howitzer, so they're gonna like stick to it. Here on the side of the Doctors, I kind of expect maybe a carry ban because that's what they can see, and like maybe they can select like to have a better matchup for the Drongo, since we're still looking for the carry on the side of D-Lab. While on the side of D-Lab, of course, we're targeting that support pool because I feel like the support pool currently in the meta is not that simple. And here we're gonna remove the Kira, which is like the highest win rate in the tournament so far, but like the only other character that has been played by D-Lab was Twin Blast when Drongo was already taken, so that's what Lake Unitor is going to secure for themselves, keeping their option open here for the last pick because Severog most likely on offlane, but Import can play it in the jungle. Like, I think, of course, Lobber is better with the Sevrog, but that's still like an option open to maybe counterpick the last 2 pick of Doctors.
Yeah, I think the Tool Blast is actually a really good pickup here. Lake plays pretty much any carry, but I think he's actually very, very good at this Tool Blast. It's kind of one of his fallback picks if he doesn't get that Drongo. So I think that this is actually a really good pick for him. A lot of comfort across the board for D-Lab. Taking away that Cure, we did see that they... Oh, and we get an Argus. An Argus support, I'm going to guess, for this one. We're going to have a really good kill lane with Drongo Argus for the Doctors here. This is going to be really, really interesting. And then picking up the Rampage, there's going to be a lot of skirmish potential in this Doctors team into that mid game. If they can get this duo lane ahead, I think. This duo lane really needs to get ahead and transition into a lot of these team fights for this team to really, really snowball into the late game.
We haven't seen a lot of Rampage as of yet. We haven't seen Rampage at all, period, on broadcast. But Argus in the hands of Zihi, that's going to be Drongo Argus versus that Twin Blast Decker. Now we've only got that last pick open for D-Lab.
And still have to select that pick. Talking a little bit about the Doctor's composition, in a sense, I kind of like it, like very, very strong. I didn't saw that coming, the Kalari. I'm not really sure why we have a Kalari here in that draft. But yeah, so we have like the Kalari that is being selected. I still feel like this Kalari doesn't mesh fully, but maybe they know something I don't, because like they're the better player and the reigning champ. On the side of Doctors, though, I really love what they have built, because like they have very, very strong early game ganks. You get the Dread Nova stun from Argus, followed by the Boulder's Throw, and then suddenly you get some kills. Same thing, Boulder's Throw into Tether. You get Boulder's Throw onto a Howitzer that is very easy to hit with a lot of damage from the Gideon. So they have the way to really like snowball those skirmishes. And also in the late game, like any single like CC that lane is gonna be followed up by another long range CC, and you can get some picks. On the side of D-Lab, I was a little bit like, yeah, they have a better comp in my opinion on team fight later on, but I feel like this Kalari pick is maybe to resist a little bit more to the early aggression, but I feel like it's a little bit tough to enter into the team fight that D-Lab were building for themselves.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if there's gonna, if D-Lab's cooking up some early shenanigans with this Kalari, maybe Kalari Decker team up, maybe invade level 1. I don't know, maybe. Who knows?
I love this. This is a little bit risky. We know this is going to be Import who's going to be playing that Kalari, but this is going to be a very spicy match, and I'm looking forward to this banger. So let's share the spotlight with TJ and TDM for game number 4 between Doctors and Dirty Lake and the boys.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. Welcome everyone to the casting desk for honestly what has been, in my opinion, a very a pairing that we've been looking forward to the most, especially for me, right? I'm showing it with Tedium for the first time. It's going to be an absolute blast here as well. And honestly, Chefs versus D-Lab as well. We're spoiled for choice.
Look, I am super excited about this game. We saw two top teams play at the end of yesterday. We're going to see 2 top teams again here in this second last match. D-Lab played yesterday against Professors, and now they're up against the Doctors. These are probably the 3 of the big names in this tournament, 3 of the teams that I think a lot of people have at the top of their team tier lists, a lot of people's favorites in these 3 teams, and it's pretty exciting to see how D-Lab matches up against their 2 other, opponents.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just going off what we saw in day 1 in yesterday's match between D-Lab and the Professors, some said, that was kind of the finals matchup, and we got a little bit of a sneak preview. But honestly, depending on how this bracket forms out, this also could be another finals matchup here. And I mean, there's a lot of things I want this to be like that game that we saw yesterday, but probably not 50 minutes, right? I mean, we still have a little bit more of a broadcast to get on with, right? But honestly, a lot to look forward to here, and we can maybe talk a little bit about these team compositions. We have a little bit of an invade towards the left-hand side, but no shenanigans really afoot.
Well, speaking of talking about yesterday's game and compositions in this game, D-Lab pretty much drafted the exact same thing that they drafted against the Professors, and they ended up losing that game. They've only swapped out this the Greystone for this Kalari, and I don't know if I can see where this Kalari is able to apply pressure. I think she's going to have a little bit of trouble ganking Sneaks here. He's a pretty tanky character. He's got some mobility. He's got some CC. She's going to have trouble kind of ganking the mid lane because I think a lot of characters have trouble ganking Gideon. That's one of his strengths in that lane. She's going to probably want to focus in on this dual lane, and as long as Argus is able to save one piece of CC, you know, whether it's the crystal, whether it's the stun, Cure should be safe from this jungler on the other side of the map. So maybe one of the other strengths of Kalari is that ability to solo a Fangtooth. So maybe that's what Import is going to be looking to do in this early game.
Well, we know that Import is such a high pressure, big moments jungler for whatever team he's playing on, be it even worse timing, be it on Dirty Lake and the boys. But that Kalari, it feels like it's definitely a departure from the Import that we kind of have got to know and love over the last couple of months here in the competitive Pred.
Yeah, I usually look at Import and think facilitator. He's playing when Rampage is, good. He's playing something like Rampage, and I might have just, shared my hand a little bit of what I think about the jungler pick for the Doctors. But I see him on Crunch. I see him on characters like that who have Engage and CC. And I think he's a little bit weaker on the characters who are, the follow-up on Engage. I didn't think he was very impressive on the Greystone, and I'm kind of worried about this Kalari pick, but he's looking for gank here onto Seismic.
Seismic's going to use that sword space, getting away from the mine, but Import's got a dagger into the back of Seismic. First blood being picked up by that man we have just spent talking about. The Kalari finds that impact.
I am super happy to see that action is starting early for D-Lab. Lakenator picks up Zihi, and Import, most importantly, shuts me up because I said I wasn't a huge fan, but he's already making a name for himself. That Gideon already down, and that's part of one of the strengths that Howitzer brings. When your jungler doesn't have CC, Howitzer, who's also a pretty safe pick, is able to use what would be his escape in his boop mine to instead boop and control the enemy mid laner. But now he is under pressure as well.
Ooh, he's going to have to burn that blink to get away, but Appy Picker will live to fight another day. But the problem with that Howitzer, though, bit of a bigger hitbox as well. So those skill shots, that long-range engage that the Dogs are bringing to the table could bear some fruits in that mid lane, particularly if they want to make some rotations over. Import, though, making another gank, this time on towards Sneaks' Quang, and he is going to burn that blink to show some respect. But Import, very promising start here from that Kalari.
He has been everywhere on this map so far. He just got the Cyan buff. He, of course, got First Blood on the Gideon, now burns the blink from Sneaks. So next time Lobber and him get into an engagement, he's going to be able to potentially combine with Import again for a kill in the next engagement. But Zihi is looking to combine with Sai and take out Appy Picker in the mid. But as I said earlier, that boot mine can be used as an escape, and Appy Picker brings himself right back into his tower and is totally safe to continue farming. This Howitzer, though, keep in mind, does not have his blink available anymore. So, yes, Seismic did go down, but he still has a blink, so he's relatively safe still, and another engagement probably will not spell his end.
We can already see those Zihi hitting yet another Dreadnought in towards that Ether Crystal combination. A bit of damage on towards Toasty. We're hopping back towards the mid lane. That seems to be where the party is, and we have definitely been invited along. So does Sai, going to invite Mav on towards the gank as well. But Appy Picker gets behind that shadow curtain, but it might not be to safety though. He is currently behind enemy lines. He's got to go the long way round to try and escape from Mav's rampage. Dual lane still heavily trading it out. Looks like it's going to be Lake and Toasty coming up a slightly better on that one. Appy Picker's still in a lot of trouble. Another boot mine comes down, but the tether from Sneak stops him getting any further. The boulder is finally going to find that pick. Appy Picker wastes so much time, but he eventually falls down.
Yeah, Sneaks, really important that he was able to rotate out of his lane because, of course, that tether is one of the things that is going to keep Howitzer from being very mobile. It'll stop his boop, and I'm pretty sure it'll stop his ultimate if you uses at the right time. Howitzer not immune to CC on the startup of that ultimate, unlike other characters like, say, a Drongo or something like that. And already we're just seeing these junglers rotate a lot and apply pressure, especially to this mid lane. That seems to be the focus so far, and it's kind of makes sense. You know, getting rid of that mid tier 1 tower as soon as possible opens up the map and opens up your potential to get these neutral objectives. Neutral objectives like the Fangtooth, that is probably going to be where the next, maybe not engagement, because we're seeing a lot of engagements everywhere, but the next, era of focus, is going to be around that.
For sure, and this is, I think, a good opportunity to segue in towards the strengths of the Doctor's composition, right? That long-range engage and come out, be it a Dreadnova, be it a Boulder Toss as well, on towards a member like Appy Picker's Howitzer. It feels like D-Lab really have to play this one so smart to avoid getting hit by a Boulder Toss like that, but Appy Picker, a bit quick on the finger, is able to get that landmine to displace himself to safety, but if there's action in the mid lane, Import's going to make a move on the left-hand side. Cure going to burn his own blink to get away, but Import once again asking questions of the Doctor's carries.
Yeah, making sure that they are constantly using utility, using blinks, using ultimates, using any sort of resource that they have available to make sure that they are not getting kills into Import's pocket. Because this Kalari, this is a character that, much like, say, a Sereth, is someone who really wants to snowball, get ahead, and just push that advantage. She's able to take objectives relatively easily, and of course, able to eliminate squishies off of the face of the map once she has enough items.
Well, looking towards the neutral objectives coming up, Fangtooth is on the board, Mini Prime is also available. I want to talk about neutrals, of course, but these teams just want to fight, and Cure is the one who is gonna drop Z. He cannot protect his AD carry. He burns his blink at the last possible moment, but that is a big problem for the side of the Doctors on that left-hand side.
Yeah, Rampage in the area, but it's just much too late. Seismic, though, might be able to rotate, and Kalari's not in the area. So this gank could become relatively successful for the Doctors. If they're able to take out Toasty and Lakeinator, the objective might actually go to them, despite the fact that they lost their ADC early.
Some fancy footwork coming out by Toasty, able to keep himself alive there with that rotation. Right-hand side, D-Lab going to answer. Starts up this Mini Prime, so we're not going to get any moves towards that first Fangtooth just yet. Is in fact Import going for a bit of a classic move by him to focus on that right-hand side. Mini Prime going to be given over to Lorber as well, having the luxury of no contest coming out from the Doctors just yet. And that's Sevarog. It always feels like a bit of a time bomb, especially in the hands of Lorber getting one of his signature picks.
And Import already, getting that objective onto this offlaner, and then also invading the red immediately after. Not the red buff, but the red side. Taking all this farm away from the Rampage, who in this time probably could have combined with his duo lane to take that Fangtooth. So it's a big win for the jungler and the team of D-Lab.
See, maybe some information has been given to know that Import is still on that right-hand side. Mav is going to get a bit of an invade off on towards the red side jungle of Dirty Lake and the boys as well. They have got the mid lane priority, which allows this to be with some relative safety as well. But we have had a little bit of a lull space here with just neutrals being picked up here. Well, I guess in the PCC, when we've had just so much action, if there's just 1 minute without someone dying, it feels a little bit like a lull state here. But honestly, that's not for lack of trying. Back over towards Cure and Zihi as well, going up against Lake and Toasty in the duo lanes. I mean, there's a lot to be said about how strong ADCs are in the current meta here, but honestly, these are some absolutely stacked duo lanes from both teams.
Yeah, and both these carries, fight.
Oh, Cure is actually just going to be evaporated by Import with that guillotine. Mav, though, going with the counter gank, looking towards Import, who will fall down from that obliterator shot from the Argus, able to at least answer back its jungler for ADC. But when you look towards that Fangtooth objective, Mav still on the board. Doctors have an opportunity here, but Lake and Toasty, they're still pretty healthy.
I was going to say, before that fight so rudely interrupted me, that both these carries are on picks that they really like. Drongo is a classic competitive predecessor pick. He's got a lot of value because of his CC and his silence grenade. It's one of the best basic abilities, especially on a carry. But also, Lakeinator loves this Twin Blast pick, and he plays it a lot. He loves these mobile carries like Akira as well. He really likes characters like this. So comfort picks coming out from both these carries. In fact, you could even say comfort picks coming out for every single player in this lobby. Sneaks loves this Kwang. Lauber, of course, is known for Sevarog. And, Appy on this howitzer as well. Everybody getting what they want, but Mav might not be getting what he wants unless it's an escape. And yes, it is.
It's going to be an escape. He's going to lose his blink. Zihi actually found 2 with the Dreadnova, and Seismic just pulls the trigger with that black hole, taking down Impul, and the Doctors are going to collapse when it matters the most because it's Fangtooth for Clock, and they immediately start up that neutral.
Yeah, with Import dead, that means the objective is probably going to the side of Docs. With their jungler not in range, so it is potentially stealable from Lakeinator if they recognize that. It's going to be a race. Hopefully Doctors kind of slow down their DPS and allow Mav to get in range to get this smite off, and yes, they did. So safe for them, well played. Getting that pick on the jungler is really, really important, especially around these objectives. And the Doctors, they're tied in kills, but being up on Fangs now is, integral to getting this game started.
And it feels as well as that with the Doctors, they need to be able to match Dirty Lake and the boys as well. D-Lab's composition is very flexible. They can either be the ones engaging, they can also be kited against. But with the Doctors here, I am loving the all-in potential. I mean, we just saw what happened when Zihi hit that Dreadnova onto multiple members, immediately followed up by the side of Seismic as well. And honestly, when you look at this composition as a whole, that is a nasty pick that you can see here. But D-Lab got something to answer back though. Cure's only just got his blink back up. He's going to try and juke it out, try and get away, but there's no getting away from Dirty Lake and the boys. Lakeinator is going to get one, and his support gets the other. That's a dual lane down on left-hand side.
It makes total sense that the Doctors are up against these guys because D-Lab are sick with it. Getting another combo of this Decker ultimate and stun onto Cure, eliminating him pretty much instantly back-to-back in the last 2 engagements that they had in that lane has just allowed them to take everything on this side of the map. I mean, I guess they didn't get the Fangtooth in the end, but the tower on that side is really important. And now Cure down, he's died. He's 1 and 3. So Lakeinator having a really comfortable lane. And Lakeinator's a player who I often think of, if he's given a good lane, he is nigh unstoppable. And Toasty is giving him that good lane.
Well, it wouldn't be a TJ DJ cast without something going afoot with the replay mode, but that's going to be back to us on the camera as well. But actually, this is a really good place to kind of take stock as we just wait for that replay to be loaded back in. So you're going to have to deal with this for a little bit longer, but don't worry, we can fill air tedium. We're 13 and a half minutes into the game here. We're kind of approaching that middle game point of the map here. And honestly, these teams, though, still have a lot of options available. What do you think the next few minutes are going to look like for both of these teams?
Well, with a lot of towers down, especially on either side of the map for D-Lab, dual lane tower down, off lane tower down, I think the next, big play is going to be for that next mini prime and ensuring that mid tier 1 tower goes down as well. Give them lots and lots of map control, or of course it could go the other way and take the tower first and then allow them to get the mini prime. But still, I think that's where a lot of the pressure that D-Lab is going to apply is going to happen.
Well, just having to kind of piece together here, because we're now approaching that side of the game where it feels like this is where a lot of games get decided, right? We're looking for those clean team fights, and honestly, with both D-Lab and also I was about to call them the chefs, actually, the Doctors, being able to bring, long range engages and some real nasty team fighting compositions as well. I think I'm going to be very interested to see where we are at about that 20-minute mark as well. But what's been your assessments of the Doctors in the first few moments of this game?
Well, I think the teams are relatively evenly matched. They're evenly trading on kills. There's objectives going, mini prime to one team, Fangtooth to another. But I think what I'm really looking at is the later stage, looking at this team fighting phase. And I think both teams kind of have very similar compositions in that they have this long range engage. They've got a Decker stun and a Subjugate on one team, and then an Argus Dreadnova, a Boulder Toss, and a Quang Tether on the other side. So both these teams can engage from range, but where one team has follow-up from range in a Howitzer, the other team has good team fight capability with this Gideon. He's got a lot more AoE damage. So I think they're going to want to, facilitate around having these, more clumped team fights, because I actually think that is where the Doctors have a bigger advantage, though these teams are very similar in terms of composition, I find.
Yeah, as you see, similar in composition and also similar kind of, in skill as well. Like, these are two of the top tier teams in this tournament as well. As I said right at the start, this is a potential grand finals, depending on how the brackets are falling. I'm just getting word from production that we should be hopping straight back into the game and hopping straight back down to Import's gank on that right-hand side. Gonna take down Sneaks, and that's one way of jumping back into the game.
Yeah. And Import, pretty happy about getting that gank, especially here on this side of the map, because that is where this mini prime that I was talking about in that brief little technical pause is going to be spawning. So as we can see, everyone kind of clumped here, and Import either, I can't really tell if it has spawned yet. I would assume so, seeing as he spent so much time in that pit. They are going to get this, and as I said, probably going to focus out that mid lane. They've rotated everyone over here. Going to give it to Import, because of course they already have the tower on the other side of the map, but Mav was looking for a steal, but they've looked for him instead.
He's going to be in that bay armor, throwing out the boulder, so it's going to look towards Import on his Kalari, but Import just out DPSs him, and it's going to take down the opposing jungler, but Zihi still keeping things going. Side's going to use the Torn Space, Sneaks waiting in the wings, looking to find some value, looking to find that AoE, and now the Doctor's starting to pump a lot of AoE damage back. D-Lab will respect that, will back away, but they are the ones much more happier with that trade. Mini Prime and another pick on the end.
Yes, if I'm Import, I am smiling from ear to ear. A pick on the offlane followed by that mini prime. And now, once he clears this red buff, once he clears his red side, expect him to take that mid lane, especially with the duo lane having rotated in and lane swapping. That's more pressure that they are going to apply to this wave. Look at Twin Blast. He's able to clear a wave relatively instantly. And then, of course, smacking a tower with primed up minion waves and a Kalari. That tower is going to shred. They've rotated the Argus to that area, but Argus has just backed. They really want to make sure that this tier 1 tower in mid doesn't fall. Mav even checking to see that it's still okay.
I mean, with the amount of rotations towards this mid lane, I'm kind of surprised, actually, but both these towers are actually above half HP as well, right? There's been so much action, so many movements towards that side of the map. Those structures being quite stubborn and keeping themselves standing. Mav going to be doing a little bit of a ward clearing on this left-hand side, getting ready for that Fang 2, which will be spawning in a matter of moments. Import's also on this left-hand side, and looks like he's also got a bit of a level lead as well. But with 4 kills to 8, and you can start to see D-Lab starting to pull ahead in the levels, though. Seismic's got to be careful. Seismic's going to be stuck in the CC, and he's going back towards his spawn. That's a massive pick to get for the side of D-Lab, and immediately they're straight onto the Fangtooth.
I don't think I've ever seen Toasty miss a Decker combo. I don't know how he does it. He lands the ultimate, he lands the stun, he lands the cage, he lands the slow, and Seismic, with a little bit of follow-up from this Twin Blast, just disappears off the face of the earth.
Just that CC layering as well really was kind of beautiful to watch there. Seismic on a Gideon as well. So difficult to lock down when you have the Torn Space, when you have the Blink. He looked like he had both of them, and he was still going down. Stun Bomb going to land from
He's wishing he had Vanquisher.
Just to... Oh man, you know what? He's still feeling good from from day 1 Swiss. Yeah, Happy Piccado's in trouble. Gonna have to go into the Make It Rain, but Zeki's going skeet shooting, gonna hit him twice with that Synaptic obliterated, but Happy still feeling pretty confident to keep around, because look towards the minimap. Import is gonna be here. Dirty Lake and the boys are arriving on scene, and Cure and Zeki, they want to at least get a kill back, because D-Lab are on the hunt. Cure will be the target. Cure uses that shrapnel cannon, but Lake tracks him with the Ventilate, and down for Zihi as well. It's a big collapse from D-Lab.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map, the jungler on the other side trying to have a big collapse onto the Sevarog, but a Sevarog is a lot harder to gank than a Drongo who blinks forward, so the trade doesn't end up happening. It's 2 kills for nothing for the side of D-Lab, and this duo lane is really starting to feel the pressure of this Kallari, who's focused them down so much, but also because Toasty has just landed every single ability. Cure has been in such a pickle in this game.
He really has been in trouble, just having to sidestep all of the lockdown that can come out from D-Lab here as well. And, you know, as we look towards those later game team fights as well, just the positioning from the Doctors, particularly with D-Lab being the team that's ahead. I mean, I'm looking at level across the board here. I mean, you know, Lorber is kind of even. Import, I know, should be hitting over to level 11. Sai actually having a level lead in the mid lane, but Lake and Toasty going to be ahead of their duo lanes. Ihido's got something to say about it. Lorber is 2 with the Subjugate. He's going to stack on towards Cure, throws out a colossal blow, looking to try and take down his Argus. Mav is trying to hold back this Sevarog. There's going to be sneaks hitting the tower. Lorber with the blink, with the kill on that Siphon Soul, and takes the life of that Argus. Seismic is here, but Appy Picker into the sky, raining on their parade. Doctor's going to lose 3 in the mid lane. It's all D-Lab all of the time.
This team is playing so well together. When one person's low, they trade out the aggression and someone else starts tanking. Lobber able to apply so much pressure all by himself, and the follow-up, more CC from Toasty landing perfectly, just allows Lobber to walk, like, what was it, like 1v3 and take time for his entire team to rotate. This is what happens when you just start losing your lanes, especially when Lobber's on such a, you know, comfort character. He knows exactly how much damage he's going to take, and he knows exactly when he can rotate with losing nothing. He gets 2 kills, he then gets a 3 camp, and then he gets, you know, his wave, all without having his tower touched at all by sneaks.
Well, it just seems to me that with Deslake and the boys, Lorber just rotating over, I think that is what's been separating these teams. It feels like D-Lab have got a few more set plays here, but it's not for Doc's lack of options here. Mav gonna have to burn that blink, remove one of them potential options of engage from this rampage. I mean, Doc's, you know, is staring 4 kills to 14 in the kill department here, and everything they try, D-Lab seems to have the answer. But Tedium, what can the Docs do in this situation?
Well, during that technical pause, I definitely said that I do think the team fight potential coming out of Docs in an even 5v5 team fight, I do think the Doctors have a stronger one. Once he's in that behemoth form, this Rampage is just able to absorb so much damage, absorb so much pressure, and distract, while the Gideon jumps above and ultimates all 5 members. I really think that the Doctors have such a strong team fight composition. It's when they're in these little skirmishes that I think D-Lab is taking their advantage and running away with it.
Oh my word, Zehe trying to help out his members. Toasty hits another double stun ball immediately into the rest of the CC lockdown. Down goes Mav as well. D-Lab once again collapsing here, but man, Toasty is putting on a clinic, and so is that Sevarog with the max stack pauldrons on his shoulders as well.
Yeah, 21 minutes being max stacks. That's definitely a good game coming out of Lobber in terms of farm, but also in terms of getting a lot of kills with that Q. And now, because of that skirmish that was started by the Doctors and finished by D-Lab, they get a free opportunity to get this orb prime. And Doctors, what they've elected to do is run straight at that Fangtooth, but they've just barely started it. Only sneaks on that objective. Cure not even there yet, so it might not go down in time. And the other team, the D-Lab, who just picked up that Orb Prime, is going to rotate in on time, and they might be able to get that objective as well. And another
maybe, you know, that's the crucial
lands from
thing.
Toasty.
Yeah. Oh, Toasty's just having fun this game, honestly. I mean, we spoke about like the comfort that both of these teams have. I don't think Toasty's getting a Deca game, like, for the rest of PCC at this rate. But D-Lab just going to use that advantage, and Doc's going to have to respect it. They concede the objective. They just cannot fight into what Dead Lake and the boys are bringing to this matchup here. They're still grouping up, playing together. No one wants to be picked off. But honestly, D-Lab have just got the complete freedom of the map to do as they wish.
Yeah, after this reset, I'd really love to see a really good split push come out with this Orb Prime buff. You know, it's on all 5 members. They've all just bought. They've all just reset. So I'd like to see 4 in the mid lane or in the duo lane. And Lauber all by himself. He is so tanky. He is so hard to kill. They actually haven't killed him yet. I'd like to see him go to the offlane, push it down all by himself, and try and pull the attention of as many players as possible. That's what he's really good at in these late stages of the game. His macro on these split pushes is so important.
Yes, that's what we need to see as well. And maybe when we look towards these team fights, if they're not going to get an even 5v5, but it's got to be on the docks to try and get the odds in their favor. That's going to be a tough ask, though. Dirty Lake and the boys feels like everything is going according to plan. They are just honestly playing this game through. It really is up to Docs to try and find some answers, but they are the ones being pushed in towards their base. And D-Lab, with that All Prime buff, just going to take down tower after tower, structure after structure. They will tear apart the Docs brick by brick if they have to. Another Boulder Toss going to go out. Abby Picker having a bit of a 1v1 with Seismic because that passive did land, but to make it rain, not going to connect the killing blow on towards Seismic. And in the mid lane, though, a bit of a dive coming out, import causing problems, as that's going to be a good tether coming out from Sneaks, but there's just no follow-up that can come out from the docks. And D-Lab, they're just going to heal up with the All Prime buff.
Yep. And then on the other side, they've, taken the mid tier 2. They're going to take the left tier 2. The right tier 2 is going down as well. All while the inhibitor in the mid lane is already at a quarter HP off of just 2 seconds of being hit by anyone. Oh, Lauber freely just tanking this. He does not care. Even with the tower on his side, they cannot take him down.
One silver lining for the side of the docks, they will at least take Appy Picker's a blink away from him, but honestly Appy Picker is more than happy to just stay there and keep these waves pushing in. Sneaks and Law, but that fight went away further than the tier 2 tower, and that's going to be Sneaks dropping a 4 versus 5 as Des Lake of the boys just unrelenting as the mid lane inhibitor drops. Appy taking down the left hand side, his right lane inhibitor to complete the full set, and with the dogs here, they're very split up. They just can't find a way in. Boulder tossed the one towards Appy. That might just do the trick and at least get one pick down, but Des Lake of the boys still do not relent the siege.
Yeah, Cure does get the kill, but he does burn his ultimate for it. So a little bit weak, and he luckily is right near his fountain. But all 3 inhibitors have fallen for the Doctors, and D-Lab looking for a reset and looking to strip their jungle before looking at that next objective. Twin Blast, though, is going to the left-hand side, the left-hand jungle, and he's by himself. Potentially a pick could come out, but with minions in their base, the Doctors cannot afford to even consider killing that Twin Blast who's all by himself.
And there's also no wards in that left-hand side of the jungle either for the side of the Doctors. So Lakenator is able to just take away some of those camps and get to safety. Even going to pick up that gold buff on the back end as well and just keep this pressure up. It's not so much that they don't have much to begin with. The super minion is going to be pouring into all 3 lanes of the Doctor's base. We're looking towards objectives. As I say, they're taking the boys. It feels like they can just move towards the objectives and maybe wait for the Doctors to make maybe a desperation play to try and keep themselves, sort of keep their head above water, shall I say.
Yeah, what they really need to do is get a 5v5 fight just a little bit in front of their core, probably. Maybe they're going to want to coin flip one of these objectives if the prime comes up. I think it might be worth it sacrificing Mav to try and steal that objective, because honestly, the next objective that's taken by D-Lab could finish off the Doctors. It might be, the last beep on their little heart rate monitor there. So they need something to go their way, and a steal on an objective is kind of all I can see happening. But Mav might have overextended and might not get the opportunity upon the next spawning because he might get picked off.
Oh, Mav thought that this was his jungle. That was his mistake, my friend. Dirty Lake and the boys have full control over both of these sides. They're going to get Mav away, going to get him low as well. He might have to take a reset, or he might have to use that Behemoth and take a one-way trip. Lorber is just causing problems in the base, providing that distraction. Primal Fangtooth is being absolutely melted by the side of Dirty Lake and the boys, and make it rain the zoning just to make sure that no Miracle Steel can come through, as Lorber's going to start to tank this one up. Razorback popped as well, reflecting some of the damage back, but they are just chasing shadows at this point. Dirty and the boys are there when they want to be there, and when they want to vanish, instantly they're gone.
Yeah, with the Primal Fang taken pretty easily by D-Lab, the next target is this Orb Prime, and it's going to fall just as fast. Mav, no blink, no ult, and many levels down to this Kalari. He can't even afford to get in here, but I think he's going to have to. This objective is already taken, and Sneaks is now alone into 5.
Well, this is going to be the double bubble buff, but that doesn't matter because Doctors are going to try. They're going to go for the Hail Mary attempt. You saw the black hole, you saw the engage, and you see the numbers coming up in the death notifications. Appy will drop, but in this situation, 4 for 1, possibly going to be 5 for 1 as a trade you take every single time. Seismic sees this torn space used against him. Lorber's going to clean up house. A full team wipe coming out from Dirty Lake and the boys. The minions already taking down that core as well. The Winions take it out, and Dirty Lake and the boys continue their run here in day 2, going 4-0.
I'm going to say it. Toasty was the MVP. That guy didn't miss a single combo, and look what he did. He facilitated Lakeinator going 10-0. That's an 11-0 duo lane, all on the back of what I would say is really impeccable support play from Toasty. And I also have to admit, Import, he shut me up early, and he continued to shut me up all game because his control of these objectives was immaculate. What did they drop? What, one Fangtooth? Was that it? Or was it dropped like one Fangtooth? It was nothing. It was just a very clean, calculated, macro-based play style with good skirmishing at the right amount, at the right times. D-Lab looked really solid, and I'm glad that we saw that because yesterday I think they looked a little bit sloppy. So they've really shaped up today, and they've really cleaned up. And once again, I think they might be contenders in this next main stage.
Well, for Dirty Lake and the boys, the reigning champions, the onus has been on them to keep up that form. And it looks like, taking down the chefs and also taking down the professors, taking down their direct rivals. It's going to be a pretty good way to do it as well. It's going to be a strong casting desk. We're going back to the analyst desk to break down that game and get us ready for the 5th and final game of the day.
Bye.
Thank you so much, TJ and Tedium. We're back at the desk, and we just watched Dirty Lake and the boys versus Doctors. What a game. I am back with Mr. Meds and Moogie here to break down that last match we just saw. We talked about how spicy it will be, and Spice was indeed the season of choice. As a spectator of that match, the combos from their heroes were just oh so delicious.
And yeah, definitely we have seen here a very strong Dirty Lake and the boys. I have one thing to say though, Happy Picker, feeder for his team, like 67% of the deaths of his team, a little bit too much, should have like a clean sheet, but no, more seriously, we see that the combo were on point. I think Toasty wants me to become a believer about Decker. Like, to be honest, I was surprised about how Toasty and Lakeinator managed to completely dominate Shi and Cure, because I feel like in terms of picks, Decker plus Twin Blast against an Argus Drongo, like, of course, like, I think Decker and Twin Blast slightly better, but not to that extent. So, like, Toasty and Lakeinator completely running down that dual lane, and that was impressive to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it right. I think, Toasty put up an absolute masterclass on that Decker, hitting pretty much every stun ball he threw. And then when that stun ball hit, he was immediately following up with that ultimate. And, as we saw in some of these clips here, Sai couldn't play the game. On that Gideon, he just couldn't play the game after probably, what was it, minute 4 or 5 when Import ganked him and Appy got that kill. So, putting that Gideon that far behind, and we are seeing that, he does get a lot of great black holes off, but he couldn't get the damage down. And really, couldn't get a lot of the full durations because Toasty was just hitting the stun balls mid black hole.
Toasty did a really good job being playing that elusive hero, Decker. He played her offensively, defensively, and peeled for Lakeinator, and kudos to him. And so he's ending the game with 1 kill and 0 deaths, and of course 11 assists. But looking at the other players, we haven't seen Import piloting that Kalari pick, but from watching the game, we saw the combination. He did a fantastic job playing that sneaky assassin. Early in the draft, before we saw that Kalari, we were expecting a lot of skirmishes and picks, maybe from the doctors, because we saw that there was so much crowd control from the Boulder. We saw that there was going to be a Tether as well as the Dread Nova. But this draft and team comp just did not work in the Doctor's favor.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it's important to remind something about that game. So if there were the 2 only teams to be 3-0 on day 2. So that's like Dirty Lake and the boys going against the toughest opposition remaining, and they win 22-6. They lost a single tower that game as well. Just 1 tower. Like that's not happening. That kind of show you, also to add on top of that, they played Professor before and they beat Professor in 25 minutes. That game they have 3 players that didn't even die once. I feel like Dirty Lake and the boys, when they go into the game confident, they feel to be a step above the whole opposition. And I can't wait to see what they're going to bring in the main event, because with a 4-0 scoreline, of course, they're already qualified for the main event.
Yeah, well, you could see just the confidence coming out with some of the, the picks. I really want to harp on this Kalari pick that Import did in this last game, because you could see some of the really good pathing that he had in that mid game, right? We did touch on that mid gank on Sai really early in the game, but I also want to say he used the side alcoves a lot with the Kalari, right? He used that side alcove, was able to get some really good picks on Zihi Cure, and then also sneaks on the other side. So this Kalari pick was absolute genius, I think, from D-Lab.
Fantastic job to D-Lab. They showed up today, they woke up, and they said they didn't want another 50-minute banger loss, and they came to Swiss, and they're ending the round 4-0. It's day 2 of the Swiss stages here at PCC8, and we'll be right back with the last game of the day after a break.
24 teams, 60 matches of Predecessor, and a whole lot of ass whooping led us to day 2 of PCC8 Swiss stage. Now 8 teams have fallen out of the tournament, and today the other 16 teams fight for their spot in the top 8 main event. But how do we get here? It all started at round 1 with the first match of the day showing VP Salesman and Bronze Army.
The fact that they are up 0-12 currently. This is going to be tough. Stark with the flash into Maguli. He recognizes how important this kill is.
Oh, but steps back for the 3.
The Salesman landed the deal and moved on 1-0. Round 2, Rogue and Hive battled it out in a really back and forth match.
Dante is ready for it. He knows that he just needs to keep them at bay. There's the Colosseum on top to keep them at bay, and the Primal Fangtooth goes the way of Rogue.
Now ultimately, Rogue was able to sneak out of that with a win. Now round 3, we saw Rogue once again, but this time up against Radis Maximus, who gave him a pretty dang close game.
On the Colosseum, it just does right at the last second before it falls down. Ponce getting a stack on the Colosseum.
Next up, Flow State and Bad Timing locked in, but F8 proved their mastery in round 4.
Now Zars is in trouble, gonna try and run away from this fight, but low HP, the big steel slam and the Coliseum hits on top, but is it gonna be enough? The reversal of fortune hits back, and that's gonna be a double kill going towards F8.
And finally, round 5 gave us a 50-minute banger from Professors and reigning champs Dirty Lake and the boys.
Stunballs, he gets it, but can anybody get up there close enough to be able to do it? The ventilator does come out, but he's immediately gonna get hooked.
All right to him. Skewer comes through and Survivor puts him down. Happy down from the skies rains death and destruction, but Survivor will walk through it all.
That's game.
1 HP. No members of Dirty Lake and the boys are alive.
Now, thank you so much to all the teams that participated, and for the ones that are still here, get ready for another day of exciting Predecessor competition only here on the Prime Championship Circuit.
Stunballs!
Welcome back to PCC8, day 2 of the Swiss stages. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I am back with Mr. Meds and Mugiwawa here at the desk. We are about to watch our last match or last game of the day. It's going to be VP Salesman versus Top Physique. VP Salesmen are currently 2-2 and Top Physique are 3-1. For those in chat, you can type !bracket to keep track of these teams and see who's in these rosters and see where they are in the current standings. In this last round, there is a lot at stake. A lot of these teams at the bottom can get eliminated, and if VP Salesman doesn't come out with a win, they're one of the ones we have to say goodbye to. Mugi, start us off with what you know about these two teams.
Well, we already have seen like Top Physique earlier in the day, and we were quite impressed. Like there was that question that were they overperforming, and like the answer is no. They're really like a top dog, and we can see here with this 3-1 scoreline. And so to be fair, like for VP Salesman, it has been like a rough day. Like they had to face Dirty Lake and the boys, they had to face the Professors, and they actually also like managed though to beat Flow State. That was like also a team that was considered like one of the top. So VP Salesman has the tool, but they have their back against the wall against a team of Top Physique that has been very strong. So let's see if the Grati Tekken Kid squad is actually able to manage to fight this last hurdle, because otherwise they will have to say bye-bye, go home.
Yeah, I was very impressed with Top Physique's play earlier. We did see VP Salesman yesterday. I was also very impressed by them as well. But like you were saying, they did have some tough competition today. So we will see if they can pull out a win against what is to be, a tough opponent in Top Physique. They already did that with Flow State. So we'll see if they can pull it out here.
And just looking at these top teams, we've got Dirty Lake and the boys, the Doctors, the Professors, Rogue, Top Physique, Mind the Gap, and VP Salesman. So these bottom teams here are, along with Radis Maximus, are really trying to compete for these last spots, as only 8 will be able to move on to 2 weeks from now into the main event. But enough about that. Let's talk about one of the heroes that really really showed up today, and that's going to be the Sevarog.
And you can see that in the meta, like we said, that tanks are dead, but Sevarog is starting slowly but surely to crawling back into the meta. I feel like probably like the only 50% win rate is mainly showed that you need to probably adapt the way you play Sevarog. Like you're still not as tanky as you used to be. Like it's not the Sevarog we have seen in PCC3 that was the red boss, like unstoppable, but you can still like do a lot of good things. We have seen like Lobber popping off in the previous game, but also Macaroni Monster like 2 games ago, like some Cold Cyber can just win you team fight by itself. So I guess that this utility combining with a lot of space creation that Sevarog brings to team that actually like starting to be valuable again in the new meta. Note that we have buffed a little bit those tank items.
Yeah, I think Sevarog is one of those champions that just favors a lot of front-to-back teamfight comps, and we do see that a lot of these teams nowadays are kind of favoring that. We did see D-Lab kind of pulling that off in the last game, where Sevarog is going to take the brunt of the force, and we're going to have the carries in the back line just free hitting, while Sevarog is creating so much chaos on that front line. So I think Sevarog right now has definitely felt.
I love Sevarog because he's one of those heroes that just really scales as this big raid boss. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he does play out and see whose teams are going to be piloting him. But let's head into this draft. When you're looking at the roster, though, you got Top Physique and VP Salesman. A lot of them, I don't know if they really do play Sevarog. When you think of Sevarog and when you're looking at PCC, you think about Lobber, and I feel like he's just playing that Sevarog special. But what are the other heroes that you're expecting to see now that we're here in the draft?
Well, I think that on the side of VP Salesman yesterday, like out of 5 of the game they played, they banned Gadget 4 times first ban. Like they don't want to play into Gadget. It seems that's something they have in their like book that they prepared, and with like player like Grati in the team, I can imagine that they have like some strategy plan when it comes to draft. On the side of Top Physique, I expect probably maybe like the classical ban looking at the aura, because they have the first pick like for themselves, so maybe they want again mercy on that Zarus that we have seen he was very proficient with it, so maybe like trying to remove those direction. But actually they're gonna remove the Zarus and they don't want to leave it open at all here.
Yeah, I kind of maybe think that the Gadget might be picked off here as the ban for VP Salesman. I know Papaya loves Gadget. He's very much a Gadget enjoyer, very much the same as like Wangle. He's a very much big Gadget enjoyer as well. And every of the top players have been saying that Gadget has been starting to creep up in the priority, especially with a lot of the tanks coming back, right? Because with the ultimate, she does get that armor and magical shred, right? So she is kind of like that tank killer of the mid lane. But we do see that the mid lane is kind of being dominated still by that Gideon. So maybe they're not going to take it off, but I do expect maybe a Gadget ban for VP Salesman here.
She's also a really safe pick, so she's able to just throw her mines from few feet away and just play really safe and be really slippery. But now we're seeing that Aurora ban coming in from VP Salesman.
And yeah, I think like probably the Aura ban is because like in the jungle, currently we have the Zarus, we have the Aura, and if one is banned, we don't want the other team to get like the other strong pick. So we don't want to already like start with a little bit of like being behind just from the draft. And then we're gonna go for a Decker first pick. Like that's a very, very, very early Decker. But yeah, once again, not a super high win rate in the first day, but we have seen Toasty being an absolute monster on its previous match. And let's see if Top Physique is actually able to pull up like a performance at least like as good as Toasty, or even like only 50% as good as Toasty is enough to like already dominating your lane, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this Decker pick is actually pretty good here. Like you're saying, it doesn't have a high win rate. Toasty played it very, very well in the last game, so maybe they're like, oh, we can play it too, right? But it actually denies what I think VP Salesmen really want to prioritize in the off lane, or maybe even that jungle pick, right? Tech and Grati, they both love the crunch, right? And crunch hates Decker, and they also hate Steel, which we just see that Top Physique picked up. So we'll see if that crunch actually ends up going to the table now that we're seeing a lot of CC come out from Top Physique. But we do see that the Gideon and the Drongo being picked up for VP Salesman. Two pretty staples in the meta right now. Two great picks, very versatile, and they can fit into pretty much any team.
Classic picks coming from VP Salesman. The Gideon and the Drongo both providing a lot of damage, but at the same time, you've got that gag grenade from Drongo, so he's able to just silence anybody from Top Physique's team if they're in the wrong spot. But what's lacking right now is we don't have that front line or that those beefy heroes coming in for VP Salesman. On the other side of Top Physique, they're locking in that Kira.
Yeah, and we have seen that Simba, most comfortable pick is the Kira, so he's gonna repeat it again, and right before the second round of ban to be sure that this Kira is not being removed. And despite like all Mr. Meds has said, like Tekken Kid and Gratia, like all my beers, I don't care about the Decker, I don't care about the Steel, I'm gonna pick the Crunch no matter what. And to be fair, like we have a Drongo, we have a Gideon, we have the Crunch. I kind of like that aggressive composition. But they have to be careful of not like leaving open like picks like the Gadget that can reception all of that very well. Also, the security gate would be like very tough. So that's kind of one of the ban I would like to see on the side of VP Salesman. But I like also the fact that both the Narbash and the Muriel are still open, which I feel like it's two picks that will like enable the VP Salesman come very well because you get the dive, and here they are, the Gadget ban. I feel like that was like the biggest counter to what they were trying to build, so I'm glad that they removed that. But yeah, like I was saying, Narbash, Muriel, both open, and that could be like a very good way to complete their comp on the support role.
Yeah, we do see the Sevarog being taken away from Top Physique here. We are seeing that VP Salesman does lack a little bit of tankiness. We do see that Crunch being that engage for the team, but we're not seeing a lot of tankiness unless Crunch is going to build more tanky, right? But then they're kind of lacking a little bit of damage in that area. So we'll see how that gets rounded out. I think you're right. Maybe a Muriel gets slotted into this VP Salesman team here. Muriel on top of that Crunch, when the Crunch is engaging, is going to provide a lot more engage, a lot more tankiness to that Crunch and allow him to sustain through it. But if the Crunch actually engages and gets CC'd by Steel or Decker, that Crunch is going to die a lot. We do see an Iggy and Scorch being picked up for VP Salesman. We haven't seen a lot of Iggy, but there has been a lot of hype around Iggy. So I'm very excited to see what is going to go on here, because we do have a Gideon as well. So wondering what the VP Salesmen are cooking up here.
I think this is going to be a solo lane Iggy and Scorch in the hands of Tekken Kid. Okay, because you already have, we know Grady and Tekken can pilot the Crunch, but that Crunch is going in the jungle. All that's left for VP Salesman is to pick their support. But now we have to see how Top Physique will respond to this Iggy solo lane.
I have to admit, I didn't expect that coming. Like, on my mind, I was like, VP Salesman, yeah, you bring a Muriel, a Quang, very solid comp, like 3 kind of semi-initiator, and you can do like whatever you want, and then suddenly this Iggy appears. But on the side of Top Physique, they're not going to let that fluster them. They're going to round out their composition with a very standard composition, with a Steel Quang front lane, with 2 incredibly strong backliner, Howitzer and Kira. They deal damage throughout the whole game. They can hyperscale the game with a Decker. And here you have like very versatile comp. Like the Steel can go in, the Quang can go in, but they can... You still have the Decker to peel for the backline. Howitzer can peel for himself. The Steel can also like come back to peel the backline. Quang as well, which is kind of like a very well-rounded composition. So I'm kind of curious of how VP Salesman are going to round up their own composition and how this like curveball with the Iggy and Scorch are going to pan out in the end.
Yeah, I will say that Iggy and Scorch and Crunch, I don't know if that is like locked in for the jungle pick, right? I don't think Crunch, maybe. I have heard some rumblings that Iggy and Scorch could go jungle, maybe. But actually, one thing that is interesting is this Richter pickup. Now, Richter has been showing up a lot more. He did get some really good buffs in the last patch to his electrocute. So a lot of people have been playing him in the jungle. A lot of people have been playing him as support, obviously. And then he also has been playing in the offlane too. So there's a lot of flexibility here. We don't really know where anybody's going. I would expect that the Richter is going support and this Crunch is going jungle with Iggy offlane. But there could be some shenanigans being thrown around as there is a lot of flex potential. I've also seen Gideon support in the past. I don't know if that's going to happen, but, it's definitely something that, could be considered.
There is a lot at stake for Game 5. If VP Salesman, if they don't perform and execute with this draft, well, we do have to say goodbye to the Salesman unless they meet their quota. Mugi, you did break down the team comp from Top Physique, but talk to us a little bit more about what you're expecting to see from the Salesman.
Like, to be honest, like this Richter pick, I kind of like it because we only have like 2 damage dealer on the side of Top Physique, Howitzer and Kira. And the better way to just deal with an Howitzer, you just hook him, pretty big hitbox, and then like you just make him disappear. And Richter is very, very good at that. However, the only thing that made me a little bit scared is I feel like it's not easy to get to the Kira. And we have seen like already what Simba can do when it doesn't get like jump on during team fights.
Yeah, I do have a little bit of concern that this Kira is going to run away with the game. We're going to have to see if the Crunch or the Gideon can actually get past that front line of Steel and Quang to get to the back line. But, there is still that dash that Kira has. We do have Decker to kind of protect the Kira. So we'll see if they can actually get there. But I do agree with you, Mugi. This Kira is going to be very, very safe. And we'll see if the VP Salesman can get back to it.
Now that the draft is over, it's Top Physique versus VP Salesman. You're watching Game 5 of the day. It's time to close it out. Let's watch our last match and send it over to Tang and TJ DJ.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. Welcome everyone to the casting desk here for the final game of today here at the PCC Swiss stage. TJ, with Tang alongside me. This game's going to be a banger, but Tang, I have a feeling this is going to be a banger, not for the reasons we think it is, right? This is kind of crazy what VP Salesman have cooked up.
Yeah, we did see a bit of a different draft that we are used to. That Iggy pick, definitely a big curveball coming in, especially considering that the rest of VP Salesman's comp is centered around dive. So just randomly having an Iggy in there that kind of wants to do the opposite, that wants to peel back, make people come into you, is going to be pretty interesting. It's going to also be interesting to see where it is actually going to go, because Iggy could be played in a few different roles, is best in mid lane, and then debatable where you want to have it next.
Yeah, kind of, as you say, you have that role, and then it kind of very quickly nosedives. I know Des was talking about the potential of that Iggy going in towards the off lane, but yeah, I think like the only thing that we kind of expect really is Drongo ADC and Gideon in the mid, right? So that Richter, that Crunch, and that Iggy can all kind of go anywhere here. I find it very interesting though, is we are in the last round of the Swiss here. VP Salesman wanting to win this game just to kind of keep the best chance of qualifying for the final 8. I mean, I wrote down in my notes they're throwing a curveball with the Crunch. I thought that was curveball enough, and then they do that.
Yeah, definitely weird. I think VP Salesman has had a bit of a hard time making it to this stage as well. I think the only 2 losses were to the Professors and to D-Lab, so definitely not opponents that you can really blame for losing. So VP Salesman have been fighting an uphill battle now against Top Physique that already has 3 wins, if I recall correctly. They are fighting for the tournament live, honestly. And I think both teams, if they lose, there is a world where they're actually not going to make it through. So stakes are definitely there. The winner, though, is going to qualify, I'm pretty sure, to like 100%.
Yeah, we decided to put a Butchers on top of a mountain because the stakes are pretty high in this scenario for both of these teams as well. We're just getting some word from production, a bit of a delay getting into the replay for this one. What can I say? Whenever I'm on broadcast, things just go wrong. It's kind of what you get used to in the end. So we're just going to be keeping us with on the cameras for a little bit longer whilst we get into this one. Let's talk a little bit about that top physique composition though, because honestly, it's nice to have a bit of comfort, right? Or I guess when you have what VP Salesman have drafted, any sort of normal standard composition is kind of comfort food.
It definitely is. So in order for you guys to also remember what they drafted, right? It was the Decker and the Kira on the dual lane. It was the Steel most likely in the off lane, the Howitzer in the mid lane with the Quang either being in the jungle or also being in the off lane with the Steel in the jungle. So all in all, I very much agree with you, right? Like this is a very standard draft. This is also pretty straightforward to play with, right? Like the Decker stun can engage, the Steel ult can engage, there's easy triggers, right? Howitzer boop maybe as well. And all in all, like you can play front to back, you can kite back, you can also be the one going in with the Steel ultimate and the Quang Light of the Heaven as well, right? There's like a lot of ways to actually engage those team fights. And I think though, like drafts like these that you're also used to playing, I think they really play to your strength because you are just comfortable. You're like, maybe it's tournament day, maybe your nerves are a bit high. And I think drafts like this will just make it so much easier for you to actually play the game.
Yeah, of course. It's almost like, going when you get home after a long day at work, just putting on a comfy pair of slippers as well. You can just kind of relax and not so much, autopilot through the game, but it's very important to mention here that we are at the end of day 2 Swiss, right? So both of these teams have been through an absolute ringer, 5 games on day 1 and now their 5th and final game of day 2. And if your mental's feeling a little bit rough, a little bit jaded, that could be the answer to go for something standard, but I guess VP Salesman, they've got quotas to meet, man. They're just gonna throw everything out the window and give you this absolute curveball of a draft as we're still waiting on the spectate mode to come across here, Tang. So I just want to go back towards that VP Salesman draft here with the amount of, I say flex potential, and that's me being very kind, I want to say, with one of these things. So Tang, what do you think is the strongest composition that the VP Salesman can go with when it comes to role assignments?
Okay, so I'm not a Joey, but I do like to cook occasionally as well, right? So putting that Iggy in the jungle, I think personally, right? Like, call me crazy, but I think it's actually pretty okay. I think, look, DJ, the strat is you start your turrets and then you go to the blue, place all your 3 turrets before the minions have even spawned, right? So you get the cooldown back, then you can clear blue plus 3 camp, then go to the 4, place 2 turrets there, go to the red buff after, you clear it at 2 minutes 20, and then you're in time to either take 2 camp or contest river. So that is my strat. I don't think they're gonna do that though. I think it is gonna be most likely an Iggy offlane. I think it could also be a Gideon support if they really feel spicy. But yeah, maybe not the best idea to ask me about that.
Well, I mean, I don't know, you seem pretty knowledgeable about that one, and I think, I have seen a couple of streamers also kind of mess around with Iggy Jungle, with, like, as you say, the turret tech and shenanigans you can do. I guess that's kind of the next level here, but bringing it out in the PCC on the biggest stage of them all as well. You got some guts. Still getting word that we're having still having difficulties getting in towards the game. So we're just going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have the game loaded and we're going to see what on earth this game is going to show to us. So we're going to be back in a few moments. All right, welcome back, everyone. As our countdown suggested, we're back on the cams as well. We are going to be jumping down into the game, and here we go at long last. Everyone, we still have energy. We're still here. The final game of PCC Swiss on this broadcast, going to be Top Physique versus a VP Salesman. Top Physique on your Dawn side, VP Salesman on Dusk as well. And oh, do not give me that spinning buffering, my friends. Okay, there we go. Everything seems to be all good, right? But the moment of truth, what are the lane assignments for the VP Salesman?
So we already see in the top that it's gonna be an Iggy in that offlane, makes his way over already. So he's gonna be playing against that Steel in the offlane. Is gonna aim to get the lead in the early game and then outscale the Steel hopefully on the side lane. Make sure that the Steel can't really get much in the early games, as we see a bit of a cheeky invade with the ward on the 5 camp that should have been spotted there by Poggy D and Step Back Stunner. So that is going to mean like no early game shenanigans. It's also going to mean that the Iggy offlane has been spotted out already, so that Steel can itemize against it as well, can go for some magical armor instead of what he usually goes for with like Ella Frost and stuff like that, and should be able to scale pretty well into that Iggy as long as he doesn't get bullied out too hard in the early game.
It does seem to be that Steel offlane might be a little bit of a cursed pick. We have seen it several times this weekend where it feels like offlaners have kind of gone as the ultimate fallback and are just not able to find that impact on the Steel here. Tekken Kid with the Iggy in the offlane, getting the turrets down on towards that blue buff. Going to be taken by Grati as well, so going to keep things pretty standard. Of course, that means the Crudge is going to be on blue side. You also have Mercy on that Quang, also on his red side. So junglers are going to be mirroring each other as they move across the map. Grati going very aggressive already with this invade.
Already going for the 2 camp. Turrets dropped at the blue buff for the Iggy, which means he's not going to have any pressure on lane, but it means that the Crunch is a bit faster on the clear already on the 2 camp. Is going to be able to steal that away most likely if we get the camera back there. Crunch is on the way out. Maguli takes a big trade in return though, but Grazi should have gotten away with the steal. Now Mercy is not happy about that. Is going to make his presence known in the mid lane, just going to throw around his sword, but that's all she wrote. And Grazi gets away with the steal, at least so far. Grazi though makes his way over to the left hand side at the dual lane. Needs to be careful.
Yeah, there's going to be some shenanigans, not to start, but as this game goes on, Mercy's going to drop the tether on towards the left-hand side. Grati moving there as well here. And as you say, Grati going to be a lot more happy with that start as well, as we get to see what the value that Iggy offlane, and I can't believe I'm actually saying that sentence, can provide in these situations as well. When you start to look at tech, though, Obey's going to use that landmine onto Magali as well. Take the river buff with a nice bit of tech as well.
Does not only get the 1 river buff, but should also be able to get the other one. Has a ward on top of it, so knows that it has not been claimed quite yet, even with the Crunch over there. But on that off lane, the Steel is struggling a tiny bit against Tekken Kid. Needs to just scale up a bit, get his first few items, then the turrets will hurt a lot less. Also, Iggy is pretty strong, but he's also very vulnerable to a gank potentially by the Quang. So honestly, last Pyrex is just gonna have to weather the storm, chill under turret, get the CS he can get. Just as long as he doesn't die, that Steel is already doing his job.
And I get the sense as well in games like this, when you want offlane, obviously talking to an offlane main like yourself, Tang, with competitive experience, sometimes you're in that match where you just kind of have to weather the storm, right, and just say that, okay, the rest of the team has got this one. I've just got to not die in this situation. But I don't think, we've not seen Iggy and Scorching offlane in a hard moment. There's probably a good reason for that.
Definitely is. I think Iggy is pretty scary at scaling though as well, so still can't just rest on his laurels, as it's really important as a laner to also make known when you need help. And I think this lane is like one of these where you kind of need to tell your Quang that you need just to spam gank that Iggy, make his life miserable, make sure that he can't abuse his kit to his fullest, otherwise you're just going to be stuck under turret the entire game. Otherwise Grati will keep on taking your 2 camps away. Makes his way over now.
Bull Rush going to find the first stun into the root, into the Terra and the knockup. That's a blink follow from Mercy looking for the pick, but Gratti and Magali looking to respond in kind, and Mercy has to use his surge, get some distance. The light gives him a shield, and it will just be enough as it's going to give him enough to survive the onslaught. But Obey is here on this house, so he jumps in but does not want to jump quite out that close to Gratti here. A lot of movement on this right hand side. Looks like VP Salesman read the play. Over on the left hand side seems to be a bit more standard than what we're used to here than the craziness over on the other side.
So blinks used across the board. Kwang blink down, so is the blink for the Howitz on the other side. We see Gideon, Crunch, no blinks as well, with Iggy also blinking in that engagement. So only Steel, the one left with a blink. So could still threaten the all-in against the Iggy, but Mercy already on the other side of the reset is gonna start up that Fangtooth instantly. His dual lane does actually not have Prio, so this is a really risky one, really banking on the fact that it is gonna be VP Salesman not checking that it is the Kwang actually starting up that objective.
And it seems like there are a few cards moving in their favor, shall we say. I mean, Obey getting a push on towards Magali, forcing him back to his tier 1 tower. The dual lane taking their gold buff. I mean, they have that one ward on the left-hand entrance here. And it actually, the look has kind of gone their way. Sometimes you need, in order to have these situations, in order to have the look going your way, you need to have these situations. VP Sales were probably thinking, wait a minute, what just happened? How did we lose that Fangtooth?
Especially since they have the Iggy, right? Usually as the Iggy, you are the team that banks on getting those objectives early, get those objectives as soon as they spawn, but the mini prime has not yet spawned even, and Iggy hasn't really been able to make much work on the right hand side. Should have a decent CS lead, but honestly, against the Steel, that doesn't really matter too much, but I'm definitely expecting that to matter in the long run, with the Iggy sort of being the one that can easily do the mini prime as soon as it spawns. We see Crunch make his way over towards the river. Now it's the 7-minute mark. That's when the mini prime spawns as well. So definitely thinking that if they get a pick towards the mid lane, no blink, maybe they're looking for something. It's gonna go with the slow. It's gonna punch him a few more times, but the price is just gonna be the river buff instead.
Just trying to relieve some pressure as well. Force a reset. Gratti does not have the level 6 at that moment. And as we know, the crunch with the re-crunch ultimate coming online just all of a sudden becomes a different beast to deal with here. 7.5 minutes on the board. We're still at 0 kills to 0. Step back Stunner making a move on towards the mid lane, matching Chicken's rotation. Good sidestep coming out. That Riplash not going to find the marker. We've not really had to pay much attention towards the left hand side, because when I look at this mini map, everything is happening on this right hand side. Mercy hits the wall. Gratti able to clear it and get back to safety here, but both teams are really starting to play with fire. Gratti though starting to get quite a lead in that jungle role.
Definitely does, but for Mercy, it's a time to celebrate as well, because Kwang was finally at 8 minutes able to clear his 2-camp for the first time in the game, so really good for him. Big celebrations for him for sure. Maybe he's gonna celebrate by looking towards that offlane again. Tekken Kid, no blink up, it's gonna get engaged on.
That's going to be the Tether, the shield slam into the stasis bomb and a pick onto Tekken Kid. This Iggy and Scorch finally goes back to base, and it's the cherry on top. First blood goes the way of top Physique, and also a rotation coming out from Chicken.
Big rotation mid lane is gonna be Obey. The Papaya stuck in a bad spot is gonna trade a bit of damage with Maguli, but with the torn space missing, he's gonna be able to come out positively in the trade. Now, Mini Prime being started up is actually the worst case scenario for VP Salesman. That's the objective down. That's Iggy's sort of objective damage made completely useless, with Iggy looking into the gray screen a bit too long before. Now, with the Papaya in the mid lane is gonna get engaged on, does not have the blink up, is gonna use the ultimate though to buy some more distance.
As Magali and Stebback are still going to follow him. Obey is low. Tekken Kid with the flank, looking to pincer, looking to get the pick on towards one of these members. Going to be caught inside as another stun ball lands. The Impale comes out, trying to get the pick onto Mercy. The Fury of the Heavens nearly gets the kill onto Magali, but Gratti forward crunches in towards the river, takes down his opposing member on Mercy. That's going to at least be a 1 kill back for the side of VP Salesman. Everyone backs away as well. We just had 1 pick, but again, big rotation coming out from multiple lanes.
Definitely is, and Iggy came back fresh from spawn, is pretty strong, so is able to help his team out there. As we got a bit of a tap screen, we see 30 CS advantage over to the side of VP Salesman. Looking at the offlane CS, we can see that pretty much everything is there, right? 40 CS the difference between Tekken Kid and Last Pyrex. We see Last Pyrex though already having that Raymond complete, and if you don't know what Raymond does, it just grants you a lot of life regen. So this guy, even if he takes damage, since he heals off his missing HP, the more damage he takes, the less he cares about it, because he's gonna heal everything up. Tier 1 tower already down, but local gold not collected by the Iggy.
And it feels to me as well, when you're taking something like a Raiment of Renewal as a first item as well, definitely understanding the mission statement of I just need to not die, I just need to somehow deal with this Iggy and Scourge. But it's important to mention as well, the tier 1 tower did drop, but Tekken Kid was not around to collect the gold from that as the minions were able to take it out. But of course it's a bit of a problem there for Last Pyrex. He just doesn't have that wave clear. I'm seeing another grouping up here from the side of the VP Salesman, this time over towards that Fangtooth side.
Well, Bay needs to be careful. Did have to feel the Richter hook a few times before as well. Does have the blink up now, so shouldn't be under too much threat. No ultimate up quite yet. Actually, as I say, it comes off cooldown. Decker is gonna drop the cage in order to buy more distance, but both teams want to buy around that Fangtooth, at least not give it up. 4 members for VP Salesman already in the vicinity, but importantly, no Iggy. Now Kwang also makes his way over. Maguli goes in.
Ooh, that's on space, able to get 4 members immediately on towards that Decker. A good blink will keep Chicken alive for now. Throws a stumble out, not going to find the mark. VP Salesman looked like they went for a bit of a set play, trying to bait members in, but that Fangtooth is still going to be standing still on the board, and now Top Physique are going to respond. They have the advantage, flooding members in. It looks like Tekken Kid's going to be left on split pushing duty. They really want this Fangtooth with Last Pyrex making the move. That's a containment fence dropping down. They will be the ones securing it. Can they get any exit frags? It looks like not, as the VP Salesman will get to safety here. But look towards right hand side. Tekken Kid's on this tier 2 tank.
And he's just eating these turrets and these towers alive with his turrets, dishing out so much damage against those structures that this tier 2 is already falling. Pays for it with the Fangtooth being claimed, the second Fangtooth of the game for Top Physique. So all in all, it's a decent trade, honestly, for VP Salesman. A lot of gold into Iggy. That's important. Like, Iggy can probably almost finish up his second item at this point. Has a massive CS lead. Is down 1 kill, but honestly, that doesn't matter too much. Now, I really want to see that Iggy leverage his advantage to play around that mini prime, use his turrets for that objective as well, and then just set up early for that third Fangtooth. Make sure that it is not going to be Top Physique securing that more important third Fangtooth of the game for themselves.
And I get the sense as well that when we get towards this point in the game, I think the Top Physique here is they kind of got over the curveball, right? They have kind of adapted and still kind of playing through their composition, knowing that they just kind of need to play their roles and able to match it here. Beta Papaya is going to take yet another Whiplash from step back. Stunner going to throw out the Make It Rain on towards his members. That could be an Impale on towards Mercy, who really wants to kill on towards this Gideon, who throws out the Black Hole. Going to start to retreat, though. The Containment Fence comes out. Mercy goes back in, wanting to get the burst. That's the Richter out of the fight, but Tekken Kid is here. Use that Infernal, but a great landmine keeps him away from getting the full channel. Simba still causing problems. Going to go in on that Kira, wanting to find the damage. Last Pyrex with the flank from the right hand side. Top Physique wanting to get kills. They throw everything at the kitchen sink, but it's only the one pick onto that Richter support.
And again, it's VP Salesman instantly playing the map, giving the carry of Poggy D another tier 1, making sure that this Stronger is gonna dish out a lot of damage, but the rest of his team had to suffer there again. A bit of an overstep, trying to chase after Mercy, and it is the Gideon, I think, going down there in that engage. Maguli a bit too deep in with Kwang still having his abilities up in order to disengage. Able to at least make it only a 1-for-0 tier 1 claimed, right? So as long as those structure trades go positively for the side of VP Salesman, I wouldn't be too worried about it. But slowly but surely, we're gonna come to a point where those tier 1 structures don't exist anymore, where you actually have to team fight. And VP Salesman has to show me that they are able to do this. Gratty goes in.
Well, this is going to be how you start it as, oh my word, the Riplash was so perfectly timed on towards Obey. He's got no chance to get out of that one, but Top Physique want to get some revenge, and they will find it. Gratti is going to pay for his aggression. Last Pyrex with the rotation, going to lock down this Richter and take him out the fight once again. Top Physique finding a 2-for-1 in the mid lane. If they're not going to win the lanes, they're going to win the Death Ball team fights.
And Mini Prime is up now, and now we see that the jungler is dead, so Iggy can't leverage his advantage anymore, and it's gonna be the Mini Prime most likely given over to Top Physique again. Just misplay after misplay, not reading the map correctly, dying at unfortunate time. Tekken Kid still wants to do something, goes in.
That's a black hole on towards Mercy, on towards Chicken, immediately going to be cancelled. Magley's not in a good position. That Mini Prime as well still being aggroed. It's going to be the Shield Slam coming out from Last Pyrex. The Mini Prime will be secured by Top Physique, but they need to get out alive. That's what VP Salesman need to do, but they have lost Tekken Kid in the brawl. Gratti returns from spawn, and Poggy D will at least be able to get a kill back 1-for-1, but the Mini Prime has gone the way of Top Physique.
Again, Mini Prime dies instantly off. As with the first one, it is the Quang going down after the fact. So it's not going to be an option for Top Physique to actually leverage that in order to get more structures on the map. What it does give them is it does give them global gold. It does give them XP as well. So that's going to feel pretty decent for them. It also denies the Mini Prime away from the team that just looking straight at compositions is supposed to get that Mini Prime. So with that being said, teamfight wins, still more in favor of Top Physique, and now is the time where the Fangtooth is gonna spawn as well. The third Fangtooth of the game, the sort of win condition for a lot of comps, and I really need to see Tekken Kid on that Iggy, dished out so much damage in the last fight, but also leverage it now when it matters the most around that Fangtooth fight.
Be that oh so important, cannot allow for Top Physique to get the third one, the free Fangtooth Monty, to give them those permanent bonus stats of 8% to your offense and defensive skills. That's going to make Top Physique, their team fight, look even more dangerous. With VP Salesman, as I say with Tekken Kid, what you wanted to see, Tang has already got the turrets down, but they are currently having to concede a bit of priority over the entrance towards the pit. Last Pyrex is split away, looking for an opportunity. That shield slam that the steel can bring can really cause problems. That's a Riplash going to go wide from step back stunner. Neither team able to really find that clean engage for now. They're both simply going to look at each other, and looks like we're in for a bit of a dance for now. Mercy stepping forward, Tether will land on towards this Richter, but again, neither team wanting to pull the trigger. Neither one wants to go for it. Step back, sort of goes for the blink. No, but that's got a great landmine to knock him up, but there's a double impale. There's the black hole over the top, looking to combine, and Poggy D provides the damage. The Make It Rain coming out from this howitzer gets a lot of return damage, but it's just going to be him back to spawn. Poggy D gets a double kill for this one, as the VP Salesman still have 5 members around this Fangtooth pit.
They have 5 members. They also have the Iggy turrets around, and it's so hard to face tank this as the Steely still goes in. Bull Rush in with the Kira on the flank. Tries to go onto Tekken Kid, but does not find him. Steel goes lower as well. Tekken Kid against Simba. Dawn Space in by the Gideon, trying to bring up the damage, but it's Richter in the front line as well. Simba against everything, and I think everyone is gonna win instead. Teamfight win now by VP Salesman. Also gonna get that Fangtooth most likely on the back end of it, but Mercy already on his way over.
He's going to go straight into the pit. All eyes towards this one. Fangtooth goes the way of Top Physique. They're going to get the steal, and they're looking for exit frags as health bars are so low across the board. But it's just VP Salesman. Even though they lose that Fangtooth from the steal, they still get the exit frags. It's going to be absolute chaos on that left-hand side of the map. And finally, we get to breathe a sigh of relief.
I think that was 6 kills traded over for that Fangtooth and 1 kill. So that third Fangtooth was worth 5 kills for the side of Top Physique. Honestly, looking straight at the stats, I would tend to say this could be worth it, right? Like you get the bonus stats, and those are not only those are not temporary, like those are permanent buffs. And the longer the game goes on, the more stats it's gonna give you, right? So for the side of Top Physique, I think the bigger problem is that they are already seeing that in those objective fights, it's just so hard for them to actually walk in when Iggy has already set up. It has to be the howitzer and the Kira clearing away those turrets. Otherwise, Steel, even with a lot of magic resist, Quang, they will just get melted away by that Iggy and Scorch.
Definitely bringing the Scorch part to what Tekken Kid can bring there. You can see the heat coming out, having to use the belch from that Inferno just to boop last Pirates away, but they have conceded pressure around the right-hand side of the map. All Prime is going to be spawning in just a matter of moments. Obey drops down, able to avoid a Riplash. Chicken goes for the 3-pointer, but not going to find the hit on towards that Richter. Top Physique having control here. They're down in kills, but they're not playing like that at all. Almost relishing in the chaos of it all. It's important to mention Tang as well for VP Salesman. Yes, 9 kills, but 7 of them are on Poggy D's Drongo, and he's got to keep that one up here as VP Salesman looking to collapse Mercy. Blinks away from the safety. That's a lot burned just to get the Quang blink.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates. So in the short run, it's actually not bad for Top Physique. If they fight now, it's gonna be without a lot of ultimates. The blink has a longer cooldown though, so those ultimates will be up beforehand. Richter might be actually in a bad spot. Mercy and Chicken is looking at them. It's gonna connect with the hook.
They're going to go into the Impale as well, combining the CC, trying to take down Chicken, but no one looks his way, and Chicken is going to keep himself alive. Last Pyrex with the flank. Simba providing the damage. Top Physique looking to pounce, and they're looking towards Porgy D, who will get the shutdown. We're going to find out, though, but they have taken out the Drongo, and it goes to exactly who Top Physique needed. Simba cashes in on a massive bounty on Porgy D.
And that's so huge for the Kira. The Kira getting accelerated is the way for Top Physique to break the stalemate, to actually do something against that Iggy that is really strong against those tanks, but tends to sort of struggle against those ADCs that can just instantly clear those turrets, that don't have to actually be the ones face tanking all of the damage, but can instead just pretty much one-shot the Iggy that has built that orb of growth, has a bit more damage than usual. But honestly, the difference between getting hit by 3 basics and falling and 4 basics and falling is pretty much negligible at the end of the day. Now, Big Prime has spawned 21 minutes in the game, and I think both teams need to be really, really careful, especially Top Physique, because we know Iggy can do it really fast. Mercy's looking for him though.
Well, we've got to, if you take out Iggy, that's not going to be the problem here. But Grassy's causing problems. That's a double boop away from the Inferno. And Mercy stuck inside the turrets. Look at the damage that can come out when you fight in Tekken Kid zone here. But Magali's Black Hole to combine. VP Salesman looking for picks, and Top Physique have been poked out so low. The Blast Flower causes all kinds of problems, but VP Salesman's keeping strong, keeping together, keeping members healthy in this one. And Top Physique having to run to the hills to make it rain on towards Magali, just trying to disengage this fight, but VP Salesman pull the trigger and they get a pick onto the jungler. Or Prime is going to be the play here.
Really smart of them to instantly start this up. The rest of Top Physique haven't recoiled yet, so they are gonna be in the vicinity looking. Iggy can honestly just throw Molotovs at them because the turrets are what deals damage anyways. Doesn't need to be close. Step back stunner in the front line. Simba needs to be careful. Ult is gonna connect. Simba explodes.
Ooh. Step back stunner hitting the Stone Cold Stunner on that one. Simba is gonna drop, but it will be at the cost of his mid lane, and Magali is down, and the All Prime getting involved as well, still dealing a lot of damage. Porgy D is out as well. The All Prime's got some hands by the looks of things as well, and VP Salesman have to lick their wounds and retreat from the right hand side.
That's a disaster. That's also the blink used by the Drongo. It did escape the howitzer, but there is a big purple worm angry at you, and the missiles, they don't miss. So he is gonna end up paying for his life. 15 more seconds on the Drongo, 5 more seconds on that Gideon, and it is Top Physique instantly pouncing, starting up that Primal Fangtooth.
They have still got Gratty here. I mean, if Mercy can get a steal, so can Gratty if he can get in towards this pit. Step back stunner leading the charge. Gonna try and get a silence. Gonna hit a Riplash. The one towards Obey. And Top Physique gonna try and turn. They're gonna try and burn. They're gonna try and use their ultimates to combine. And they take down Gratty in the Chaos Jungler down. They still have priority over this objective, but they're not looking that healthy. And now Tekken Kid is here as well. It's all up to Last Pirates. He has to zone away. He can't allow members to drop. Obey having to blink away. Magali looking to follow. Porgy D is here into the pit. Primal Fangtooth is going to be secured. But VP Salesman want to clean up house. house. They want the exit frags. Members starting to go low and lower and lower, and Top Physique are the ones who come out on top. They got engaged in the pit. The shooting fish in a barrel. The fish have got to shoot back on this one. And VP Salesman lose 4 and run to the hills.
They run away, but it's only Gideon left. The rest of his team looks into a gray screen. Crunch the first one out of it. But is it fast enough? Kira already on that prime. The first time it didn't work, but now with that flame-ish hue around their bodies, they think otherwise this time. Decker is gonna be on zoning duty. The rest of his team is gonna be able to start this up. Still 10k damage on it. The waves are in a pretty bad spot for them. Gideon is looking, but there is no crunch nearby. This one should go in favor of Top Physique.
Gonna go their way, and that is it. The double bubble buff in the hands of Top Physique. A purple hue and flame in their hearts. And now we get to see what this composition can really bring as well. But VP Salesman have kept this one so close. And honestly, I'm just glad that we have a moment, not just of the casters and players and also viewers as well, to just kind of relax a little bit, right? Because we've just had fight after fight, action after action. So everyone, take a breath whilst you can, because this game's still got plenty in it.
Definitely is. I'm just taking a sip of the water. I don't hope for Top Physique to do the same though, because they are on a timer. They have the Primal Fang that is gonna expire, so is the Prime. So they need to actually make that do something for themselves, because we've seen it so many times, even in other tournaments as well. If an Iggy goes into late game, it is very volatile. If the Iggy gets a good position in, if he can time his stasis correctly, he is gonna be able to swing a team fight on his own. But against the Primal Fang, against the Prime, it's gonna be so hard. Mid tier 2 is getting pushed down. Mercy and Chicken in the front line. They're also playing on the right hand side as well. They're gonna let Steel push on his own. Should be able to get the tier 2 with no contest. Left wave is also pushing in, but the inhib line, that is gonna be a different beast.
This has to be the defense. VP Salesman have had to concede a lot of map pressure, you know, because it was only moments ago they were staying on towards a tier 2. That's a Riplash, that's a stun on towards Mercy. He goes low, but Mercy still survives. Gratty, on the meanwhile, is trying to get a little bit of push it back towards the left-hand side, but Top Physique are not going to relent on this siege either. Going to take start to get some damage on towards the right-hand side. Step Stunner is out of this fight already, and losing the Riplash might be the final nail in the coffin here, as Simba pushing forward, trying to get the kill on towards Tekken Kid. Another Molotov coming out, but the right inhibitor will be the natural target. Gratty's done some work to at least stop a third inhibitor falling, but with Top Physique here, they've got all 5 members in towards the base. It's onto VP Salesman to hold a little bit longer. It looks like Primal Fangtooth though has expired, but the All Prime is still on.
Still on. They're looking for the core. It's still a few seconds for Rick. The Gratty gets caught. Tries to go in. Magului as well. Rick Crunch makes it to safety. Tekken Kid tries his best. Is gonna get engaged on Pyrex. Hits the stun. Is gonna be good night. Jongo gets to safety with a good shrapnel cannon, but the Richter pulls the steel back. Good night there. It is VP Salesman salvaging the fight, surviving for a bit longer.
And they're able, just adding members to their name. The last nail in their coffin, they pull it out. This game is still going. Gratty looking to try and get an engage on towards Obey the Papayas Howitzer, trying to stagger the base as Obey's going to jump over the wall. He's going to make him a Gratty, and Maguli follow him over torn space or not. They take out the Howitzer, but most importantly, VP Salesman hold on to their base.
They hold on. Big Richter pull onto the steel, pulling him either under core or close enough for the rest of his team to finish the deal. Now Gratty is a bit caught, is in a bad spot, but there is no vision anywhere close by for the side of Top Physique, so he should be able to make it out alive, but he needs to be careful. Fangtooth is gonna spawn any second now. He shouldn't be on the map when he's that low HP. Is gonna most likely back on a ward, or at least be shown to the side of VP Salesman, which could trigger sort of an early contest of that Fangtooth pit. Even if they don't want to fight it quite yet, they want to at least get those wards in, because remember, in those later stages of the game, wards are what wins you the game. Perfect knowledge of where the enemy team is just going to make it so much easier to find the fights that you actually want to take.
Especially when we are at this level of play as well, when everyone is in comms, everyone trying to play off the same one. Step back stunner hits the Riplash on towards Mercy. He's going to lock down. Can they take down the jungle? But Last Pyrex able to get the shield stand. Mercy surges away, but Porgy D, the rad rounds find their mark. It's Last Pyrex still trying to play defense. He's trying to get members away from his backline, but 4 members onto his tanky steel. He's finally going to fall and make it rain from Obey the Papaya on towards his Rick, who gets back towards safety here, but one jungler is down. VP Salesman have got at least some priority here on the neutral game play, but they're taking the reset here. They don't go for the objective.
And Stepback Stunner just doesn't miss with his hooks, just really on point, getting the Quang there behind the Decker and making sure that the jungler is out of contention for this one. Now Gratty needs to be careful that the same fate doesn't happen to him. With no Iggy anywhere close by, it's going to be really hard for VP Salesman to actually start up that objective. The most damage they have is obviously together with the Drongo and the Iggy, but the Iggy has like the bonus sort of advantage that any member that walks close to the pit is also gonna get aggroed by those turrets, so it's an easy sort of flip for them. Chicken needs to be careful, so needs Obey.
Riplash went wide on towards his howitzer. It's a sidestep away from Obey to keep himself alive. A step back stunner really starting to hit them Riplashes, and we're at the point now, we're approaching 31 minutes. Death time is a 40 plus seconds if you are hit here. Top Physique though, they're going to be the ones to start up this objective. 5 members in the pit. VP Salesman are on the way. The only ones close here are going to be step back stunner, but Gratty following behind. He's not very healthy. This might be a one-way ticket, but Ultimates are back on cooldown. Look towards Last Pyrex, look towards the zoning. A screen, step back stunner is here. Magali goes for the black hole play on the back line. It's going to be Top Physique securing the primal fangs. Now they're going to look for the team fight, but there's a lot of CC coming down. Second Kid in the Epoch strikes a pose, but he is going to drop, but it's going to be the cost. Simba falls down to Porgy D. Another Riplash connects from step back stunner, but that is not a fight that Porgy D wants to take. And now everyone looking for the retreat. It's a scrappy fight. Everyone is split up, but looking towards the death timers, looking at who is down. It favors Top Physique.
Gideon did escape at the very least, so he's gonna be able to clear the wave that is pushing in towards the right-hand side, but Richter is caught on the other side of the map. Is gonna slowly but surely getting run down by Howitzer, but is that actually worth it? Was there actually an angle to look for the end of the game instead? A lot of time invested by by Top Physique to make sure that VP Salesman has as many people dead as possible, but that gives time for the Crunch to respawn, that gives time for the Iggy and the Drongo to be up next as well. But I think for Top Physique, they are just gonna look for that prime, and even with Crunch already respawning, I don't think he's gonna have enough time to get into the pit, especially considering that Decker and Steel have done an outstanding job making sure that Gratty cannot enter any of those pits.
It's not just on paper that the Crunch can struggle to get in towards the pit, but the players, and also, you know, Last Pyrex as well, really impressing me on the steal. But they're all in the pit now. There's no zoning, but they know that Gratty is too far away to get involved. That's going to be then once again with a double bubble buff once more. And now what can they do with it? All inhibitors have respawned for the VP Salesman, but these are fake inhibitors. They will not shoot back. So all the Top Physique need to do is just get towards that line. And VP Salesman try to push the waves back as much as they can and get ready for another defense runner inhibitor line. But the core is going to be the target though.
Is most likely going to be the target. It does look like they want to clear all their inhibs, so they're going to go the left lane first, going to make sure that to get rid of that tier 2 and the last real inhib. The last 2 are out of paper, as you highlighted. They're not going to shoot back. I think for the side of VP Salesman, they have to wait out that Primal Fang again. It is up on, I think, 3 members. Kiro, for example, doesn't have it. Mid lane though, Mercy forced to blink away. Good catch there by Gratty.
Oh, Gratty went for the top ropes play as well. But thankfully, Mercy's very got his finger on that trigger of that blink, but that is going to be a 5-minute cooldown. Probably his last blink of the game as well with how this one is going. With another siege starting, you can see those middle and solo lane inhibitors are sitting on the ground. They will not shoot back. As we have highlighted here, it's just up towards the members to look towards the actual only inhibitor here. Simba and Last Pyrex are alone here, but VP Salesman not wanting to engage that fight just yet, just clearing the waves. Being very patient here, and also from Top Physique as well. They've not just simply ran it down, they're still playing for that pick, playing towards an opportunity here, as that's going to be a Ripwalk play, going to get them all in, and now VP Salesman look for the pick, that black hole. Magali, that's dealing so much damage. And VP Salesman, was this the fight they were looking for in towards a double buffed up team? It's going to be Simba dropping. They've lost Magali though, they've now lost their howitzer as well, but VP Salesman is still here. Mercy was trying to get damage on towards the core, but another Riplash comes in and Mercy is out. VP Salesman looks like they're holding their base one more time.
Oh my god, they wait out the Primal Fang, they instantly pull the trigger, the second the Primal Fang Tooth expires. Richter goes in with the Riftwalker's cure play, hero play by him, even escapes with his life, locking down 3 of the members for the rest of VP Salesman to dish out the damage. Maguli, the only one dropping 3 members to 1 big teamfight win, and honestly, this is gonna give them so much tempo on the map. Fangtooth is gonna be the objective that spawns the next, and I think for VP Salesman, they had the same problem over and over again. They were the second ones to arrive at those objectives. Now, it looks to be a difference because they have actually the first move, but Gratty needs to be careful again because Dekka is there. It's a 1 versus 2.
Well, a bit of supportal combat here. Gratty hits 2 with the uppercuts. Though it's Chicken and Last Pirates don't really have that much damage. Gratty's got hands, and these hands are rated E for everyone as well. Step back stunner is going to be here, but Gratty's taking damage here. Gratty can't stick around too long. This Decker Chicken's causing problems. He's going to force a blink, but Tekken Kid is here combining with the Impale to want to take out the Decker, want to take out this Steel as well. Chicken is out. He is roasted by that Iggy and Scorch. Last Pirates goes to the re-engage because Simba on that Kira. There is the damage that Top Physique were looking for. Now members start to arrive one after another, conga lining towards its left hand side, but it is going to be a 1-for-1. Both these supports putting on a clinic, but neither support's going to be in for this next fight.
Yeah, big misplay there by the Steel. Not using the ultimate to save his Decker, not using the ultimate to get rid of the jungler, instead saving it for whatever reason to go on the Richter instead. So, a bit of a questionable play that opens up the Fang to fight again for the side of VP Salesman. Gratty did come back from spawn, is full HP. Iggy does have actually a back as well, so he is not going to be there quite yet. Have to give up positioning again, don't have the waves with 2 inhibs still being down. Woods littered everywhere. Mercy smelling that Iggy is not there and instantly goes for that objective again.
How many times have we seen those Iggy turrets get the kills in these fights as well, just knowing that they're not going to be around for now as that Primal Fang Tooth started up. But once again, Gratty, Poggy and Magali are here. Poggy D's caught out. Poggy D is down. Magali goes for the black hole play, but Top Physique don't care. They're looking for the pick on towards the jungler. A good forward crunch gets Gratty to safety at least, but the Primal Fang Tooth is still burning away. Magali's got to be careful here. He taunts faces in towards the waiting arms of Top Physique. Thank you very much. Delivered on a silver platter. First class post. And immediately Top Physique back on towards the Primal Fang Tooth, and there is no one from BP Salesman around to stop it this time.
You know, if on the first try you don't succeed, maybe on the second, maybe on the third, maybe on the fourth, maybe on the fifth, but now maybe on the 6th try. Now they got the Primal Fang Tooth finally for the 6th time, and as we always say, TJ, the 6th time is the charm. That's when they will make the push into the enemy base. They have it on all 5 members. Maybe they go for the reset into the Prime again to give us a bit more time to watch this beautiful game. But honestly, I think for the side of VP Salesman, I think the biggest problem is they just don't play around the Iggy. I just don't understand why they even picked it. Every single fight it is without that Iggy never being able to set up in the pit. It's always Gratty just running into those pits alone with Poggy D also on the front line with Iggy back in base clearing waves, just give up the objective. Don't give over those kills if you don't have to, because otherwise it's going to be the same again and again. You're going to have to clutch at the core because it's going to be top Physique picking up those double objectives for the 6th time.
Well, as you say, 6th time is the charm, but maybe for VP Salesman, they're hoping for 3rd time's the charm. If they can hold this base, this will be the 3rd time they have defended it, or Prime going to be secured once again by Top Physique. I know I'm going to say the line, but it's very apt here. Double bubble buff, Prime of yeah, we've all been here before if you listen to me cast, but all on 5 members, right? We're now going to have a 5 versus 5, at least for VP Salesman. Tekken Kid's going to be in this fight, right?
Yeah, hopefully. Let Tekken Kid press his Q ability on the ground, his flame turrets, because they actually deal damage. So the trick is you want people to actually go on top of you instead of you diving into the enemy where the Iggy can't dish out any damage. And I think with the core being a stationary object, TJ, I think that is what is gonna happen next.
Well, it's going to be something that they can rally behind because it is up to Top Physique. That solar lane minion wave will crash under the core. Does 1% damage. Or I just need to do 99 more of them and we'll be getting to the end of this one. But honestly, I mean, 50 minutes from day number 1. It's 40 minutes for this one. Bangers for the last game of both of these days. Minion wave going to be cleared once again. Another minion wave going to crash under. The core's actually healed back to 100% as well. Both teams just waiting for an opportunity. But as you say, VP Salesman, they don't actually need to engage here. Top Physique, it's on to them to do something here. But that core is starting to melt there. It just drops down to half HP there. That's going to be a Riplash connecting on towards Grassy. And Magali goes for the black hole as well. VP Salesman trying to fight with these turrets, dealing damage as well. They have their fountain, but they don't have their Gideon. Magali is going to drop. She can get a kill. Step back stunner, not finding a Riplash on towards Beta Papaya. Another minion wave is going to crash, but the fountain will heal up. VP Salesman for yet another move. Step back stunner. Rift Walkers in goes on a hook play, but that's going to be so much damage going back onto him, and Simba is able to get the kill on towards a Richter. They're losing members. They're bleeding. They're hemorrhaging these picks here. Gratty is chased away from his core, and he is going to drop. It is now only Porgy D, only Tekken Kid to defend from 4 members of Top Physique, and they have all 3 waves crashing under the core. Simba just needs a couple of shots on towards that big stationary target. They're going to still get the damage down, but Top Physique finally close out this game in 41 minutes.
And that's why the 6th Fangtooth is just kind of broken. That was the win condition that Top Physique was aiming for since minute 1. Just wanted to give us a banger of the game all the way through. Wanted to see us complete all of their items as well. We see full item builds on a lot of their carries. So definitely a banger to watch, a banger to cast as well. But honestly, as the last game of the day, probably miserable to play for the players themselves.
I mean, yeah, after the weekend that these players have had, just to have that as the final game as well, I have got absolutely no idea what the mental of either of those teams after that one. But honestly, banger game. I mean, with a draft like that, we were expecting one. Granted, wasn't expecting 40 minutes, guys, but hey ho, it was an absolute pleasure to watch that one, and I hope you all enjoyed it as well. That's going to do it, Tang. What's your final verdict on EE in the offlane?
Let's just don't pick it, okay? I think if we pick it, let's pick it with something where the rest of the team synergizes around it, and not like a crunch that needs to go in instead of kite back. I think that's like if we think about fundamentals and then draft, I think the draft that we end up with is something that we actually have fun playing instead of this, where you kind of feel like you're fighting an uphill battle the entire way through.
The words of Tang there of the delivering a final justice. Congratulations to Top Physique for closing out that game. We're going to go to the desk one more time this weekend to close down that game and close out the broadcast.
Welcome back to the desk. Thank you so much, TJ and Tang. That was our last game of the day between Top Physique and VP Salesman here at the PCC. That game really started off slow, to be honest, which contrasts with some of the other games we watched. But as we reached that mid to late game, We saw so many combinations from both sides, but we're talking about the tether, make it rain, along with the iron strike on top of the cage, and the shield slam, and of course, a nasty purge finished with a dusk. Top Physique secures their final victory of the day.
Yeah, and that beginning of the match was like more like tactical positioning battle. We have seen like at the beginning, Kratis starting on the blue buff, going for an early invade, but then like we didn't manage to secure any kills. It was more like team trying to create like a positioning. And we have seen Top Physique securing like the first 4 like small objective. And while like on the side of VP Salesman, they're actually focusing more on trying to get towers and structures. And overall, like it kind of worked it well, but there was a lot of little unfortunate event on the side of VP Salesman. Of course, that steal by Mercy on the third Fang Tooth that was like absolutely critical. And then also like those little approximation in team fight that led some player from Top Physique to escape team fight with 1 HP. And at that level, like those small mistake, it's the difference between actually qualifying for a main event or like going back home.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of glad that we got to see a slower early game after some of the banger fast early games that we've seen today. It really allowed us to see that Top Physique actually can play the macro game rather than just getting all of these kills all over the place. So I'm really happy to see, and it really has proved that Top Physique has earned that second spot in the seeding round, right? I can see why that they're so strong. We were saying earlier on in the day that maybe they were overperforming, but I really don't think so. I really think that this team is just very, very good. And I will say that VP Salesman also did have a good showing in this last game too, even though they didn't come out with a win. I could see some promise with some of the engages from Maguli. He did have a lot of great black holes on top of multiple members, but it just wasn't enough for them to take the win.
Unfortunately, it really could have gone either way with that last match, but Simba was one of the top star players in top Physique. A lot of the games we saw today was with him demolishing his Kira, who had the highest win rate out of all the heroes from Swiss day one, which was highlighted by Moogie earlier. But you're right, Mr. Meds, the Salesmen played out of their minds and even pulled that Iggy offlane from their sleeve, but it unfortunately wasn't enough to secure this last game of the Swiss, and they weren't able to make the top 8.
Yeah, and like this Iggy off lane, in a sense, like it kind of worked well in the early game, and Tekken Kid is the highest hero damage in that match, but it didn't really work out that well because even with the Iggy pressure, we never managed to secure any mini prime, while normally you pick Iggy to get like some control of the early objectives that are around the Iggy. Never really happened. And then like Tang mentioned, like it's hard to actually activate it in team fight to help the team. And despite like Italo for very great defenses, very good at clearing waves, so they managed to thwart 2 times Top Physique from winning that game, but they never had a shot to actually like find a window to win the game, what they needed to do.
Yeah, I think that the Iggy pick was just it like you were saying, it had a lot of promise in the early game. With the 2 towers going down very early. He did miss out on that first tower goal, which might have hurt him just a little bit. But, he did have that push, and I would have really liked to see that Iggy really not even join team fights and just push down the structures around the map. But, he did have the top hero damage, so, I guess we can't say that he didn't do anything in the game. But, I think he might have had better luck as a jungle E. I don't know.
Mr. Meds, you really want to see Iggy in the jungle, but even Tang doesn't even want to see Iggy and Scorch in the over in the off lane either. But one of the other players from VP Salesman that we also have to talk about is Poggy D. He also dealt a lot of damage. So he dealt second most damage, total hero damage being 46,644, and ending off with a KDA of 15, 5, and 2. So we know he was there, but where did it all go wrong, Mugi?
Well, to be fair, like the match was pretty close, and this is where like the devils is in the details. Like it's really like those little things that actually made the difference. Once again, I mentioned that steal of like the Fangtooth, but why do they steal the Fangtooth? Because the explosive flower has not been removed after they win the team fight. Another time they could create like a very strong like opportunity for the R Prime, but they all drop down off the ledge on the offlane, and suddenly they don't secure the kill on last Pyrex, and not then the R Prime is hard to secure, and they cannot like fully secure it, and they have to disengage. And that's actually like those little things that really like ended up mattering and stopped VP Salesman to find like a foothold into that game and have a chance of winning. And yeah, we think like we look at the score, we look at the damage, everything was good, but at that level, it's really like those little details that can create those differences.
Yeah, Poggy D did do a lot of damage, but when you're playing a very split team fight with, Grady going in, like we were saying, and then, the Iggy in the back line, you're really playing a 4v5 kind of at that point, especially with Grady getting locked down a lot, and by the Decker, by, the Steel and everything like that. You're really playing on the back foot. And like you're saying, the devil's in the details. And when you're playing a 4v5 and you're not getting the details, it's kind of hard to come out on top.
GG's, VP Salesman, you don't make it into the top 8 of the main event after their loss to Top Physique. Exclamation point bracket to have the link of the Swiss stages, but we have a little graphic to show you your top 8 teams. It's going to be Dirty Lake and the Boys, the Professors, Flow State, Mind the Gap, Bad Timing, Top Physique, of course, Rogue, and last but not the least, the Doctors. Well, mind you, this is not seeded, but all of these 8 teams we will be seeing on July 27th and July 28th. Here at PCC, we started off with 24, 16 stayed for today, but half of them had to go home. GG's and thank you for playing. We're going to see you next time on July 27th and July 28th, where we discover who reigns supreme and become a PCC champion. Thank you again for tuning in here at the PCC. We appreciate all the follows, the subscriptions. We see the support. It's flowing, outpouring, and we wouldn't be here without you. Thank you again for tuning in. Thank you so much to our production, our on-screen, off-screen talent, from our analysts to the casters, the moderators, from the graphics to the videos. Of course, we have to say thanks to the players who are the stars of the show. PCC is a community-based tournament, and our goal is to bring the community together through competitive Predecessor gaming. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye today, so let's start off with Mugi, then Mr. Meds.
Well, once again, the blast to be here. People can find me on YouTube on the name Mugiwawa, and of course my website predacademy.com, when there will be like some stats about like the main event when it will be played in 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Like our dog said, thanks for the likes, the subscriptions, the follows, everything like that. You'll catch me here or in the general Discord. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the main event. We're gonna have some banger games with all this top talent being displayed.
Yeah, it was super fun weekend. I hope you had fun too, because we all had fun. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in 2 weeks, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, July 27th and 28th. This is R-Dog with the Triple G's, your host at the PCC. It was a pleasure, but bye for now.